Hello, hello, and welcome to A.W.O.L. This is the EU time zone based BGA World Qualifier event. My name is Kohlrabi. We are just minutes away from being able to spectate some games. We have a pretty spicy one picked, so hopefully it's what we can jump right into here in 3 minutes. I am joined with Harizin, right? That's how you say it, right?
Harizin. You were close, though, you're really close.
Joined by Horizon. How the hell are you this morning?
I'm doing good, it's 9 AM where I am, but I'm ready to cast some Altered, see some games, and see who can make top cuts in this top cut.
Hell yes. I woke up just 50 minutes ago, so things will be catching up. My brain will be coming alive. We are already sitting on a table. It's created, I think both players are in, maybe possibly just waiting for the round to start. Did you have a chance to catch any of the games or read any of the results yesterday, Horizon?
I read a few of the results, but I was working yesterday, so unfortunately I didn't get to see much of the action. I wish I could have caught more of it.
Was there anything that you were able to see that kind of stood out to you?
Um, I saw a few interesting decks. I'm really happy that Basir is getting a little more love, but I looked at some of the deck lists and I saw some Basiras without hungers, which I thought was kind of interesting because I've played against a lot of them on Board Game Arena, and I've been seeing that become more popular just because it boosts, it removes your opponent's stuff. It seems like it slots perfectly into it, but I think there's a few Basira deck lists running today that, or yesterday at least, that weren't running hunger, which I thought was rather interesting.
Yeah, there was some very interesting gameplay, some very interesting decks make it into the top cut. Thank you, Keelan guy, for pouring one out for Yizmir. Why am I apologizing? I don't think I should apologize. I think all the quitters should apologize. But that's just me. Where is the BGA link? There. This is top cut, so this is manually paired, seeded based on performance in Swiss. So there is not a BGA tournament. I can probably maybe share the challenge here in a moment, but that would be the closest. Apologize to the hostage players out there specifically. I will never. Not even at gunpoint would I ever. What do you think about Afanis Horizon?
I think even after the nerfs, it'll definitely be a hit to him, but I don't think he'll be as bad as some people might be saying. He'll definitely have to raise his curve a little bit, so he'll be, playing more 2 mana spells instead of 1 mana spells. But I noticed some of them, even when you play those 1 mana spells, they'll just sit in their reserve for a while anyway, like Sleeping Beauty, unless you can return it back to your hand. But there are abilities and effects that can make cards lose fleeting as well. So maybe if Finals will try running some of those. He'll be a little more balanced, but I definitely think he still is a strong hero. Not as overpowered as he was, but I think he definitely still has a chance. I'm not really concerned for him or his overall health at all. I think he'll still be a pain for the foreseeable future.
Yeah, I think what I was saying yesterday and the results back it up. People overreact to any erratas or nerfs and kind of just drop the deck for a while. We saw the same thing with Traced, and then Traced just came back out of nowhere with basically no different changes. The nerf was still there to Haven and started winning major events and being a good makeup in the top cut. And then there's a Waru in the top
Yeah.
32 of this tournament. So don't give
Hey,
up on Afanis.
I'm happy to see Waru doing a little more, getting a little more action. He was, out of the scene for so long. He's still not great, but I would love to see him get a little bit more love. You just gotta run less bureaucrats. It's a little more balanced. It's a fun way to play. Gotta adjust and pivot. That's what trading card games are all about. You're gonna get nerfs. You're gonna get, erratas and whatnot. You're gonna get rotation, but you just gotta pivot and see how you can make the best of it?
Absolutely. So we are into a game here
All
between
right.
all of the marbles and Ambrusa. The table has started. They are just picking mana. And I will, in the background, try to play around with this little round timer. We did not have a round timer going into the morning, so I had to slap something together real quick because the timers on the BGA table will not be accurate. This is going to be best of 3, 75 minutes in the round, and we are giving the players their full amount of time and hoping to let you know how much time is left in the round as well.
All right. Looks like we've gotten a Navenka against a Tasia, which will be really interesting to see. I mean, it's kind of like Anchor against maybe Anchor if you get lucky, but there'll be a lot of boosting going on, which will be really interesting to see how that works with the Tasia wanting to boost with the first character they play, whereas Navenka's gonna basically boost last on their turn. I'm kind of curious to see how that'll balance out. I mean, I know how we've seen it in the past, but Tasia can be a pain to play against if played right. And if you made top cut, you're probably playing it right.
Yeah, this is a very interesting matchup. I wouldn't say that Navenka is one of the hard matchups for Tasia right now in the way of, Muna's in a really bad spot because of license withdrawal, because of the hunger, and just a lot of other removal. In this matchup specifically, the hardest part for Tasia is probably gonna be, like, an acapella training, maybe some Twinkle Twinkles. I did not get to spectate any games from all of the marbles yesterday, so I'm not quite sure what is in this deck. We do have the deck lists, which I can show in a moment, but for now, we can just kinda continue to speculate, and we saw a very cool Inari unique here out of Embruza. That's just if your expedition moves forward due to forest, draw a card. It also says when one of your expeditions, so it does not have to be the one that it is in. Very, very nice little unique there.
That's gonna be a really, really nice piece with the Tasia. It also can discard as a quick effect to anchor something with 3 cost or less. So even in an emergency, it'll have some sort of use. But it's very strong in water stat, which is really great for Tasia because I know generally Moon is very forest heavy, very grass heavy. So it's kind of nice to see a little bit more help there. I'm curious how she'll work with a little bit more of the mountain terrain, but we'll see what we get there. It's classic Tasia. She'll overcome it, but it's always nice when you have a little bit more balanced stats.
Yeah, definitely. I don't think I watched too much Embruza yesterday either, but I'm already seeing something very interesting with this Talarian Skater. I think it's a very good card, especially when you have things that are anchored. Just slap some more boosts on them. And I am trying to play around with this timer a little bit in the background. So don't mind me. Just trying to make it more readable for you guys. Might just have to slap up a random block of color. But let's see here. Oh, the Navenka ability. I was like, what are we risking here? Ooh, and
Gonna
then a
say.
Daedalus.
He rolled a 3. It was not a 1. It was a 3 this time.
I hope there are not too many ones here. That would be very unfortunate.
It looks like the Navenka is able to stall out the Tasia on the hero side at least, which is nice. but going into the next day, the Tasia will have a 3/2/2 Spindle Harvester, which will be really nice. Although Navenka does have to discard a card from reserve, which is not the end of the world, but in a deck that can sometimes have issues with keeping advantage, especially in a deck that's going to draw a lot, or a deck like Moon in general that wants to play one big thing and then take the turn off, you're going to eventually have a decent amount of cards in your hand if you're only playing 1 or 2 cards a turn. So I'm interested to see what the Navenka might do. Obviously, they've got the magical training, and there will be things like Esmeraldas to resupply. But I'm wondering how she's just gonna beat the advantage of Tasia, and maybe if the Tasia has any more uniques that lets her draw cards.
Yeah, it is very interesting to see a Tasia deck and Muna more specifically being up in card advantage, especially against Lyra.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think, in all of the marbles deck, there probably actually isn't very much that will specifically draw cards, but there is a lot of that, you know, we have Esmeralda for the resupply. We have Hathor, which will return cards. So more so keeping cards around longer and reusing them than straight drawing a card.
I mean, I've seen a few Navenka players in the past just cycle through magical trainings, and they'll just keep the same. I've seen a few decks run 2 magical trainings, and they'll just run things like Nyala's, and they'll just cycle it again and again and again, just cast them for 1, and they'll have a massive hand size. But again, it depends if you can get that combo online, if it's not interrupted as well.
Yeah, true. That is one thing that does draw cards. It's right there. It's called
Yeah.
magical training. I'm glad that you noticed that because obviously I am not fully awake yet. So
Well, I will say the Navenka just dropped a really, really interesting unique. It's a Cadogan Mage. It's 2 from hand, 2 from reserve, a 1/0/1. And then whenever you roll 1 or more dice, up to 1 target character uh, gains hand cost. With hand cost, 3 or less gets anchored, other than him. So as long as Navenka's rolling dice, things are about to get anchored like crazy. And when it enters, you can roll a dice, and you can, if you roll 4 up, you can sleep something and have the option to give it 2 boosts. But I don't think he chose that effect.
that is what I love to see, a dice rolling unique in Navenka, maybe even in Arok sometimes, depending on what you're going for. But some of these dice rolling uniques can be a ton of fun.
They can be such a hassle to get around because it doesn't care about what you roll on the dice. It just cares that you roll a dice. And then Navenka just used her hero ability and was able to anchor the Cadogan Mage, which is the best case situation because now she's going to get that the next day too. Granted, the Tasha did just double advance, but now Navenka's on the board with 2 characters on the field, 1 in each expedition, and now Tasha's just discarding down to reserve size. But this Navenka's in a very interesting position right now if she can somehow manage to continually anchor or even sleep that Cadogan Mage, because then it'll just be value on top of value. And Muna doesn't have it has some decent removal, but not a ton of it, especially if it doesn't remain boosted, because then it can't get hit by some of, Muna's more uh, flexible removal spells.
All right, I think I'm, for the most part, done playing with the round timer. So now I have my full attention. Maybe Blue, after waking up more, will make a prettier one for when he takes over host. But hey, that works. You can read it, right? It is as close to correct in the round as possible. And yeah, we see Ambrusa is a double progression, double progression ahead here on the tumult.
And Tasia does still have that card advantage, coming with 2 cards in reserve and 4 in hand, which they've only at 6 mana right now. They're only day 3, but as many resources as you can get is going to be really helpful in the late game.
And this Jack Frost is very clutch against things like Daedalus. The magical training not it's not necessarily a better target because all of the marbles probably isn't going to pay 3 for it. If he's going to play it, he's gonna pick it back up anyways. But if there is no pickup, then Daedalus will remain right here, and it negates the boost either way. Only need to know who is playing and who is who. Damn it! Good point. Ambrusa is Tasia. All of the marbles is Nevenka.
I like the advantage that Navenka's gonna get from this aloe vera, but for what it's worth, now she has no cards in hand, and she's gonna have a full reserve at the next day, or at the end of this day as well. She will get the extra card and the extra 2 from regular draw than the 1 from the aloe vera the next day, but I'm interested to see what she gets rid of. Is she gonna get rid of the off you go, the magical training that has just been sitting there that she's been not using? Obviously, she's gonna keep the Daedalus. I think that's just a staple in Venka nowadays, but I'm interested to see how this is gonna play out for her. Doxy didn't try and draw into like a martingale to try and keep around the mage dancer a little bit longer.
We'd have a strong turn here, stats wise, for all of the marbles on Nevenka. That Tolarian Skater did allow Embruza to still move and stay 1 up. But yeah, although the reserve is going to be a little bit overflowed here, there will still be another resupply from the aloe, and all of the marbles is first this turn so that Daedalus can come out if necessary. It's not in the best terrains right now. You take a look at the tumult, the Daedalus is weak in forest, and one of the stats on both sides for all of the marbles is forest.
Yeah, it's not the best place right now for the Snowball Commando, but still having 3 stat, at least in water, is better than nothing. And maybe if
Mhm.
this Nevenka can obviously is gonna probably play out that Cadogan Mage Dancer, then a Daedalus, roll 2 dice, is probably just gonna anchor the aloe vera and maybe, the Daedalus or something else fancy. But it looks like we just got resupplied another unique for the Nevenka. It's another 2 mana from hand, 2 mana from reserve Mage Dancer. And whenever you roll 1 or more dice, you can return a card from your reserve to your hand. So now they're probably just going to keep cycling the other Cadogan Mage Dancer if I had to bet on it, which is just going to be great, great value. I mean, keeping that around an extra turn could be insane for the Nevenka, and it'll be really, really detrimental for this Tage to try and overcome just the constant value. Tage is getting the boost, but it isn't always guaranteed to anchor. At this point, as long as Nevenka uses her hero ability once, she's guaranteed at least 1 anchor, which is more than you could ask for.
I was wondering why Simon was talking about a VPN. Threw me off a second. I'm trying to see if there's a way that I can give you the best of both worlds in what you wanted. I think it's gonna make it look ugly though, and do we want it to be ugly? We'll see here. Trying to give you the player names while also having the round timer. I should just be focusing, but we're here. We're trying to give what the people want. And let's see. This kind of works, but what do we you can see the screen names at the top when they're playing actions. Is that suitable? Did you like it before? I'll just control Z. Just pretend like nothing ever happened. Like I said, since Blue isn't streaming currently, if he when he wakes up wants to throw something together, he can do that. Let's focus on the game. Yeah, you guys stop distracting me. What I love Flore here, or Floor. I think it's probably Floor, but sometimes I want to say it differently because of Fiore.
No, I think that makes sense. I think I'm on board with that. It just sound a little fancier, but we do have the floor, Yore, uh, coming in some really nice stats on that hero expedition. Nanka still obviously has 2 cards that we know about that can still overcome it. I'm interested what that last card in her hand is because we're still waiting for the trigger of the Cadogan Mage Dancer to return something to hand once the die is rolled. So then we'll have knowledge of at least one card, but I'm interested to see what that second card is. Looks like there's a little bit of a slow roll. Probably.
Gotta find someone to, blow on the dice, get it some good luck.
Yeah.
Um, I'm not. I mean, yeah, that's probably a super beneficial role to have
Yeah.
for this mage dancer, getting to anchor it, and then this one returning a card from your reserve. It doesn't have to be a spell or anything specific, and allows to pick up the other mage dancer and then replay that, which then rolls another die and starts it all over.
That's just crazy.
After
That's gonna
this
be
game, we can actually take a look at the deck lists specifically. We do have them loaded into the scenes here. So while they're setting up game two, we can take a little bit more of a dive into the deck list.
I really like where all the marbles is right now. I mean, the next day, the Tasia is gonna have that floor in the hero expedition because it's asleep right now. But with all the anchoring, I mean, we know that there's gonna be at least one more card. There's gonna be that Daedalus most likely coming out from the Navenka. That's gonna anchor obviously the other Cadogan Mage, but then they're gonna have two anchored characters in the hero expedition versus the Tasia's one slept one. And the floor only has one stat in water. If and when, or I should say when, the Navenka player advances, he'll be in water and mountain, but water, which he is very, very strong in. After that, it's just one advance on either side, and she's got it locked down. I mean, she's in a very commanding position right now. She only has one card in her hand right now, but at this point, if she can draw anything that'll give her a little bit of advantage, I think that'll be huge for her.
Nice. This is a very good card to come out from Embruza though, to kind of slow the bleeding of a double advance. It does allow Embruza to go face to face, as I usually call it, but the floor being there is great. It will boost the thespian that's chilling in the reserve here, but what all of the marbles has in the reserve here is, or the expedition already here is very strong. All right, how is everybody doing here in chat? Try to keep up with the chat as much as possible because without you, there would be no us.
Oh, that's so funny. The Navenka just resupplied an Ouroboros Inkcaster. So now she can just keep looping, especially now that the Requiem got rid of the loopable Cadogan Mage Dancer. Now, hopefully, the Navenka will be able to loop the other Cadogan Mage Dancer to keep anchoring things repeatedly. But the Tasia is now just one advance away. The Navenka did get her advance, but so did the Tasia. I'm interested to see how this works out.
Yeah, so I think the really hard part here for Embruza on Tasia is going to be what these two cards are. Going to be pretty easy to get the second boosted character. I mean, technically the floor. Wait, did the floor boost herself? Where did the boost go? There's a
The
Requiem.
the
Huh?
boost was from when,
Oh,
'cause
it's not in
it was flat.
reserve. Oh my
Yeah.
gosh. I gotta wake up. It's not in reserve. There's no boost from floor. Anyways, either way, the thespian can self-satisfy if necessary. But the other 2 cards, I'm not sure that there is a whole ton that would be, like, game winning that could be in Tasia's hand right now. Stats-wise, I mean, a Daughter of Yggdrasil would go pretty hard, but most likely not in this deck. Also would give Nevenka another resource.
Daughter of Yggdrasil is a decent card depending on what you're
Mm.
playing. Oh,
Okay.
wow.
Not a bad one, but spending 2 mana to right now only get rid of the Snowball Commando, is not a huge benefit to Tasia. I feel like all of the marbles is going to avoid putting out the Mage Dancer so that it cannot be a target. Yes, it is best of 3 here in the top cut. We're in the top 32 currently. So there's a bunch of games going on simultaneously. The timer that Daedalus is throwing up there in the bottom right should be pretty close to the round time, but not 100% as we had to call an audible and throw up a round timer. So
Still waiting on Mbruza to make their play here. This is a tough position for Mbruza right now because if that last card in their hand isn't a character, I think even if it's removal, it's not gonna quite satisfy it. There's Requiem. I mean, even if it was Requiem Mana Reaping, that doesn't cut it.
Skater's
All right,
not bad.
that's not bad at all. Okay.
Let's see here. Looking at this Mage Dancer, it's luckily not the one that returns something to hand. It's only got one in forest. I think the eight mountain is gonna be hard for Embruza to stop here. The 2 boosts on this will get you right up to 8, and then you will have to win in water to get a move on the hero side for Embruza, and it's tied up on the companion side. It is going to be very, very interesting what this last card in hand is for all of the marbles. Embruza basically only has, one of 2 options. Play the Requiem and get rid of either the Commando or the Inkcaster, or play the Thespian for boosts and hope you can lock down a side just based off of that.
I mean, it'd be very, very interesting because if Mbruza decide to use the Requiem on, let's say, the Inkcaster, then he'd get off the advance, which would be really nice. But then even if all the marbles played the Cadogan Mage Dancer, they need to roll, try and risk the extra stat to advance, depending on again on what their card is in hand, which we don't know yet. But right now it's a bit of a gamble. It looks like Tasia is gonna play the Requiem on the Ouroboros Inkcaster, as prophesized. Okay.
What is the last card?
Oh,
Ooh, alright.
oh
Oh, and
no.
the 6th roll.
Yep. Now we
Alright,
just need the lucky roll.
alright. This
All
is
right.
it. This is what you watch Navenka games for.
They gotta roll.
There's
Well,
there's
do they?
so they're tied, so Embruza won't move. They could take it another day.
Yeah,
Oh, but they're
they're
gonna
not
go for
gonna.
it.
Never punished. Always rolling. Oh my
Whoa, the
gosh. Let's
gamble.
go.
Look at that. Navenka strikes down the
Ugh.
Tasia. I'm taking
Wow.
all of the marbles to Vegas after this.
I
All
wouldn't do
right.
that. They just used up all their luck on that roll. They got no more left.
No, we're gonna keep it rolling. All right. I'm gonna try this. We haven't tried it live yet. Let's see what we got here. They should be able to hear us, but they cannot see us. We can take a look at all of the marbles deck list here. Maybe if I can find it. There we go. All right. It'll be harder for you to see Harizin, so I'll kind of read out some things here. Let's see. All of the marbles deck list looks pretty standard from what I can tell. One single Sandman though. That is very interesting. And then, your usual, it's got some Requiem, some acapella training, Twinkle Twinkle, Cloth Cocoon. Also another one of is Tanuki. Uh, those things are very interesting to me, and we didn't see it at all, but in my opinion, one of the best members of Bliss is the guitarist.
Wow. I think some of these cards are really interesting. There's also a one of Esmeralda, a one of Common Martingale.
Yeah.
Uh, I'm interested to see why they're not running 3 of the Martingale when they're such a dice roll heavy deck. And the Daedalus is interesting too. It's such a good off you go for 1 mana just to roll a die, which is what your deck wants to be doing anyway. Obviously, they're the 500 elo Navenka player. I'll defer to them on that, but I'd love to hear the rationale for it just to maybe impart some knowledge onto me and learn what the 1000 IQ play is here.
Yeah, the rare choices seem very specific and very just tailored to hitting that 15 in a super specific way. As you mentioned, 2 rare martingale and 1 common. Very interesting. 2 rare Daedalus instead of the full 3, and even 2 rare aloe vera. I am a big fan of spicy one-ofs or other different interesting, um, quantities in deck building instead of making everything, the perfect 3 of, and what have you. Cloth Cocoon also only 1, which seems for the current meta and the other options available, seems like a pretty good one of as well.
Off you go and acapella training are also one ofs.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
I think this deck is really interesting. I just noticed in the statistics, not a single card is statted over 3 cost from hand or reserve. So I think maybe the rationale behind these weird, like rare choices is maybe it's just trying to get as much value as you can out of those lower cost cards so you can just keep anchoring them with the Cadogan Mage Dancer. I know we still didn't see one of the Mage Dancers, so I wasn't sure what the third one did. But if one of them anchors, I mean, I think maybe it's like a weird, like turbo anchor deck where they want a bunch of low cost stuff that'll give them value incrementally and just anchor them so you can get their recurring value from day to day. I mean, that's just my thought off the dome right there. But again, really, really interesting deck list here from all the marbles.
Yeah, we are able to head into game 2 here, and we can possibly take a look at Ambruza's deck after the fact. Uh, Timer has failed me because why do you say an hour and 2 minutes? You know what? We will just remove that for now. We'll keep Daedalus there to support. I don't know why the timer reset. Maybe because I switched scenes, but then it didn't go back to the 1 hour and 15. So you know what? Well, it is what it is. We see a Muna Druid out here from Embruza. Very good start, especially if it secures an advance. Go ahead and put that in the reserve for its anchor ability. But very good turn from all of the marbles here as well. Able to get off a magical training and then play a Hathor to most likely pick that or something else back up on the next day.
Yeah, I mean, great first day play. I mean, I see no reason to keep that off you go going with that magical training. It draws you a card, forces your opponent to make the next play, and it gives you more card advantage. You'd be losing a Hathor. I know this isn't a turbo deck that wants to be cycling pretty constantly. Um, but no, Hathor is as a common is just great card to return a card from reserve to your hand. It's great with those uniques too, again, just to keep recycling them. But if you can keep recycling that magical training and just draw into your uniques that way, I mean, that's also a great way to go about getting your engines online. Because as we saw, once this event against your engines online, it's pretty difficult to overcome when you have anchor after anchor after anchor.
Yeah, as Keelan guy mentions, also a very good Navenka opener. Love to see it. Muna does have some very rough starting hands, and it is a big credit to Embruza for taking Muna into the top 32 of this event. When there were around 1,200 players making it into the top out of 4 different groups is pretty impressive, and, while certain unnamed people in chat will be complaining about Yizmir, Muna is finally in the top cut of a qualifier event, so we'll take it. The time is being tracked separately, and I did have a timer for it, but it reset because it hates me. So I can check Simon's timer real quick. It's just not as pretty for the stream. We have 40 minutes and 50 seconds left in the round.
They got a little bit of time to make the decisions. They're not currently too rushed.
Nerf Muna? No, no. Buff Muna. Muna in Sky is the way. I'm gonna think up a better rhyme. I'm gonna let Harizin here take over for a second. Today is best of 3. We are in the top 32. I'm gonna go get some water and
All
clear
right.
my sinuses so I can talk normally. And Horizon, you have the floor. I'll be right back.
All right. Me and Chad are going to yap it up. All right, guys. It's just you and me. What do we want to talk about while Cole's gone? I think we should talk about how Muna should be nerfed. What card should we remove? If you could remove any card from Muna, what would it be to nerf Muna? Too strong. I'm intrigued. They obviously didn't have the Tasia obviously didn't have any other 2 drops here to play and wanted that double advance. Or the wanted the hero advance. And now Navenka has 2 Ouroboros Inkcasters. Yep, this is going to keep returning to the hand. That's going to be a really nice value engine if she can keep that up. Now this Jack Frost is going to be huge for Tasia to keep. So if Navenka somehow draws into, some removal or that the one Tanuki we saw, that'd be really nice. Una Caregiver, Spindle Harvester rare. Aloe Vera is a really good one. Yeah, I would love to see that one banned. Moon and Caregiver is a really nice one. Uh, Verdant back. You know what? I play Ordis, so I'm okay with Verdant back. We'll keep him around. Balance for now. Corgi. I got a hot take as far as Muna Caregiver goes, and 1 drops in Muna. Um, Blooming Noosh. Rare Blooming Noosh. I think if you're playing, especially Ridden Orchid, is so good. anything with a Quetzalcoatl effect, I personally am biased towards. I think it's just so good that you get to put it down, and if your opponent does anything to get an advantage, you also get an advantage. It's not always worth a rare slot, but it's like a reverse Ishimboshi, where it has stats in forest, 2 stats in forest instead of 2 stats in water. But it's a 1 from hand, 1 from reserve. And man, this Navenka is just getting so much value from those Ouroboros Incasters and then this magical training. This Tasia's got 4 cards to her name right now, opposed to Navenka's 6, and still has the magical training, which he's probably gonna loop again with the Incasters. I mean, the Tasia's gotta be holding on to this Jack Frost here to use for one of those Incasters, so Navenka can't just keep looping it.
All right. You know, it doesn't work to say things about Muna when I have a wireless headset.
Well, I got found out, but hey, we had an interesting chat about a few Muna cards we might wanna get banned.
Grand Bois, don't you dare touch my grandpa. Yeah, so Jack Frost, I think, is doing some really good work for Embruza here, but Lyra's ability to just cycle through cards, recurse them, have recursion is too strong. I also think some of the things like the Daedalus and those uniques that we saw are very good. We've only seen one unique from Embruza from what I remember, which was a pretty good Anari, but maybe just getting some really bad hands here, not getting access to what they need for their full setup, which is very typical for Muna to where you're trying to establish a certain game plan, whether it be, anchor a couple characters and then put out things that get boosts based on that, or, you know, ramp to a Hydra if you're still doing that. There's just a lot of build up, and if you get the cards in the wrong order, it can easily fall apart.
I was just saying, I think it's really interesting, that this Tasia did play that Jack Frost. They must have drawn a horrible hand because now if Navenka chooses to play 2 Ouroboros Incasters, she's not going to this time, but she does have the 2 Incasters in hand, she can just keep cycling them again and again with their effect when they leave, the expedition. So I was surprised she didn't save Jack Frost for that. But again, she must be bricking really, really hard to have to commit to one side with the Jack Frost. There's the aforementioned Moonigiver we were just talking about.
Yeah, that is very sad to see just coming out right here. It'll be good in the future, but
Yeah.
unfortunately does not stop Navenka for continuing to have essentially a better setup because Aloe Vera being there versus Sneezer Shroom, not even the rare. I'll take the Aloe Vera any day.
Yeah. This was really, really unfortunate for the Tasia that the Navenka was able to get. Again, those 2 Ouroboros Incasters were huge because she just played 2 of them, advanced, and then returned both of them to hand. So now Tasia has so few resources compared to the Navenka player. So having a full grip and a card we're gonna get in reserve from the Aloe Vera at noon. I mean, granted, Tasia does have that Moon and Caregiver to anchor something again, but again, it's resources at that point. If Navenka has anything that can remove a character, I mean, it's gonna be very, very difficult for this Tasia to overcome it. Tasia didn't even put down any mana to try and keep from, going down too far in resources.
Yeah, it can be very hard. I'm gonna pull up the challenge and I'll send it again so you guys can keep a track of the current standings. I'll also create a command in Stream Chat so you have that in the future. And other than that, the mana decision is something that I will do pretty often
Oh,
as well, especially because if you have in hand, you know, a spindle harvester or some other low cost options, you're down in card advantage, but you're not too far behind on the tumult. It can be a pretty good decision in Muna to not mana, and hopefully cross your fingers that it doesn't come to bite you later.
Oh, yeah. I definitely don't doubt the legitimacy of it. I think it's a really, really it's tactical here, but again, you generally wanna be having as many resources as you can. Granted, you can't always have the wonderland of putting one down every turn and still keeping a hand, but if you are playing against someone who does still have a full hand and is still putting cards down in mana, especially in such a low to the ground deck, this event is going to have a lot of off-you-go effects to give them a better chance to maybe remove something from the Tasia or wait for the Tasia to maybe slip up, and then the Devenka can just come in from there with, you know, all the 1, 2, and 3 cost cards she has in her deck.
Yeah, I was gonna say we can take a second to go ahead and look over at Ambruza's deck list super quick. We have the Inari, still just the
Yep,
same
yep,
unique.
alright.
I will go ahead and take the complaint of Gus and fix that a little bit. We will work on, as I completely remove it instead. Uh, we will work on some of the feedback things here in the chat, and the next one will be even better. As you guys have mentioned, there are 2 more online qualifiers, and those dates should be updated. The Asia time-centric one did get changed due to visa concerns. I don't know the like full explanation of it, but when someone from Asia wins, because I believe in you, uh, they need more time to sort out the specific type of visa they would need to go to France. And as if you've been around, I've been a little sick for a bit, and I think I have not rested enough to fully defeat it. So I will be right back in a second.
Alright, well, while Cole heals up a little bit, grab something for himself, we'll look at this Nevenka player who's now going to get to return 2 cards from reserve to hand because of those Ouroboros Inkcasters. And then the Tasia going to have to ditch 2 more cards. Again, it looks like this will be another day for the Tasia, where she's gonna have to not put down any mana, depending what she gets. Um, if I had to bet money on it, she's probably gonna ditch the Spindle Harvester and the Muna Caregiver. Um, it really depends what she is gonna work with here. It depends what she draws. I mean, one more double advance, and this Nevenka is just gonna clinch the game. Again, I mean, 6 cards in hand, 2 in reserve, and the Ouroboros Inkcaster, if for some reason the Nevenka needs it, can always be discarded to make the next spell cost 1 less. To make the next card cost 1 less. Excuse me. I mean, this will just be really, really rough. Wow, and Bruiser does put the card down. I wonder if he's just surrendering himself to the river here, or what his idea might be. Because even if he has removal, even if the 1 card in his hand is removal, it won't be able to remove everything. Alright, and we got Cole back.
Yeah, I had to go get some demons out of my face so that I could actually commentate well. Who knew that it's actually kind of hard to talk if your sinuses are messed up and you're nasally, but all of the marbles taking a commanding lead here. I mean, it might not look like too much when you're just 2 progressions ahead, but calculating all of the progressions, the card advantage, the cards that are available right now, it's looking pretty good. Even if Ambrusa plays out this Aloe Vera to, I mean, essentially either side,
Yeah.
there's probably a good chance Navenka can go over it from either side. On the forest side, would just need 3 more water. Have we seen the Tasia boost already?
Yes, we saw the Tasia. Have we seen the Tasia boost? I believe it was
So played the Floral Tent for 1 and
yeah,
then played the Inari from
Inari.
reserve.
So we
Yep,
have seen
so
it.
it does. Okay, so yeah, there's some very good options for Navenka here. I would be very interested to see if there was a way that Navenka could win the game right here. I think that would be like the ultimate Navenka dream. But we'll see. I also feel like I didn't have any super great, awesome takes yesterday, so that's gonna be my goal for today is provide the just fire analysis. I'm feeling almost there, so I think I got this, and oh, there's the off you go.
Ugh.
So, like I said, all you need is 3 water right here.
Yep.
That's it.
Oh
Or
my god.
or just, no water. You don't need any more when you have Twinkle Twinkle.
Beautiful.
Yep. Embruza is a diehard Muna player. Unfortunate to see him fall here in the top 32. I have not fully taken a taste of the top 32 to see what other Muna is in, if any. But Embruza's dreams stop here. It is bittersweet because we are, of course, forever fans of all of the marbles, especially if you've worked any of the conventions. He is usually there winning all of the oversized cards. And not only a great Navenka standard player, also a supreme drafter. So what do you think of that game, Horizon?
I thought that was just such a commanding game for all the marbles. There was a few spots where it was a little bit dicey, but generally all the marbles was in a pretty strong position, especially in that last game. The first game was a little closer, but I really think leaning into one strategy in particular, which is just go as low as you can, low to the ground till you can, and hopefully get a few boosts and removal things here and there I think was really, really interesting. And getting to recycle so many of your cards with his unique, with the ink casters, being able to have things like the snowball commandos that can exhaust cards in your opponent's reserve. And it rolls a die, which fits perfectly with the uniques. Generally, snowball commando is not a great card. Well, I shouldn't say that. It's a good common for what it is, but not a lot of people run it. But having, uniques that care so strictly about dice rolling, if you exhaust a card in your own reserve, it is what it is. But I just think overall, all the marbles had a really good showing. To be fair, we only saw one of Ambruse's uniques. Maybe if we
Yeah.
saw any of the others, that would have changed anything. I'm not even sure what the other two are. But Ambrose just had some pretty rough draws. I know in the last game, he was trying to draw into just something, and the last card in his hand was that Floral Tent, and he's able to resupply that Aloe Vera. But unfortunately, all the marbles had those 2 removal spells in hand. But drawing multiple cards a turn and having that advantage will eventually leave you with resources like that so that you can, save it for when you really need it. And all the marbles really did save them for exactly when he needed it, and it paid off really, really nicely.
Well said, well said. And I'm throwing us back into another game because we have a game 3 between Tozo T and KNP. So I'm gonna age myself a little. by pronouncing this as Thaco, which if there's any old school D&D heads out there, maybe you'll know. I'm not sure if that is how you say it. But anyways, this is a Cojo v Cojo in game 3 and seemingly anyone's game right now. Thaco is one progression ahead, but is on a single terrain on both sides and does not have Buddha this turn.
Do we have a link for this game?
You know what? It would be helpful to you if I sent you the link. I'm just the Discord wizard able to float between channels. Went ahead and posted it there in our stream chat. Welcome,
Beautiful.
everyone joining us. This is the top 32 of the second day of the EU time-based board game arena qualifier for Worlds of Altered TCG. If you are stumbling upon it and don't know what Altered is, you should check it out. We are in still round 1, essentially, of the top 32, whatever you want to call it. This is game 3 between Tozo T and KNP Thaco. And there was a big card that just dropped on the board there.
For what it's worth, Hunger did let Thaco advance on the Hero Expedition, and now if he plays it again for 6, it'll have Fleeting and Gigantic, which, 6 mana for a 3/3/3 Gigantic when you already have your Buddha out, not too bad. I'll take that. And it's a Cojo deck, so it has a lot of low to the ground stuff. So playing a 6 mana Hunger and then maybe like, another 2 mana spell, a 3 mana spell is all you'd really need. And now Thaco but needs a double advance to win here, but it's completely doable. At this point, if we see a Hunger from Tozo, don't think we're seeing a Hunger from Tozo. But I will say the Arcolano milk is going to be really, really helpful here. I'm not entirely sure why it was played. Obviously, there's a reason for it. I guess he just figures playing it in the companion expedition at this point is a sunk cost, since we have Thaco investing so heavily in it. He could be trying to set up too for a prior turn. I'm really interested to see how Tozo handles this, especially now with still 6 mana from Thaco, so can still play Hunger if he so chooses. I don't think he needs it right now, but I'm interested to see if he might play it just to get it out of reserve.
Yeah, stacking the side here might be just oh, there we go.
Oh.
That'll be nice. Might just be because of the cards and how they line up, and the amount of mana that they take is very small. I'm assuming one of at least the cards here in hand has, some ability to contest on forest. There is a milk out for Tozo on the top here. Should see me hovering over the Cojo to denote that's Tozo. Uh, I mean, from the discard, we don't have too much for 4 mana that would be exciting to go into the milk, but a Serengar would be
Oh.
very good stat-wise. Wait a minute. Oh man, it's one of those Amaroks that not only does it eat the players. Hey, look at that Serengar. Look
Oh,
it all that.
wow.
It is not enough to advance, but it will block. Is there one more card to follow up?
A Fire Rabbit here would be great. Does Thaco have it? Does not.
All right. So Thaco is very close to progressing and winning for the final day here. For those in chat, yes, someone sold their unique after the event yesterday. I'm assuming they had it listed on Marketplace while playing with it and it just happened to sell. Which is really funny if you think about it, because if there are people watching a very big online tournament and you play a certain unique, they're going to look for one similar. And if that very unique is for sale, they might just buy it. So do not have those listed while you are playing. The other thing is one of the Saudis that made it into top cut for some reason is not able to play today. So their spot just rolled down, much like it would if, someone was already qualified or yada yada. But we're seeing some fast gameplay coming out here. We're seeing some dogs come out. You see a lady of the lake with a draw a card, and now a mana eruption.
Oh,
I feel
wow.
like we're just in a battle here where uh it is still going to be a win for Thaco, but that was just things flying everywhere.
Oh, and there the Tomoe goes in, and that will be game.
There goes in the Tomo goes in. It's-
That's
Yes. Yeah, I think the call on how the unique missing was solved was a pretty good one. They had to replace the unique with just a common card. The alternative in a lot of tournaments would be you just lose, basically. Altered is a little more competitor friendly in the regard that they don't want to immediately just disqualify someone if it's avoidable. Where it was not like they added a fourth unique or something, they just sold their unique. So it is a main disadvantage to them. And yeah, pretty cool solution if you're into judge calls and things like that. But this game has ended here. I think we might be pretty close to done with all of the games, but I will throw Horizon here on the spot again as I dig through. What for the limited amount of time we saw there in that Kojo game? What did you think?
I thought it was really, really interesting to see double Kojos, just because generally Kojo plays around like a power turn where I was like, okay, I have my boot, I have my power turn, I can just worry about going as fast as I can. And then maybe if you want, you can, if you don't have your power turn, if you don't have your Buddha, if you're not going first, you can maybe set up a little bit. But when you're playing against another Kojo, you kind of have to be on all the time because on your power turns, you want to be double advancing. But you also have to then find a way to block your opponent Kojo's power turn as well when you don't have that boot in your companion expedition. But having things like that Lady of the Lake unique from Thaco that just draws you cards is really, really nice. Obviously, the Amarok that just removes stuff is really, really nice. And overall, I just thought it was a really, really nice game. At the end of the day, Toso just didn't have the card draw that Thaco had and kind of ran out of advantage, but Bravos does tend to do that. So kind of accommodating for that and playing around it can be very difficult. Um, I will say though, I was really happy with the Arcolano milk play. I think sometimes even slapping it down, and a lot of people share this, slap it down in an expedition that's not going to advance. So the next day you can just use it again so you don't have to worry about wasting mana the next day. But unfortunately, again, Baco just said, okay, well, you're going to play it on that side. I'm just going to go all in on the other side. And he
Yep.
did. He basically just did that and played around it. And it worked out really well for him. But overall, really fun game to watch for the last few minutes of it. I definitely love to see Thaco a little bit more and how he does advancing into further expeditions or further matches. Just because, again, Kojo is now on the rise again. Not that he ever went away, but he's kind of simmering to the top a little bit more, which I'm not too surprised about. He's just generally a good hero. So having him around a little bit more and maybe spicing up the meta from a different kind of aggro, maybe now that Afanis is cooling down a little bit, Cojo will kind of rise to the top, and then he'll probably see a few nerfs again. Hopefully not Waru level nerfs, but probably a few nerfs in the future, I'd imagine. But overall, he's just such a strong hero, and seeing two of them against each other, I love a good mirror match. I think it really shows how well you know the matchup and how you are as a player and how well you know the hero in general. Um, so I always love a good mirror match. I'm a sucker for it.
Yeah, there's a lot of things you can point out about difference in deck building, difference in play style. Mirror matches are usually pretty fun, unless it's like, uh, Waru hostage mirror match.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to watch that. I see you made it to the table that we're at, so
Yes.
awesome. We are in a game 3 of HAT Easy Lopez versus ANT Zergle. This is another Tasia. When I saw Easy Lopez's name just a little bit ago, I knew that that meant there was at least one more Muna player in the top 32. We're back, and I can't wait for Skybound Odyssey, where we will be even more back. That being said, as we saw between Ambrusa and all of the marbles, a Lyra matchup for Muna is very hard. I actually don't even know what matchup is good for Muna right now. Um, uh, maybe um, Arjun versus Tasia.
Muna on Muna
Yes.
violence.
Yep. But this is the round timer should be pretty close to what is left, and this is game 3. We are doing best of 3 for 75 minutes, and this is game 3. And yeah, they literally just have about 11 minutes left. So
I was gonna say this is a lot of Muna Lyra matchups. I mean, I know I just looked over it quickly. I think there was a few obviously there's a few the other day as well, but a lot more Tages than I thought there would be, which I think is really interesting. Don't get me wrong, she's a good hero as far as Muna goes. She has great value. I mean, giving a guaranteed boost every turn is great, but just against a value engine like Lyra, Muna's really, really interesting because as far as card draw goes, they normally let your opponent draw too, or they get advantage too. So you're not really up a card on your opponent. You're more neutral, which is a little weird. And then if you can't draw any cards because it's not really plentiful in Muna, you're just kind of stuck playing with what you have. And granted, you normally play bigger things that stick around, so you might have, a little bit more hand size at times. But in a deck like Lyra that does cycle through things like magical training and does have things like a resupply or other weird kind of draw effects, it can be hard for Tasia to keep a full hand size without those things like a Kitsune, like a Daughter of Yggdrasil. But again, they give your opponent an advantage too. And then a value engine deck, especially like Fen and Crowbar, giving your opponent another card in their hand or another card in their reserve for uh something that cares about the cards in your reserve. There's a couple of them, but it's just really, really difficult. I mean, Anansi's killer if she has any uniques like the like that one. Called it as I saw it. It's just so devastating. Or turn. Is it just me? I don't think I can hear you, Cole.
yep, it was just you. No,
Oh,
everyone else could hear me. Definitely wasn't my
oh,
fault.
that's
But
so awkward.
I was gonna say it's not too incredible of a card to save the contortionist with all things considered, but a card is a card, and the contortionist does not count to the reserve limit. And now it is heavily statted in Mountain, which is right where the hero side is from Zergal. Yeah, what very well said on the card advantage thing about Muna. Hopefully we'll get a little something. It's a very hard balance
Mm.
to strike between giving yourself resources without giving your opponent too many. I really do appreciate the identity of Muna, and I don't want it to go away. I know some people get really frustrated, like, why would I ever want to give my opponent something, blah, blah, blah. But I do like it for themes and how, Muna generally works, and just finding a way to strike that perfect balance between, do I need resources? Do I give my opponent
Mhm.
some? How can I counteract that? And I think that'll be very interesting next set, especially with Cowrie and Puff.
There's a lot of really, really cool cards in Muna. Again, if you do have things that give your opponent an advantage, having things like, um, what's that new landmark? The Undergrowth is a great one. Whenever your opponent draws a resupplies, you ready it, and whenever you can tap it, it gives something in Forest a boost. That's really great. And what was it, Grand Boa? I think his name is. Whenever
Grand
your opponent,
Bois.
Grand Bois. Whenever your opponent draws a resupplies, he gets a boost. So I think they're really trying to lean into when you get an advantage, you, or when you give your an opponent an advantage, you get two advantages. So hopefully it offsets it a little bit more. So hopefully again in Skybound Odyssey we see a little bit more play into that. So hopefully maybe Muna can see a little bit of love in the future.
Yeah, for sure. There was also a question on how does Tasia do against Traced. I would say before the Gremlins became a thing, it was a decent matchup. Now that the Grems exist and, things like Boom and other cards, it's still just a very, very hard matchup. Now that also a lot of Axiom players have started teching in like one Blizzard, um, it's still a very, very rough matchup. And yeah, I think it's rough right now, but next set will feel like some really interesting things come out. Like this Capelia unique, which when it goes to reserve, it does the normal asleep, but when a character you control gains one or more boosts, you get to anchor. This is the type of anchor unique people talk about when they say like mass anchor. This is probably one of the only things keeping Muna alive right now. Um, Luckily, in this matchup, there's no hunger to just absolutely negate it. And we do have a Spindle Muna Bastion out. So while Tasia is pretty far behind in advancements right now, this is where they're going to start building up that, overall, what is the word, strategy that we've been talking about with Muna, where you have to get all of the pieces, you have to start building them up. I think it might be good to say that Muna's like a Jenga tower that you're
Mm.
building while hanging upside down and drinking a milkshake. So,
I will say for what it's worth, there's no hunger in this matchup, but I have occasionally, not today, but I have seen a few decks run Man in the Maze, which is a really weird one that removes all boosts from all characters. So when a Taser deck that cares about anchoring things, that have boosts, Man in the Maze just gets rid of all those, and then they get a ton of advantage. And that is native to Lyra, so it is a common.
yeah, I really like Man in the Maze, and I have a pretty decent unique. It's just so hard to actually pull off. I
Yeah.
literally was challenged by Freeloader and Keelan Guy to try and see how many games it took me to actually get the benefit out of it. And it was over 12 games.
It's so hard. It's almost never worth. It's 7 mana. It's so hard to pull off. I think most of the times I've seen people play it, they tech it in as a one of, and then they generally put it down. But I play a lot of Goreng, which is no surprise. But I've had my fair share of blowouts from a Man in the Maze.
Yeah, I my unique is even 6 cost, which makes it
Yeah.
slightly easier. But even if you get up to that amount, you still have to have that many boosts to
Yeah.
eat. So it's very matchup dependent as well.
I will say it does look like the Tasia has some pretty good value going on here. Two rare Spindle Harvests out, which will be resupplying if they have two or more boosts, and then an Aloe in reserve, which can also be anchored. Oh wow, and playing this Corey will be great for keeping this Capelia online. And again, the Capelia is asleep, so she'll stick around for a whole other day. Um, Although I will say, uh, we did just get a cloth cocoon, so that probably is gonna be hitting that Capelia. But
Yeah, it's gonna cost a little more, so it might
yeah,
be a tricky situation for the Fen. Also, we are like 2 minutes away from the game ending.
oh wow.
So if Fen allows a double move here from Tasia, that would put things very interesting for that, end of round time procedures. We are not doing like BGA chess clock kind of round end. This will be official rules. Simon is already in the table chat, watching over, making sure the players know, making sure they're getting periodic updates. Yeah, Kari, who is the token lady, was asking about Corgi and if it's a bad decision to not have it in your Muno deck. And my answer is basically if you don't have anchor uniques like this Capelia, then no, it's not a bad decision because you kind of have to have these uniques for Corgi to really go off. Also, hello. I bullied Swarky to come say hi in chat. Everyone, tell her how much you appreciate the foils and foil art and all of that, so we can make her cry of embarrassment. And there will be Braavos players. This is just our match going almost to time here in the first top 32 round. What do we have here? Do you want to read this one, Horizon?
I would love to read this one. We got a Keelon Elemental from reserve. When it's played from reserve, you can put a card from your hand into your reserve. And then whenever a character you control gains one or more boosts, if you control two or more boosted characters, up to one target character with hand cost 3 or less, other than me, gains anchored. So now Tasia just has two cards that'll be continually looping anchors. And if one of them isn't removed now, it'll just be very, very hard to deal with because now everything will just get anchored every turn. And now not having a ton of cards in your hand or even having a ton of cards in reserve or a ton of mana isn't really gonna matter too much. As long as you can get one boost, as long as you can play one character a day that boosts, you just set off the entire chain. Um, I will say again, we do see that cloth cocoon here, which is probably gonna get hit, or is probably going to hit uh the next day. But if Tasia can somehow draw into another one again, they do have that aloe vera and two spindle harvests that'll be resupplying next turn. If they can somehow get another unique that'll anchor, even if one of them gets removed, it won't be an issue for the Tasia. And the 2 minutes might not even matter at that point. It might just close out right there with the Tasia winning, which would be great for you. We
Yeah.
want the Tasia to win.
Yeah, especially no offense to Zergol. Also, shout out to Italy. I saw some fans come out in the chat earlier. But yeah, I would love a Tasia win, especially Easy Lopez, who has been pretty frequent in a lot of the online tournaments. So I've had the pleasure of casting a couple of his games. This Scald is just so big enough that I think since we are in the end of time here, that this would actually mean it's just a win for Zergle, most likely. There was a question in the chat. The number one American player on BGA is a Tasia player. Is it idyllic? And if it is, then that's the homie. If it's not, why are they not my best friend? All right, Simon is in the chat here, making sure players do the end of round procedures correctly. So they should have, let's see, they should have one more day to play. So technically, there is a way for Easy Lopez to tie it up here. And then we would have to go into the tiebreaker rules, which will be very, very, very interesting, coordinating that over BGA. But this is kind of, I mean, this is very much the first time we're doing an event like this with this much on the line and with this amount of players. This is the biggest tournament BGA has ever seen across any board game. Pretty sure of that. So yeah, it's a learning experience. All things considered, I think it's gone very well. I have not seen very much lag or anything today, which is good. Also, there's not 1,200 people playing at the exact same time, so that might help.
You could try. I don't think it would work very well, but you could absolutely try.
Uh, yeah. Shout out to Idyllic, but that is the type of Tasia deck that I will not play. I was rooting for him to win Dallas, which unfortunately didn't happen. But fortunately, Rinku did win. Super cool dude, great person, and casted for the first time on A.W.O.L on Wednesday, and it was a very, very good cast. So I'm gonna check in on everything here in the Discord, make sure I'm not missing anything. Can you break this down where it is and figure out what's gonna happen, Harizin?
Yeah, I mean, this whole thing is just gonna be really, really interesting for this Fen. Getting around that spindle, I mean, having that landmark out that makes all removal against your characters cost 2 more. I mean, it makes getting rid of the Capalia or even the Keelan Elemental that much harder. I mean, at this point, probably what's gonna happen is he's just gonna play one character, anchor everything, unless there's some sort of like pseudo removal spell, which I don't really think there are really any of in Lyra. Maybe there's a few I'm not thinking of, but I mean, it's gonna set off both uniques. There's another Corgi. It's gonna anchor everything, go into tiebreaker. I mean, once you're in tiebreaker, it's gonna be a bunch of anchored characters to deal with. At that point, it'll be almost impossible to come back from, especially if this Tasia does just play everything from reserve, anchor it. It'll be very, very interesting to see how that works. Just because, I mean, is there like a gentleman's concession? I'd imagine not on BGA. Sometimes people do that. I know in other card games I've played, they're like, look, out of courtesy, like gentleman's concession, like I understand that it's a very hard position to come back from. There's a point where it's just kind of like critical mass where it's insurmountable. At this point, when you have 4 characters on each side that aren't going anywhere, and when you have a 14, 13, 13 corgi, and you can't really remove any of it, it's it's very, very hard to overcome that. I would love to see. It would be actually really funny to see if there is a few cards in Lyre that might be able to like get around it. Like if there's like alternate win cons. Lyra Festival.
Yeah,
I don't know if this is a Lyra
no.
Festival deck.
No festival, no
Yeah,
fun,
no
no
festival.
parties.
Um,
Yeah,
but
so the really good thing to your point about this setup is since it's not in a official tournament. This is a, a manually created bracket. Simon did all the work to make sure players got the best tiebreakers that they could get. So if you want to go nominate a hero, this week's hero is definitely Simon in the main Discord. And these are, games that have been put together by the players. That means that there could be a concession. A player could just decide to concede the game. But yeah, this is the only type of deck in Muna where I would say you absolutely should play Corgi. And you're seeing why right here. If things continuously can get anchored, then Corgi will continuously get bigger and also continuously stay anchored.
I will say, if the Fen and Crowbar can manage to play all 3 cards from their hand and put them into reserve, that might be enough. If that'd be what? They're also in water, so that'd be 10, 11, 12, 13. Oh yeah, that's true. The Ogun would be very, very nasty. But even then, what? 3, 6? No, it'd be 3, 5, 7. Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah,
no,
this is very, very interesting. And good morning, Jaffles. Nice to see you. And good morning, everyone else in chat that I haven't had a chance to say hi to. If you have your like very specific, seemingly government name, I might not say it because I don't know if you want that said on a broadcast that will basically live forever. But just know you can change your screen name if you want, and you don't want, Jonathan, Williams, Scott, whatever being in the chat. You can change it if you want. So, yeah, that O gun is super dangerous. This Scald is pretty nice to start contesting one side, and there is a much weaker side of Asia's setup here. But even with the discount, I don't think there's going to be any way to sleep anything because of the Spindle Muna Bastion. I feel like Fen would have had to take care of that much longer ago for there to be a chance here. I always say full names. Yeah, yeah. Blue does not care. You cannot change your name to Kohlrabi because that's my name.
what if you spelled it differently?
I will have my lawyers reach out to you and they can discuss that.
I'm sure they're nice people.
So, as we start to finish this game here, that would be uh the end of top 32, which means Harizin and I will be rotating off, and it will go over to blue and a guy trying for the top 16. Let me give you a little bit of a breakdown here. After that, top 8 will be Gus and Geo. Everyone make sure to get your guns ready for Geo. And top 4 will be Chili and Malmolian. And then Blue and I will be back at the very end to wrap up anything, talk with chat, maybe take some feedback. I am looking to update a lot of things. We've consistently been improving the overlays and procedures. Sometimes it's just hard to know exactly what you need until you're in the moment, but uh, looks like that gentleman's agreement happened right there. Easy Lopez does take it down. I also have word from production that I'm supposed to stop talking about this very interesting, cool game and talk about how we broke our stream record. So, thank you to everyone watching. Round of applause to the team. Send this to all of your friends so we can break it even further and we can defeat the French. Yeah. What do you have? Do you have anything else you want to say about this game other than Anchor Unique Strong?
Um, honestly, I think it was very, very interesting to see the Tasia come from a position that was not quite so favorable and really was not floundering, but having a hard time keeping up with the value of Fen and Crowbar. And as soon as you drew into that Capella unique, it kind of started the beginning of the snowball. And then as soon as you drew into that Keelan Elemental, it was game over. If the Fen had maybe had more removal, but again, that's the issue of you have to draw into it. So there was the Cloth Cocoon, but at that point, the only real target would have been if you want to remove anything and pay the 2 extra, that'd be fine because Spindle without. But if you removed the Spindle and then maybe could have the next day used that Twinkle Twinkle twice, like you had mentioned, it might have been interesting. But I still don't know if it would have been game just because of, again, the 2 uniques and then that Ogun was so nice. Having all those anchored characters and then just being able to boost all your plants was huge for that Tasia player. Um, I'm not a huge Muna fan. I have a friend at my LGS who's a huge Muna player, so I'll have to send him this clip. But overall, it was really nice to see a dark horse deck win. Well, obviously if you made top 32, you're not a dark horse, but who would have expected Tasia to make it this far? I mean, I'm glad to see it. I always love to see maybe more off meta picks make it into events like this or stages of events like this, just because it really showcases Altered's diversity as a game. You don't really need to lock into the main heroes. Yes, all games will have some sort of dark horse, but a lot of the heroes in Altered, even if they're not great or meta, um, they all have their own chance to shine because of the unique system. A unique can really make or break a deck depending how you build around it. And I know some people aren't a huge fan of the unique system, especially like new people. I try and get into the game at my game store and kind of explain it to them. But once you kind of break down the importance of them and how you don't really need to spend crazy money on uniques to have good uniques, people kind of realize it's a very interesting system. So this is obviously this Tasia use insane uniques, but it doesn't have to be like that. You can use mild uniques and still do just fine. Maybe not making top 32 of world qualifiers, but you can still do very well. And Alter is just a very unique game like that, where as long as you build your deck a certain way, if you have, spend a little time picking out your uniques and then really focus on your play style, you can do well. And I really love that about the game.
Yeah, there are definitely some decks in the top 32 that don't have super expensive, crazy uniques. The story of this weekend is one of them that accidentally sold one of their uniques and had to put a common in as replacement. And they won in top 32. So while certain uniques can definitely take you to the next level, it is not something that will count you out in the slightest. I'm going to go ahead and give you a preview of what is the top 16 and the matchups. We're going to go to a quick break screen where we're going to rotate in the next two casters. So coming up, we have Morco versus all of the marbles. Arc Visitor Q against HAT Easy Lopez. That one might be Muna versus Muna. Visitor Q, aka Bijitok, is another Muna player. Sometimes switches to Sigismar, so hopefully they don't let me down, but maybe. Lino versus Thaco. AA Valencen versus AA Tempadit Laneige. Team kill, team kill. Gia Komozu versus Vittorio. Shout out to Italy once again there. Diego Bertrand versus Best Behavior. Tim T2 versus Coma. I'm going off of Discord names, but you'll see, as we get into the games if there's someone else. Jolly Rouge George versus Frond, and these will be starting soon. So I am Kohlrabi. I will be back eventually, possibly, maybe. This is Harizin. Thank you so much for joining me. Hopefully, we see you more on events to come. And thanks for joining me today.
Thank you for having me. I'll definitely be back. I always love sitting behind the screen and commenting on some altered.
All right. I will see you guys in chat. Give us a quick minute to rotate, and we will be right back.
Hello, hello, everyone. It's Blue coming to you live from day two, Top Cut, joined today by a guy who is trying to steal my look, unfortunately, but does not have the sunglasses.
I think of it as an homage as opposed to stealing.
That's fair.
I, I just I was thinking, who do I think is the best altered player? And immediately I thought Blue. So
Yeah,
I had to wear my headband to cosplay him.
yeah, that's fair. Imitation, flattery, all that good
Yep.
stuff. We should be getting to the game here shortly. We're going to take a look at Vittorio versus Giacomo. This will be a Trace versus Basira matchup. I believe they have already started a little bit, but production will switch us over here. For you, Mister A Guy Trying, what are you looking for in this matchup?
Well, I'm rather excited to see. I believe this is the player, the Basira, who accidentally sold one of their uniques on the marketplace in between Swiss and Top Cut. So they are playing with only two uniques. They had to switch out their Ordis Spy unique for a common Ordis Spy, I believe. From what
Common
we see,
bouncer.
what?
Common bouncer,
Oh, common
actually.
bouncer, obviously, because Ordis Spy is only out of faction rare in Braavos.
Mhm.
So, how will that affect their game? Obviously, they were still able to win the top 32 match, but will it be enough to carry them through the top 16?
It should be interesting. The thing about this deck in particular that is kind of a big thing to me is the fact that it's a Basira with no permanents. That means no Keylon Cylinder, that means no Haven Bravos Bastion. It just means they're going on full character fuel and trying to beat their opponent based off of that. Kind of reminiscent of some of the Axiom decks that we've seen before, or not necessarily Trace, because Trace still use permanents a lot, but the idea of Trace not using removal spells a lot of the time, whether it be
Yeah.
Avalanche, Keylon Cylinder, everything like that, trying to eliminate a contingency part of your deck to be more focused in another way and just play your own game.
Yeah, that is a such an interesting place to come from because Haven and Cylinder are just easy ways to get your hero power online. Um, One of the issues with Basira is that she has a cost to activate her ability. You have to have a character of yours gain a boost in order to for her to give another character a boost or the same character. So uh obviously this player feeling that they have the consistency to still activate that every turn. We have seen more and more boost cards get added as we are now in the third set, as opposed to the first set. But maybe thinking that we had been relying too much on the decks of old to and not innovating enough and deciding this is the play style I want to go with this time.
Indeed. We are live on the screen, I believe. I didn't get official confirmation, but I'm looking at the stream, and I think we're good. We currently have a setup of Basira up 2 spots on the Tumult. We do have a Foundry Engineer on the board here as far as uniques. That's 3 uniques for the Trace, unlike the Basira. The the effect for the Foundry Engineer is 3 from hand, 2 from reserve, 1/1/0 in stats. The next permanent you play this afternoon costs 2 less with a hand ability, and then from anywhere you may put a card into reserve. If you do, I gain 1 boost for each card in each player's reserve. Gotta love those Anansi effects on the uniques. Think Pumpat from Lille to make those super popular. Someone probably did it before, but that's the first place I saw it in competition where
And
someone
we
used it
see one
consistently.
of the most important cards in this matchup on the side of the Basira, the Acklet.
Mhm.
This being able to freeze Trace's reserve. I mean, look at Trace counters. Only one so far. And we are on, I think, day 3 or day 4. Completely unable to efficiently get online. And when you're not online, you don't have the insane card draw that allows Trace to overwhelm opponents.
Exactly. And we do get to see a hooked, another important card when it comes to this axiom hero in Traced. Another thing that I'm looking at when it comes to the Basira player here is the use of a rare slot on the Braavos Blade Dancer. I see this a lot, or I see a split between a lot of Basira players when using Blade Dancer, usually having maybe one common and maybe two rares, or 2 commons, and 1 rare. What is the reasoning behind this from your position?
Well, I think Braavos Blade Dancer Rare has always been a good option. The problem is in deck building and Altered, you only have 15 rare slots. If it was like almost any other TCG, we would throw in as many rares as we could. But with those 15, you have to really pick and choose which ones you want. And 5 to 6 of those rare slots will normally go to cards that we've already talked about that are missing, the Haven Bravos Bastion and the Colonic Cylinder. So those no longer taking up almost 1/3 of your rare slots allows you to have other good options. And if you're going for a character based uh, board system, the Bravos Blade Dancer is going to be one of the most consistent because it can remove fleeting from itself to stay around longer.
Yeah, and if I'm correct based off of looking at the deck list ahead of time, I think there is a specific strategy here for the Basira player behind the no permanents using cards like the Bravos Blade Dancer that do have seasoned, and that's because they have 3 of the rare physical training in this deck.
Mm,
Um, and that is a card that kind of fell out of favor a little bit for Braavos these days, but I know is a favorite for certain people. Shout out to Freeloader. And is just a good card, but it's usually hard to fit into a deck list a little bit as far as that rare slot, like you were mentioning when you're creating your deck. But when it works, it works pretty well. And I'm almost used to seeing it more on the Cojo side of things when you have a Buddha out and you can just physical training in it right away, draw a card, and feel good for the day. But obviously, this Viscera player has been able to make it work. And guess what? It's turn 1, and we get to see an Occlute double exhaust.
yeah. I will say that another maybe thought about going against permanent based strategies is what we just saw go into the reserve, which is the Grems. We have seen a bit more permanent hate, especially permanents that cost 3 or less or 2 or less, which Haven and Colonic Cylinder both cost 2 or less. So they are more easily removed now than they were before. And we even have license withdrawal, although in a matchup, you would probably against Basira, you would probably want to save license withdrawal for something like Aklut anyways over Haven Bravos Bastion, but there are just more options to remove landmarks uh, in the game currently.
Very true. Like you mentioned, life withdrawal is a big one these days. Currently on the board, Basira is maintaining a lead. We do get to see a unique coming out here from the Trace player. It is an Anansi, 2 from hand, 3 from reserve, 2/2/1 in stats. You may put a card from your hand in reserve if it's a permanent. I gain 1 boost for each card in each player's reserve. So can be a good card, but obviously requires that permanent effect that is more akin to a common Ada Lovelace than it is to the other Anansi effects that we've been seeing lately.
And
So yeah.
this traced on the opposite end, we've seen them holding more permanence because of their unique abilities, as opposed to the Basira who has less. We have seen colonic cylinders, Haven Bravos Bastion, which are pretty standard, but we've also seen the Bug Out Bag. Bug Out Bag is an easy activation for cards like Anansi or the common Ada Lovelace that we've seen in their deck, uh, but also gives a 2/2/2 body either from hand or from reserve.
Yeah, the interesting thing that a lot of people are mentioning in chat is Traced is currently still only at 1 scrap counter. It finally got the second scrap counter here with on an 8 mana turn. Only has 7 mana, or did we get a ramp from Basira? I didn't really see.
We
Yeah.
got a ram from Basira.
Okay, so 7 mana turn. Gets that second counter finally. Obviously not what they needed, but one thing I didn't check to see if that's in this deck list for the Trace, and I can take a look at it here shortly, is do they have a Vike to be able to play those exhausted cards that may potentially get hit? I know a lot of the times it feels like that has been kind of common in certain Trace deck lists. So I'm sure if they had it, they would be using it, or if they were able to draw into it, they could use it. But I would have to mention that is pretty instrumental, especially with the prevalence of exhaust happening in a lot of decks these days.
Yeah, common Vike is a 2 mana 2/2/2, so on rate stats with an ability that can stop what you're seeing right now, which is the just lockdown of the reserve. Because, excuse me, if the Trace is unable to play cards from their reserve, they're never really going to perform their deck the way that they're supposed to. It's one of the reasons why in the early meta, before the change, Waru was single-handedly keeping Trace down. Because Waru, with cards like Monolith Legate, allowed uh, Trace to just never be able to come online, and then Robin Hood making it so once they did, they couldn't actually play enough cards to keep up. And that's why when we saw, as soon as Waru was eroded, Trace becoming a huge front runner, and then leading to the uh, errata of Haven Braavos Bastion in Axiom.
Indeed, and I did check the deck list on it, and there is no Vike available for this Trace player. So when they get hit hard with the Occlute here from the Basira, they get hit permanently. At the moment, Basira still maintaining a commanding lead here in game one of this top 16. Only
But
needs two more advances.
certainly true, but I do think the Trace has finally found some cards, a bit of an engine to come back in this game. The Haven Braavos Bastion only works once per turn, but also has the Dr. Frankenstein in their reserve to continuously to use to resupply again, trying to hopefully get online this, probably not this turn, but next turn.
And an important effect here from that rare Braavos Blade Dancer that we were mentioning earlier, where if it has 4 boosts or less, it loses fleeting and could be a prime target here for that physical training we see in reserve. Does have to deal with the stats that this Trace could potentially put out here and start that engine that you mentioned, because they technically can put out at least 2 of those cards from reserve, get the 4 scrap counters, and feel good as they go into the following day. May even hit a card where they can use a support ability. We'll have to see how it turns out. But at the moment, we're just going to see the Sap Sniffer go ahead and augment that unique Foundry Engineer that we had seen earlier and try to contest both sides here against the Basira, because I have to imagine they feel like they can't even give up a 1-for-1, especially with the lead that the Basira has on the Tumult.
And unfortunately, there is no way to stop at least one advancement. Uh, on board the physical training into the Bravos Blade Dancer just shuts down the ability to the ability to move, or the ability to stop them on the companion expedition. But this basically decides that the Snap Sniffer is like, I will make sure at least one side is a advance for myself, as opposed to, so we're trading 1-for-1, even though I'm so far behind. As I said, this Trace has gotten an engine on, and they're just interesting. I think they still could have done played the Dr. Frankenstein there just to get one more counter. They
Mhm.
will still probably come online this turn, but they would have still had 2 cards in their reserve. Just didn't want to flip and gamble what that card off the top would be instead of a 3/3/3 for 2, which is above rate.
Yeah, interesting choice there. We'll have to see how it turns out for them here. They do still only have 3 scrap counters, and I mean, the Basira is just 1 advance away from taking this game. 6 cards in hand at the moment, potentially 5 depending on the mana decision here. Yeah, but are they playing Boom? Yeah, I haven't checked that, but I don't think so. I can look for everyone, but
Yeah, most Trace aren't playing much removal. The
yeah,
only removal that they have is Hooked, which is more
yeah,
disruption. Um, and I believe we've already seen 2 hooks anyways.
yeah.
And at this point, it doesn't really, Hooked wouldn't really matter that much because they only need 1 advance. And if you're using Hooked at this point in the game, you're probably just going to try and get all of your opponent's characters onto one side to trade 1-for-1.
Yeah.
You probably won't have the resources to fully block them and hook in any meaningful way, especially with the 3 mana 8/8/8, technically a 9/9/9 from reserve.
Indeed, and I'm not gonna lie, I used to be a big rare blade dancer hater, but you know what? I'm kind of being proven wrong here, as we see a 999 Blade Dancer out on the board at the moment, and it's going to be pretty hard contesting here for the Trace player just to stop one side, let alone potential of two with that 3/1/1 Haven Seringer over hanging out over on the hero side, and 5 cards still left in hand by the Basira. And guess what? They're gonna put out
Oh,
some.
yep.
Looks like we just got to concede there from Vittoria. Or what's the go to game two?
Now, I do think that this is a bit of a um also meta call. We've seen a lot of we expected a lot of Trace and a lot of Cojo going into this weekend, which we have. Sigismar is the most played deck, Cojo is the second most played, and Trace the third, followed by Tasia, a bit surprisingly at the fourth, although not too surprising. Tasia always has a strong representation, just a low conversion rate, as we were talking about yesterday. But when you have decks like Traced at the top that aren't running much removal, having these seasoned characters just become unstoppable. And that's what we saw here. We saw someone be able to build up this strong body while keeping the opponent down with Ocklets. That was pretty much the perfect Basira game that they could expect into a Traced.
Indeed. All right, let's take a look before as we get into game two. Make sure that I can take a look at it. We can find it. So, what as far as the trace, what can they do here other than just get 5 scrap counters quicker and I mean, play like they need to with trace, right? And get ahead.
Yeah, it's hard to say because one of the main issues that happen in that game is Traced is a card advantage hero. Once they're online, like similar to Fen, they just see so much more of their deck that it becomes they're allowed to use more cards to get whatever they're hoping to get done because they'll be drawing more cards anyways. We saw the Acklet freeze a total of 4 cards, I think, in reserve one turn. No, it was 3, and then 1 was exhausted, resupplied. And so the card advantage hero lost almost all of their card advantage before they were online. And any cards discarded, uh, discarded during cleanup will not add counters to Traced. Because Trace says has to leave your reserve during afternoon. So any sabotage effects will help Traced in terms of getting online. Obviously, they lose the use of the card, but exhausting their cards is the absolute bane of any Traced's existence. So it's hard to say, you know, what they could have done in that matchup because it just seemed like the Basir had every answer.
Yeah, sometimes it just doesn't go your way this time around. I do believe the game should be starting up here shortly, and then we'll switch on over for everyone to take a look. Again, this will be game two of the round of 16. Currently, we have a 1-0 start here for the Basira player of Giacomo, and they will be playing against their opponent of Vittorio on the Traced. Both of them are Italian players. It is Italy versus Italy here, kind of cannibalizing the players for each country. Will be down to I don't remember. I'd have to take a look at the bracket if they're the other Italian players were able to take wins in the first round or not, but at least 2 of them here, I think there was 4 total if I did the math correctly on them,
Hmm.
that, were around compared I think it was the second most as far as country participation in the top cut.
Oh,
Obviously,
wow.
second to France, that was 19 out of the 32, so
Wow.
see what we got going here, and I do believe we did get the game out here. We have players deciding on their mana at the moment, making sure you have the link. Yes.
Yep.
All right. And as soon as we get the decision here on mana, we will get into game two for everyone in the chat at the moment. It is the Basira versus the Trace player. This is the top 16 of the EU BGA online qualifier. The winner of this will get a spot in the World Championship in Paris in middle October, I believe it was.
Yep,
Uh, who do you
October
think is going to take
15th
it?
to the 17th. I will say a possibly important situation. Going first and second in Altered is much different than every other card game, just due to the shared nature of the day cycle. But Traced will be going first on uh, on 4 mana, which can be important because that's your Aklet turn. That we saw Aklet was one of the ways that uh, Basira was able to keep Trace down. So if Trace is able to play two characters or two cards that get into reserve, they will at least be able to play one before any get Akleted. Is that a word, Akleted?
Think it is occluded, or occluded. I'm not quite sure. Oh yeah, and Simon's reminding me in second place too because of the change of the Canadian World Championship qualifier. Don't ruin my fun. It always is better when it's just the top player. Um,
I'm sure the
let's
community would very much disagree with you there.
when you mean the community, you mean the competitive players that want to go, right?
Yes,
We
yes.
do get a unique Ouroboros Trickster out on the board here. It is roll a die on 4 plus. I gain 2 boosts. On 1 to 3, I gain 1 boost. At dusk, if I have 2 or more boosts, draw a card. Obviously, this wasn't one of the uniques that got sold. It is one of the 2 that they have left at this moment. Um, as we do see a rare hook to switch over to the companion zone and probably looking at a 1 for 1.
Yeah. And I believe this was uh we joined the last game, a couple days in, but I did see some of the first two cards that were played by our Trace player, and it was Sap Sniffer and Hooked. So maybe a similar uh game plan in the first couple turns, although Basir had gone 2 for 0 in the first day as opposed to 1 for 1. So Trace already off to a better start.
Yeah, hopefully not too similar because that game one did not go too well for them, at
Yes.
least. So we'll see if they can make a better shot of it. I do have to admit though, for the Basura starting out with a unique like that in the Ouroboros Trickster, probably has to feel pretty good, and I imagine is probably one of the cards they are looking for on their initial draw to get even more draw, as well as just efficient stats for 2 costs and getting the advances that you need on the board and getting those boosts together, especially over the fact that you can get 2 boosts pretty easily with Basira, even if you roll pretty low.
Now, I did mention earlier that Aklut is obviously going to be very scary going into this turn. And that forces our traced player to play a scratch sniffer for lower value. They're not going to be able to augment anything because there's nothing on the board to augment. But they're hoping to get that scrap counter and avoid just having their entire reserve frozen.
Yeah, we'll have to see what they end up doing here. I'm not quite sure what the setup is here, like you mentioned, because obviously you'd more than often want to be able to play that sap sniffer and be able to actually augment things. But if you don't, if you're worried about getting hit with an occlude, especially on a day 2 turn with 4 mana, I can understand just wanting trying to get something out there, get some stats, and get some counters going. Fairly even as far as resources though at the moment until we get a trickster out there. Only gets the 1 boost this time around. Potentially gonna use the Basira effect here to get it to the 2 boosts unless they
I,
have something else like a
I would
Chiron.
imagine the Basir. Oh, they're
Yeah,
not going to. They
maybe
must
a
have.
Chiron or something, I imagine, right?
Yeah. Also, interesting decision for the Trace to put the Sap Sniffer in the Hero Companion as opposed to the Hero Expedition as opposed to the Companion. When Ishimboshi by itself stops the Sap Sniffer, I guess the Hooked is still live to affect and mess with the opponent's board to try and get an Expedition.
Yeah.
And the
Um,
Axiom Salvager does better line up to block the opponent on the Companion Expedition.
yeah, it's interesting. We'll have to see how this one turns out here. Like you mentioned, it feels like it's kind of just a battle of resources at this point between the two players, especially with cards that help you withdraw, whether it be uniques or something like a hooked for the trace player. I do think that it is a better situation for the Trace at the moment. Obviously, already having 2 counters only on day 2. How do they do it? It's amazing, but and then also setting themselves up with a Axiom Salvager. The big thing, though, with that Salvager will be that it could be a target for some type of interaction that
Yeah.
the Basira has waiting, especially since they will be the first turn player on day 3. But, that is a worry for the next day for the Trace player. You can only account for so many things, and eventually you have to try to just advance.
Yeah, the Acklet again would be very scary, although you would only be able to freeze one card in reserve since there will only be one. We do know that the Basira has sabotage options. Sabotage does still give Trace to counter, but Axiom Salvager would resupply. So it's kind of two counters in one card. So sabotaging it would still slow down the Trace as opposed to if you let them play it.
Yeah, so we do, and the important thing to note about this Basir player is we know for a fact that there is a rare Haven bounce, not a rare, a common Haven bouncer in this deck, replacing one of the uniques. So they Trace does have to worry about sabotage from that aspect, not from the aspect of that unique from the Ordis spy anymore, but at least for the Haven bouncer. One's probably a little less scary than the other, but it 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 still could help them. You never know. But, at the moment, for anyone watching in the chat, the game count is currently 1-0 for the Basira player in Giacomo, and I'm just saying Giacomo because 'cause I'm not adding Zoo. I guess it's Giacomo Zoo, I don't know. Either way, they are currently ahead, and sure enough, we do see some of that interaction being played here with the Occlute. Uh, they do still have 1 mana left, and they are gonna leave it open here, and I'm curious what they'll play. I have to imagine it has to be something like a Fire Rabbit, right?
Yeah, Izanboshi won't do anything on the companion expedition. Oh, hoping to contest. So is that going to be Haven? Yep. Get 4 counters. So still able to advance and block on the hero expedition. The Isamboshi could allow both players to advance, or sacrificing. This has to be sacrifice Fire Rabbit, is what I would assume.
Yeah,
Or I guess
um
it could be sacrifice Isamboshi.
Yeah, they Anansi is the one that we had seen before as far as needing a permanent to go to reserve, which is why we see the Haven over there. And it is the rare Blade Dancer that did a lot of work
Yep.
for the Basira in the previous game one, getting a lot of boost itself here at the moment, including the one from the Isenboshi support ability. Will this one go on to
I think
the flute? Yeah,
Acklet just
yeah.
get rid of that uh Haven, muck up the Traced's reserve. They're gonna have to discard down to 1 at this point.
Yeah. Everyone was guessing wrong. Even chat was saying, Tiny Jin with ElGio. We were guessing Fire Rabbit, and then sure enough, why didn't we think of the Blade Dancer that they played before, right?
I know we spent so
Obviously.
much of last game talking about it, but it's just we haven't really seen rare Blade Dancer be that prevalent in recent time.
Yeah, our noses are in fact off today. We're just not smelling the right one cost. There's just too many one costs these days, right? Like everyone should be playing 8 costs and up. I want to see it Saudi back. Too bad they cannibalized themselves in the first round, I believe. We'll have to
Oh,
see.
really? Oh,
Uh, I believe there was some at Saudi, uh, at Saudi, everyone was in the pit. I think Elio is what they mentioned, having a duel of grit, if you will. But yeah, so a lot of cards in the reserve here for the Trace player. Nothing to keep them there, like a Tech Lab unit or anything. So we'll have to cull 2 cards at the moment, and honestly, a lot of good cards here that they'll have to get rid of. I'll be curious to see which ones they decide on.
I think they might get rid of the Salvager and the Anansi. Oh, they're getting rid of the Haven.
Mm.
Wow. The Anansi, the in order to get the effect, you have to have a permanent in hand. So that seems pretty clear that our Traced probably doesn't have another permanent as their last card that turn, and they don't want to risk having to draw into one, especially when they're not online. So cards like Haven and Axiom Salvager, which resupply, can get our Traced online this turn. Although we do have that Acklet on the other side just ready to freeze whatever's in reserve.
Yeah.
So won't in a perfect world, Trace could get online this turn, but that Acklet is gonna smack that idea down.
Yeah, which makes it more interesting why they decided to go with the 2 Axiom Salvagers at this point. And, Keelan guy, they're all dead. They're just dead. There's no more Ysmir players. They're all gone. Except
That
for Heaven was close. Heaven was our top, Ysmir player, still rocking the Aphanis. But, either way, we will see the Salvager come out, hitting that Keelan Elemental,
was there not a
and
single Izmir in top 32?
there was not. They're all dead.
Wow, how the mighty have fallen.
Yeah, Maddox, Izmir is in fact undefeated today. That is very true. Um, we did get the Occlude coming out here. It's gonna get some double boosts going on, and it's gonna force the Trace player to use cards from hand. I have to imagine Vittorio saw this coming and has a plan, but I'm not sure what that plan's going to be at the moment. Huh?
Hell on cylinder. All right, just a little after you.
And yeah,
Haven
Haven
Saringer is
Sarago.
going to be pretty good.
Yeah, this it just seems like the Basira player is hitting everything that they need here, both in game 1 and game 2. They will have to deal with a second hooked at this point, but I feel like this is kind of only just stemming the bleeding a little bit.
Wait,
Is that
why?
Oh, they're just gonna
Oh,
hook it
they're
again.
double using hooked.
Yeah. Yeah, they wanna advance on a certain area. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Get off that single water. Doesn't feel good when you have a 110 stat on a salvager. Although they do have the Keylon elemental.
Yeah, but uh, the water will still be useful in their hero expedition, and the Kellen Elemental will be great to try and block the Basira because they are in mountain water on the hero side.
There. So we'll see how this next day goes here. At the moment, Basira is not necessarily in the lead. It just feels like it. How game 1 went and how game 2 feels like it's going, but we do have the opportunity finally to get Traced on that 5th counter, get that engine going, and see what they can do now that they are dead even on the tumult and not multiple spots behind like they were in game 1. Hopefully, they can pull something out here and maybe send us to a game 3, but we'll have to see if they can because Basira, even without 3 uniques, has been competing quite well, winning their round of 32 and now in round of 16 with a 1-0 game lead.
If you're Vittorio in that situation, Basira, first player, you're almost online. 7 mana, 1 Aklut gone, but 3 cards in hand. You gotta have a sigh of relief when they play the Haven Saringar. Like, okay, I'm not having to deal with another Acklet. Um, yeah, that, and we now have our Traced online with some very good uh targets in the very good cards in the reserve already. Helen Elemental and Amelia Earhart. The Basira does have 2 uniques, but unfortunately, one was accidentally sold on the marketplace between Swiss rounds and the top 32. So they no longer digitally own that card and had to instead put a equivalent card of common rarity into their deck. So it was a unique Ordis Spy, which has been replaced with a common Haven Bouncer, because common Ordis Spy is in Ordis.
You don't say. Is that why it's an Ordis spy? We do get to see a card that I was really happy to see in the Basira deck list when I was looking at it last night and spending too much time on this stream setup, and that's the rare Ozma. Some more draw for this hero in the form of if you control two or more other boosted characters, draw a card. Now, this isn't a card that we have seen a lot in Braavos, more so in Ordis before it got a little bit nerfed. What do you think that this is doing for the Basira, and why do you think they decided to include it when realistically we haven't seen it a lot?
Yeah, I do think that first of all, Bravos has a great history of having cards that in other factions got eroded, but Bravos is still just allowed to keep it. Haven Bravos Bastion eroded in Axiom, Ozma. They get the out of faction. Ozma is originally in Ordis. Ozma changed in Ordis, stays the same in Bravos. I do think that it's a bit harder to pull off in Bravos because you need two or more other boosted characters, so it can't count itself. So even if you have something like Haven Bravos Bastion or Isin Boshi, but in a deck that is so character based as opposed to having more landmarks and spells, it seems like it's a bit easier to get off. And we see Bravos players as a whole across Atsadi, Cojo, and Basira really prioritizing card draw. I mean, any TCG player is going to prioritize card draw. We love them. We love it as much as we can. And there's no penalty in this game. I draw my entire deck. I get to start drawing my discard as well. I'm here for it. I feel like, and it's at rate stats. It's a 2/2/2. So even if you're not really able to get off the ability, uh, it'll feel bad, but you still can use it as a body to block.
Keelan, Bravos needed Haven Sarengar, okay? We just couldn't draw otherwise. But yeah, the main downside for me with the Ozma obviously is that it does use that rare slot. Uh, I I can see how it works well in Basira. It just doesn't feel good to use it in the rare slot. But at the same time, when you're not using any permanents in your deck lists that occupy a lot of rare slots, like a Haven Bravos Bastion, like a rare out of faction Keylon Cylinder, you have some extra spots to throw in some rare Ozmas for, kind of thing, right? So if it works for them, it works for them. But yeah,
I do think we'll see uh going on a bit of a side tangent. Uh Aphanis, most of the cards that Aphanis was using and that longer work with his updated hero text were rare cards.
mhm.
So we'll see a lot of different ways that Aphanis can now include new rares into the deck because Beauty Sleep, Rare Magical Training, Sleight of Hand, and Joyride were all pretty standard rares. And you probably won't be using much of any of them anymore. So I'm very interested to see once we have more time with the new Aphanis how players will innovate with the rare slots of that deck.
Yeah, it should be interesting how they do it. In the meantime, though, we'll have to wait for everyone to say that he's dead first. So you can't forget that part of the meta.
Well,
But
obviously not.
yeah,
No Ismir player made it to top 32.
at the
Ismir
mo-
dead faction.
exactly at the moment though, we do get a second Keylon cylinder on the board, and as someone pointed out in chat, I do believe they forgot to exhaust their Keylon cylinder previously in order to get some more counters. Shouldn't matter, but always doesn't feel good when you kind of forget that. And BGA is a stickler. You can't just ask your opponent and be like, "Oop, I meant to do this." But at the moment, we are dead even on the tumult. We did get to see another Occlute here for the Basira player hit the Grims and just quick play back and forth. Traditional Bravos at the moment of I have what I have, deal with it or don't. Now we're here's some stats.
And I'm really curious. Is this we've seen two hooked already?
I believe we have seen two hooked
Yeah, we've
already.
seen two hooked already. How is this traced going to get over the 7 mountain or 5 water in these expeditions. At this point, I'm they have 5 mana left and 2 cards. What is
Did you
this unique again? Oh, it's
the one we saw before? Yeah.
Anansi.
Yeah.
Put a card from your hand into reserve. So that'll come in as a 4/4/3.
Hmm.
So that will be able to advance on the companion expedition with the Kellen cylinder. Oh,
That is another good card to put into your reserve at this moment. Not doing too much for resources, but at least it will throw out more boosts.
yeah. I still think it'll have to be a 1/1. The way the
Yeah, they can't quite get to the 7 mountain there. They'd have to block one side or the other based off of the activation, it looks like.
and
Would that be
looking
it?
to, I guess, let the companion expedition of the opponent advance.
The big thing here, though, is that the Sierra did throw that Occlute down on a turn 2 play, so Trist has to know that it's coming here, that they're gonna get double exhausted and potentially only be left with what they have in their hand and their hero ability.
Yeah, I would be very surprised to see traced mana next turn.
Yeah, 8 mana seems like enough, so it feels like they should probably keep. We'll have to see what ends up happening here. They do opt to put the boost on the companion side. It looks
Yeah,
like,
which means they have to put this boost on the companion side as well.
yeah, to block. So,
Well, I guess they don't have to, but then it's a 1/0 instead of a 1/1.
yeah, it just depends on what they wanna leave them on. Yeah, so they do go on that side because they want the Occlute to advance so that they don't have an advantage over there on the companion side with the individual water, potentially?
Yeah, but there's still water in the hero expedition.
Yeah, so
Oh
dead even
no.
on the tumult at the moment.
Yeah, that Ozma's the clear. Get rid of that. You want your stats going into this most likely final day.
Yeah, the other uh Keelan cylinder didn't have a counter because they just played it this turn, so they wouldn't have been able to activate it. Um, but yeah, so seems like a clear advantage here going into the potential final day here for the Basira player. Will be able to exhaust both cards in the reserve, has a mana advantage, has a hand advantage, and the Trace does have the hero ability, so they're gonna have to hit something pretty special here at the moment, I think, in order to maybe contest and at least try to get the 1-for-1 to head to a tiebreaker.
Yeah. I guess we could see we've only seen Haven will allow for a resupplied into the Anansi that requires a permanent in hand.
Oof.
So pretty unlikely for that to get any major value. Although you can discard it to return a card from reserve to hand, get that Grems back, put it into the reserve with traced, sacrifice uh, a colonic cylinder to get an additional brass bug. So that would be a 2 mana 3/4/4. I don't know what the last card in the hand is for traced, and we don't know what they're going to draw off their hero ability, but that is an option.
We do know that they are 2 hooks down at the moment, so I think they still have 1 left potentially, which
Yeah,
could be an option, but I'm sure they would also want to play a double hook, which would require 4 mana, and they would not be able to play the Anansi, so it would just be an individual hook if they have it in hand at the moment, that could help them. Only 3 mana left here for the Basira, so that could come into play. Big decision here when it comes to the Trace player and what they have left in their hand. I'm still thinking that more than likely we're looking at a Basira 2-0 victory, but I've seen crazier things happen.
this could also be a another permanent. We've seen one Haven in the discard, but it could be a brass bug or a bug out bag, the third Haven, or another colonic cylinder. I don't know the ratios that they're on in their deck. I'm just saying it's unlikely.
Yeah. Definitely seems like that will not be the case for them. We could do a quick check to see what they have there. They do have 2 Kelon cylinders, 2 bug out bags, 3 Haven Bravos Bastions, and 1 Icebound Peak that is a little bit spicy.
That's
Uh,
right. We were commentating. I was commentating yesterday and saw the Icebound Peak, and I was so excited.
yeah,
I
the
feel
fun
like
card.
most of the time it's just been mana, if I had to guess, but still.
Yeah, we do see the rare Bravos Blade Dancer out on the board on the companion side. The character that, other than the Occlute, has probably done the most work here for the Basir player in this round of 16 in game one and game two. At the moment, we are at a 1-0 game advantage for the Basir player. They just need to win this game two here to take the game and send themselves to the top eight, the quarterfinals, and put themselves in a pretty decent spot to potentially take this whole event despite only having two uniques after selling one of them accidentally last night and currently using just a common.
Oh, decides instead to get that Axiom Salvager,
Mm.
hoping to get more resupply and get a better card off the top. Oh no, just plays it.
Went
Still
straight up
not using
opponent.
that Trace Hero ability. I
Yeah.
guess possibly afraid of, well, I guess you would just, I was gonna say physical training. Uh that could exhaust a card, but
Yeah. Maybe just,
there's
yeah.
a real chance that Traced could go to Arena, but I don't think there's pretty much any chance for them to be able to win this day.
Yeah. I mean, it seems like there's a little bit too many stats available to the Basir for them for Trace to be able to block and advance or double advance themselves. But there are still two boosts left on the Kelon cylinders if they so choose. We do have a boosted up Dr. Frankenstein, 3 mana left. I'm not sure what that card in hand is for the Trace player. Maybe it was the Dr. Frankenstein. Maybe it wasn't. They've been cycling a lot of cards, so not quite sure what it is quite yet. We do see both of the Kelon cylinders being used at this point, one for a boost, one for two more counters. So it seems like they're setting themselves up for a tiebreaker turn, and sure enough, they
Yep.
are. And here we go. Game two tiebreaker on the line here for the Trace player of Vittorio going up against the Basir player of Giacomo here in game two. Basir currently up 1-0, as I have mentioned before. Just want to keep on mentioning it. A guy trying. Who's taking it here? Tiebreaker. Let's go.
I My gut says the Basira. Uh these Trace haven't been running much of any removal. And so having essentially a 3 mana 10/10/10 is going to be hard to overcome. 8/8/8 already. One when it comes into play, and then another off the Basira boost. Uh, we've seen two of we've seen all three uniques from the traced, so we won't be getting any crazy Anansi shenanigans from that. And hooked won't do anything in this final arena. So I am just not sure if the traced will be able to outstat this Basira at this point. What about you?
Yeah, yeah, I have to agree with you here. It seems pretty unlikely if the Trace had some type of interaction other than the hooked that we've seen two of already. I'd feel more comfortable, but now essentially the hooked is more so just card draw than it is anything else, especially going into a tiebreaker. Uh, Nothing to go along with the idea of exhausting or sabotaging for the trace. It just doesn't look too good. They do use the boost from the Haven Bravos Bastion being played. They have one left here for the Kelon cylinder, and they
Oh,
get hit with the third Occlute. That's right. All three Occlutes show their face here in game two
a-
for the Basira player who needs three uniques, right?
And even before this, we did see in the chat the Vittoria or Trace player saying GG, seemingly resolved that they are not going to win this game, but
Yeah,
still
quite
want to play it
unfortunate.
out.
Yeah, Basira, I believe, is not on hunger, if I remember correctly. I could check though. Leo, let me do a quick little deck check for you. No, they are. They do have two hunger at the moment. Sorry, that's my bad.
Wow.
Which is interesting because we haven't seen it at all. I don't think.
Yeah. I mean, we haven't really had to. Last game didn't go as long. This game would have a better opportunity to be hunger. I guess if you're also on hunger, that's another reason that you're not running permanents, because you're just getting rid of your own card value by eating your own stuff. And you know, this ending board almost perfectly encapsulates this game. A.W.O.L and Braavos Blade Dancer. Those are the two cards that just kept giving so much value to our Basira, allowed them to overwhelm. Yes, the Trist was able to put up a fight, but still feels like they were on the back foot this entire game.
It did. Even when they were dead even, realistically, it felt like they were losing, right?
Yeah.
Even when they got their 5 scrap counters, it felt like they were losing. It just felt like it was just constant pressure being applied by the Basira player, getting what they needed earlier on with card draw, getting what they needed as far as the occlutes to exhaust the board when and even when they get a one-off exhaust occlude, it's because they were playing it on as a turn 2 player and setting themselves up big time for the following day where they were turn 1 again
Yep.
and able to get a double exhaust off, especially when the Traced had the 5 counters that they need to start getting the engine going. It just never felt like they had everything that they wanted, whereas it felt like for the Basira player, they were getting exactly what they needed at the right time.
Yeah. So I don't want to, take anything away from Vittorio. Still was able to play a good game. Just was in a rough position and played the best they could from it.
Yeah. We are able to see the deck list on the board at the moment. For everyone watching, there is the hunger, as we mentioned, available. We do have cards like the Common Haven Bouncer that everyone was looking forward to. As far as permanents, just a single Arcolano Milk. I have to imagine that is a get out of jail free card, potentially to use with the hunger if they want. And the next big thing are those 3 physical trainings on the rare side that have been really popular for them, as well as just 2 common mana eruptions with the 3 Duel of Grits.
Ah. I will say we have two other uh, top 16 matches that have finished. All of the marbles has made it to the top 8. Uh, Robbie's a great player. Absolutely love him. Very nice guy as well. I would assume he's on Navanka.
He is.
Yes. And then Hat, uh, Isa Lopez.
Yeah, Mr. Easy Lopez themselves, I believe, is on Tasia at the moment.
So there will be in the top 8 a Navanka versus Tasia matchup.
I believe all the marbles just came off of a Tasia matchup. I believe it's Easy Lopez. That is, yeah. Came off of a Tasia matchup in the round of 32 against Imbruza as well. With a Brazilian player, and now is going to play the a famous Spanish player of Tasia of Easy Lopez. So should be fun to see how they're able to handle different decks between the two, as far as that's concerned. In the meantime, we might be able to get onto another game potentially. Production will have to let us know, just so that way we can take a look at the rest of the round of 16 before we jump into the round of 8. At the moment, it looks like we have the Navenka, the Tasia. We saw the Basira just advance, and then we also have a win from Captain Coma. Awesome name, by the way. That is a also a Basira player that is from Belgium. So 2 Basiras here in the top 8 at
Wow.
the moment.
And I feel like going into this, there was so much talk about Kojo and Atsadi, given their performance at the Dallas World Champ qualifier last week. Basira wasn't getting as much notice.
Right.
Basira has always been, I feel like, a fan favorite and has performed well in various numbers of tournaments. But the recent talks have been trending more towards Atsadi, who had done very poorly for many seasons and now finally has a foot in the door. Um, and then Kojo, who has been pretty consistent throughout the entirety of the game so far. So it's nice to see that in our top eight, 25% of it will be Basira.
Yeah, so, I mean, it's interesting to see because we did see a lot of Traced, coming from the total hero breakdown for this event, definitely the highest Axiom hero, so it felt like the EU meta, if you will, was trending towards Traced, but the fact that we have seen 2 Basiras here in the top 8, and I believe that we're how many did we have total as far as a breakdown that I had there? There were 2 Basiras in the total top 32 as well. So this is still both Basiras in the top 8 at the moment, having a chance for the championship here. And then we'll have to see what else we have going on. And we'll keep on refreshing the. Okay. All right. Looks like we will get the link here shortly to take a look at a game that we have ongoing.
Yeah, as you can guess, most games are starting to finish now. So we're still trying to see what is still available to us.
Yeah. So it looks like we do have a link for a game at the moment. I'm going to go ahead and pull it up. And I believe it is on screen for everyone to take a look at. So,
It
uh,
is brother versus sister.
yeah, Cojo
Cojo,
versus Goldrank, yeah.
and this is a very close game. It's not uh as we're joining, I don't expect it to last too much longer. Ooh, we see a unique Amarok that says, if I'm the only character in my expedition, you may discard target character or permanent. When another character joins my expedition, sacrifice a character in my expedition, and I gain 1 boosts. And then a from reserve ability that does not matter at the moment.
And we do looks like we get the GGs here from Lino. I believe Tacos Deville is going to take the game there, so we'll have a victory there. And important thing to point out there, Lino making the top 16 was one of the players that was the backup or the third in the 32nd or 33rd spot when one of the Saudi players said they could not make it today. So congrats to them for making the top 16 even past the initial bracket and having an opportunity here in the top cut. But Kojo does end up taking that one.
So that is at least 3 Braavos heroes in our top 8.
It does
Eight,
look like that is the
is
case.
Braavos too strong? Is that what we're learning? Should we be nerfing all Braavos cards?
I mean, I think NA had it right at this point, right? We just knew Bravos meta was superior even before the Afanis nerf, and we just showed in Dallas with all the Kojos and whatnot. And we even had Nitsati in the top cut over there as well. So, I mean, I'm glad EU's finally able to catch on and throw some Basiras in there as well.
I will say there's an interesting statistic. Oh, looks like we have a game 3 happening between Atsadi and Trist. In that Bravos technically has the most cards in the game. Because in Whispers from the Maze and Trial by
Also,
Frost, they were given 16 out of faction cards, where the average was 15 out of faction cards. Does that People have been saying that Ordis is Equinox's favorite, but the numbers seem to show that it's actually Braavos, and these results might be supporting it as well. You heard it here first, folks.
Back into game 3 of the game we were
Oh,
just watching. That actually
never
wasn't
mind.
the final game actually, so, we'll, get that. Do you have that one?
Yes, I do
Okay,
now.
okay. Yeah, we're getting note from Simon that they have to indeed play fast. They have to play like Sonic for this game, which is something that we had seen previously in the chats, especially when you have a goal ring players. 10 minutes left in the round is what we are getting a notice of for these players. So they are actually playing fast at the moment. We do have a current advantage for the Cojo player. Simon reminding everyone once time has been called, we finish the current day and play one more day, as are the rules for the altered TCG. And then I imagine after that, the player that loses will concede, and we will decide who makes their way to the top 8, the quarterfinals for this EU BGA online qualifier.
Now, Ring can be very powerful, but they need time to set up. They are certainly, you know, Kojo and Gulrang are brother and sister, and they couldn't play more differently. If in the classic tale of the tortoise and the hare, Gulrang is the slow and steady, and Kojo is fast and determined. I would be shocked if the Gulrang player was able to do enough
Mhm.
in this time limit. Hopefully, both players will be playing fast. It seems like the Kojo players playing fast. We can see in situations like this the player who has the advantage starting to take a bit more time in order to run out the clock, as a common thing in TCGs. Normally on BGA that is fixed because it, most BGA tournaments use your round timer or how much time you have left to decide the winner, but we will not be using that for this tournament. We'll be using the standard altered rules, which is distance between expeditions at the end of the final day.
Yeah, and an important thing to note is that if they are still tied at the end of that final day, it will go to arena tiebreaker rules as far as just stats on the board, which is where technically the goal ring could potentially have the advantage if they can actually get to the point of being tied with the Kojo with such limited time, which seems like a tall feat at the moment, but we'll have to see what they're able to pull out here. We are on the 5 mana turn where we still get a lot of defender cards here for the goal ring player, and it feels like the Kojo is trying to at least get one advance per day. They are going to get blocked this time around, so that is a big day here for the goal ring player. But Kojo still does have 2 up, and I feel like if they can get to the point of being around 3 or 4 up, that they are probably looking like they're in a good spot, but we'll have to see how things turn out here as we head to the 6 mana day.
Now, uh, do we know whether this Gurang is on the more stall oriented deck, or do they have cards like Rare Mobile Armory or Sinisa to get early advancements?
We can take a look real quick here.
I would assume it's most players are playing more the stall version of the deck
Yeah,
as opposed to the more sort of tempo, Sinisa, and Rare Mobile Armory builds that we saw during Trial by Frost.
yeah, this is more stall oriented. They don't have anything that removes defender that offhand here from what I can see, unless there's some uniques. Now it looks like their uniques are token generating types of uniques. And yeah, they have Isatox, common mobile armories, and no Sunesis.
Yeah. And to be honest, I believe that's the correct meta call is the stall version of Gulrang as opposed to the more tempo oriented one. But unfortunately, in this situation, you would want to have those tempo cards in order to get some advancements before time is called.
Indeed. So we are at the point here of 7 mana at the moment for the Kojo, but that's due to a little bit of ramp. 6 mana for the goal ring. The mana is important when it comes to the game. So far, we did get a 10-minute round indicator about 4 minutes ago. So we are about halfway through the remaining time, coming close to 5 minutes left in the round. Looks like both players are stacking up currently on the companion side. Not enough stats for the gold rank player quite yet, but it looks like they could throw out at least another 3 mana card. It doesn't look like the Aegis Templar in the reserve will be enough to block at the moment. So they do just throw it out over on the hero side, which is probably the smart play to put themselves in a spot where they're still only 2 down.
Yeah, I definitely think they should have played the Aegis Templar, but I'm a bit curious as to why they played the Ordis Overseer. Uh, the companion expedition was already advancing anyways, regardless of whether you play the Overseer or not. So might as well save the Overseer for a potential play the next turn.
Yeah,
But there might be a line that I'm missing.
I'm not quite sure what the decision was to be exact, but we'll have to see how it turns out for them. I think it was important, like we were mentioning, that they are able to stay within 2 on the tumult, and they are on a 7 mana turn at the moment, so they are getting to the point where it is make or break time. We are how close to end of time? It looks like we're around 6 minutes in at the moment. So it doesn't seem like it's impossible for the Goreng at the moment. I think the big thing for them is not having a Mescatet,
Oh,
but sure enough, as soon as I say it, speak of the devil and they shall appear, and we sure enough have a golden boat on the board for the Goreng player. Important though is that it does cost 4 and leaves them with only 3 mana here and a full 8 mana left here for the Cojo player who might be able to take advantage of this and start getting a lead potentially a little bit larger than just 2, but we'll have to see.
our Bullring player is lucky that their weak side is in water currently because that Mighty Jin will not help them there.
Right.
And even after playing the Mighty Jin on the Hero Expedition, it's blocked by itself. So Kojo will have to commit at least one more card. Only
Yeah.
1 mana left for the Ghoulrang, which means they could scout an Aegis Templar.
Hmm.
Ooh. And Arcolano Milk is a scary card to see. Because that seems like it's going to be setting up for a hunger the following turn.
It does indeed, but we do see a Hypothermia, a good one cost card here to have for the gold rank player because it will allow them to sleep that Monolithic God as well as sleep that Mighty Jin that will not help the Kojo out with any card draw or potential ramp on the fall after the end of this day. They do have to worry about the stats for the next day against the Kojo, but at the moment, I think the Gold Ring is just fine with that because they are running into an 8 mana turn. And if the Kojo wanted to play anything right now, chances are it will get sabotaged by that Legat. So I don't know if they want to. And they do just decide to go ahead and throw it on the Arcolano Milk side for the stats, hit the hypothermia, and get the advance.
Yeah, the Haven Bouncer will not end up getting sabotaged because the Haven Bouncer is fleeting, but that Arcolano Milk is not long for this world. And we just got a 2 minute notice in the chat the players did. So, in 3 expeditions.
Yeah, 3 expeditions is an important mark that I would have to say at this moment because you can only get 2 expeditions per day. We're not looking at any Itzadi Eat Me Energy Bar plays that we got to see in Dallas and someone make up 3 expeditions in at the very end of a tiebreaker that I thought was impossible. But Golrang limited to just 2 this time around, but they are on 8 mana, so they
They are
should,
online.
yeah, they should be able to at least get 2 days potentially, depending how long this eventual day goes at the moment. But it seems like they should be able to get at least this day and the next. It is a Buddha turn. Doesn't seem like it matters as much with the stats on board, but we'll see what they have.
Ooh. Oh, and we have a unique paper herald. When a non-token player joins your expeditions, you may put a card in your reserve. If you do, create. Well, doesn't really matter because the Duel of Grit, but it was a very powerful card.
Yeah, it creates a double token factory there for that paper herald. It's in my expedition, but as you mentioned, the rare Duel of Grit does come out. Conscription just played because
Why
they
not?
can. at this
I
moment.
I, I think I think our Goreng player is essentially conceding. It's just showing what they have in their hand.
They do have teamwork training, so this can be used here. I'm not sure why it's being passed to the Cojo player to confirm it.
Because the Mighty Jin is being removed,
Oh,
so
they're
it
targeting
was
the My Gen.
used.
Okay. Yeah, there you go. Makes sense. This does allow a 2-0 advance for the goal rank player. Currently 1 minute behind. 2 minute indicator was 2 minutes ago, or approximately. So that is time. We do get the time from Simon at the very end of the day. So it looks like
Ooh.
we're getting the ruling here and see if they're this doing one more day or not. This is the final day. So this will be the final day for the game. It does allow the goal ring to potentially double advance here, or at least single advance, and prevent the Kojo player on a non-Buddha turn and be able to have a lot of stats on the board, at least on the one side where they're behind on the Mescatet potentially. So it's coming down to it.
So I guess that conscription play was just a 2 mana after you, and then that caused the Kocho player to just pass fully with 5 mana up, allowing Gulring to get some cheeky advances.
Head Judge Simon confirming that if they are tied here at the end of this day, it will immediately go to arena tiebreaker rules. Isatok comes
Oh,
out.
and there it is.
Hunger comes out to
There it
play. Is
is.
finally going to do it. Golrain could do nothing about it. GG's around for both players. It was looking like Golrain could potentially take that one, but Hunger, as Hunger does, gets the stats
And this
and
is
wins the
why, if
game.
you're going to your local Tumult Championships, you have the option to vote through your deck choice whether you want to appease the hunger or eradicate it. Which side are you on? Vote in your
Appease,
local elections.
appease the hunger. GG's to both players. That will wrap us up here for the round of 16. We will be getting into the round of 8 here shortly for the quarterfinals. I believe we are going to switch over to some other casters here for that, and maybe even switch over as far as production is concerned. I'll have to get confirmation on that. I got any final thoughts before we do the switch over and go to the Be Right Back screen?
Uh, I just want to say that this has been an incredible weekend for Altered. Largest tournament that we've had. Uh, over 1,200 players across multiple different time zones and continents. I want to thank you all for joining us for at least part of it. If you've been here the entire weekend, even better for you. Hit that uh, like and subscribe button. A.W.O.L does great work. Also, going to take this moment to hashtag add Blue Oak TV on YouTube. And then if you want, I guess you can check me out as well. But the other two are the more important ones.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I'll PayPal you later. We are going to head to the Be Right Back screen at the moment as I get a little bit of glare on my camera. Too bad. Uh, yeah, we'll do that. Be back very shortly. We'll get into the quarterfinals top 8 and a lot more altered action. Thank you.
Peace.
Hello, everybody. Hello, it's me, Gus the Bus here, coming back. Hello, there, chat. We're going around top 8, I believe. I'd like to announce real quick. Yesterday, in my tumult, after grueling 8 hours, I became champion. I am champion now, so you might refer to me as champion or Gus the Bus the champion. Champion. Regardless of that, I think we just go straight into the game here. Why my lovely directors in the background swap the scenes for me, because we have a interesting Braavos match going on here with Astadi versus Sira. Thank you guys for the congratulations. I piloted Cojo. It was a tough matchup in certain spots. So I think my toughest matchup was Sigmar. It was kind of like iffy, 50-50. Every time you're gonna say champion, let's say my fiance had to hear me say champion the whole entire night when I come back home. But that's besides the point here. We got two lovely contenders here. Astadi versus Basira in the first game on top 8. Looks like we got Unique the Hatter. At does put the top 2 cards from your deck in your mana zone for a lovely ramping here. Basira coming in with Mighty Jin and a fleeting Fire Rabbit, triggering both the boost, trying to compete on the Hero Expedition and winning it. I'm curious to see how this game goes for Astadi, because I did have a Astadi player in my tumult, and I was kind of scared to go against them because I was losing a lot of Astadi games on BGA with my Cojo deck. I was like to the point where like I need to add like a 3rd copy of Mana Eruption just in case. I'm always afraid of the Kaibaros. Exactly. We gotta sing. We are the champ. Okay, I don't sing for free. So if you want me to sing, you have to like and follow the channel, and or actually you should just follow me as well at Gus the Buzz on Twitch or on YouTube. I am learning from Blue how to selfishly plug myself in. And in fact, I need to cosplay him as a little bit. Got the shades on. Can't really see the gameplay, but we got to Ordis Spy sabotaging the Unique here. Astadi has 9 mana, which is kind of scary for a day 4. Okay, I generally cannot see with these sunglasses on. But we have a lot of interesting things going on here. We got a landmark Braavos Bastion. Astadi's turn to play a card here, full mana. It could be anything. The hunger, or the hunger. It's a talent. Ooh, we got another Unique coming in, which is actually interesting one that a little bit controversial when Whisper the Maze came out. The console where it pretty much negates uh hands, reserve, and anywhere effects when played on the expedition facing it. And that does, you may put a card from your hand in reserve. You do more mana ramping for your putting the top 2 cards from your deck in your mana zone. This this Astadi is going in with a lot of mana on day 5, the end of day 4 here. I mean, we got 11 mana versus a measly 6 here, maybe 7, and they decide to ramp Mighty Jin, and the Basir has decided to do so. So we're probably looking at 12 versus 8 mana here for this day. Basir is ahead a little bit on by 1 on both sides of the expeditions here. While we got the lovely Astadi with 7 counters in their hero, most likely 12 mana. I'm curious to see the last Unique from the Astadi. I did not check the deck list at all because I had no idea who I'll be watching. But regardless, I think it's going to be a interesting match here. I like to also show off my first place winning too. It is a brass bug 3D print. It is amazing. I'm not sure who made it. Someone in the shop did. If they're watching, thank you. If they're not watching, thank you again. But we got the Unique, the council coming in again. Yeti coming in, falling asleep, but it actually cannot because the council is actually blocking it. The hand effect here, where you may game me asleep. Interesting play by the Basira. Maybe they didn't want it to sleep. Maybe they just wanted it out there just for the boost for the Ordis spy. Looks like the Stadi here is trying to overload the companion expedition, just trying to gain at least one step ahead of the Basira player. Oh, looks like he has a whole chat history with Loki bot. I'm very afraid to know what that is. I'm curious to see why the Basira player still decided to play the spy on the companion expedition. I'm assuming they still want to compete based on what they have in their hand. And looks like they decided to give up on that. And now we got a unique Ozma played by Basira. It does, if I have one more boost, draw a card. If it plays from reserve, you control one more landmark. The next card you play costs one less. So it looks like we're both trading lanes here as the Asadi decides to mana ramp once more. I don't think this Asadi knows how to stop because I think they might be addicted. And of course, the console also mana ramps as well by putting a card from the hand reserve and then putting the top 2 cards into mana. So we at almost at day 6 now. Well, we are now at day 6 now with 14 mana on the Stadi, 8 mana on Basira. Having reached 16 mana before this first round ends here. While the Astadi does have a lot of mana, they also don't have as many cards to play as they probably wished. I'm sure they have some kind of plan for this hunger if they put it into reserve instead of keeping it in their hand. I guess we'll find out as the game goes. It is Basira's turn to do something, and they're probably contemplating of why Astadi has 14 mana to my Mizzy 9. Why, why? Oh, it's actually the Stadi's turn to actually throw something into mana if they wish to do so. I'm assuming they might be calculating the mana they need to win both expeditions because they're going to need it since Basira is only one move away from winning this game. So we're here still deciding. I'm not sure how much time is left in the game because I don't have a single round timer. I am unprepared in so many different things. There is an interesting milk coming into play. I can only tell you one thing as a Cojo player officially yesterday from my tumult. When I see milk, I see hunger and I see board white. My thank you. My mystery voice in my head talking to me. We have a Haven Bouncer in play here, sabotaging the Ozma. But we have a Hunger in play from hand from Basira with Fleeting from the Milk. All cards are discarded. We got, I did not count manually here. I want to say 6. So maybe have 9 boost, 10 boost. Okay. I was close enough up. And then we got the Basira to give 11 boost, Gigantic All. Takarabaru pushing back both expeditions, but it's still not enough to stop them from winning the game here unless they play a Mighty Jin, which is not enough to stop them. So good game on round 1 here. I wonder if the Stadi didn't really have much to play, put down the hand for reserve. I wonder why they put the Hunger instead of anything else. Dave loves Altered. We all here love Altered. We're gonna go to round 2 shortly here. I hope everyone's having a good day watching the stream. Make sure you subscribe, like, whatever YouTube thing. I don't know. I'm more of a Twitch person. I'm sorry. I know I say this all the time when I stream on A.W.O.L, but it is what it is. Yeah, those guys are speaking French, and I don't know a single French besides bonjour. So while they're talking about and setting up for the next round, I wonder if I wonder how everyone else is doing here. Anyone in the chat want to say any words to me? Anything at all? I supposed to have another guest, Geo, but Geo is MIA. Probably fighting the hunger here, or maybe still weight training because he has very muscular muscles. I have the other table set up coming in. Thanks to my lovely background blue helping me out here. Never been on Twitch. That's okay. I also stream on YouTube as well. I do both side to side. And it looks like one of our lovely chat viewers are waiting for ramen, and they decided not to share with me the champion. How dare you? And then we're starting back. First day here, waiting to see what's being thrown into mana. Visir going first here. And we're at 1 hour, 2 minutes here. We still have plenty of time for round 2 and most likely round 3 if this game goes quick again. Skater coming in with a 4-all. Stadi here trying to decide what to do here. Probably more mana ramping as per usual. I have a lovely friend of mine who loves mana channeling so much that decided to run this 2 rare mana channelings, and somehow they always get to play it after day 2. I don't know how they do it, but they always end up playing the rare mana channeling at least within day 2, day 3. And I tell him he's cheating, but that's besides the point. So we're looking ahead here. Basira takes the lead by 1 on the hero expedition. I don't think we saw many uniques besides the Ozma from the Basira player. So I'm curious to see what other cards they have stored for us. Looks like we're still waiting for. Yep. Stadi ahead by 1 thanks to mana channeling. We got a tiny Jin in play here. We're expected to see a ramp here shortly, just based on their history here, or any Stadi history, or any Braavos history, honestly, when they play the rare tiny Jin. Expect to see Skater or Shion or some weird amalgamation of something to boost up the tiny Jin to probably send it to mana this turn. And we have something unexpected. I did not see whatsoever a Veilmon, which is only going to be useful for blocking unless the study has 8 mana. Then the defender's removed unless and then if it has 10 mana, it has gigantic. So no movement on day 2 here. We're on day 3. The Sierra is deciding what to throw in the mana. Tiny Jin was not boosted last day, so we're expected to see to be played from reserve here, unless it is sabotage. With a nice Ordis spy. Mighty Jin coming in. Expected probably most likely ramp here. Braavos Haven bashing. I want Nev on stream so bad. I promise you the Nev will be back on stream if this game is ending sooner than later. If they make it to past this top 8 here, of course. It all depends. It all depends. Trust me, we're all rooting for the marbles here. We all are rooting for Nev to win it all here. We're all us Americans here are rooting for our only American surviving in this tournament. But for now, we're stuck on Nastadi versus Basira. Expect to see better plays from the Stadi here compared to last one. This time, Belmont doesn't have Defender. You do the 8 mana. We have a unique Foundry Armor. When a non-token character you control gains 1 or more boosts, you create a brass bug in my expedition. Apparently, one of our members here accepts uniques of payment. I might have to report them to the highest authorities later. And I was told by the ghost in my head, Blue, can he actually hear you? Or is it just you listening to me? Okay, Blue's the only one. I'm listening to Blue's lovely voice in my head. I promise I don't sound as crazy as I usually do. But it looks like we have a possible double advancement here. Oh, actually not. It depends if the Basira has a Ishinbushi or a Fire Rabbit to boost up the companion expedition here. So we are seeing a double advancement on the Basira here from the lovely unique creating all these brass bugs from every character, every non-token character joining in the expedition zone. Or not, sorry. Every non-token character that gains a boost. I am thinking a different unique that from my yesterday's tournament that I won. Did I mention that? uh Astadi here is not looking good on resources here. Interesting, we had not seen anything like the usual Astadi's play, like a Theseus, Demeter. We've seen a lot of small characters being played here. All the unique Hatter they have shown the previous round, where at dusk you may put the top 2 cards from your deck into your mana zone. So it looks like both days have passed here. We're trading lanes. The Basira is two moves away from winning the game here. Astadi definitely needs to catch up, but the Basira player is also lacking on resources. Basira finally, the Astadi finally triggered their counter, reaching to 6 here now. So we're probably expecting a little more bigger character being played here from Astadi on this day. Otherwise, I'll be kind of disappointed that the only big character I see is the Hatter. Okay, maybe we'll play another Hatter here just to do more mana ramp. The craziest thing I think about like cards like this is it is kind of a big gamble of you most likely losing a card you need from throwing the top 2 cards to your mana. No way getting that back at this moment in time. Otherwise, using mana eruption to throw them back to discard and then trying to go through your deck as soon as possible to throw them back into your newly fresh deck. But otherwise, there's no possible way to get those cards back from the mana. So we got another 2 cards from the top of the deck straight to mana from the Stadi here. It is now going to be the Basira's turn with the Occult into the reserve. And we also have a Bastion, a Haven Bastion in play here. So we'll probably expect to see a double exhaust. Most likely Basira here is going to try to end it here on most likely the Companion Expedition. And I'm curious to see how will the Asadi will respond. Will it respond with a hunger? Will it respond with a mana eruption? They have a lot of cards in hand here. I'm expecting big plays this day. Mana channeling has been played. I'm assuming they want to see what else the receiver plays here. And we got a Mighty Jin in the Hero Expedition. I'm assuming a hunger comes into play here. There we go. Wiping out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cards in play. Mighty Jin decides to be thrown into discard to draw a card because Basira is low on resources. If they have a Fire Rabbit, it would be a good enough way to win the Companion Expedition. They do not, but just a tiny Jin for the next day. But even with a little Fire Rabbit, the Hammer Saving Guard is there to respawn. Well, they definitely, Brett said they got a huge hunger here, and they definitely need it. While the Basira player is low on resources here in hand and in reserve. We also have a hunger in reserve here, which will gain gigantic if it's played today. We won't know until the study does something here. I can imagine if they will play the hunger here just to win this day here. It is very possible just to end it right here. There also could be a Kaibara, could be anything here. We don't know until the card is played here. So they decide not to throw anything to mana, so they must have calculated they have everything they needed here. I'm curious to see what the Basir is going to respond back here because they only need one movement to win. Throw in low cards cost here to see what each opponent is going to do. Let's see how the study responds here. That is true. They do have a lot of mana to delay. So we're playing small cards here. Still plenty of still plenty of mana to play the hunger. We're still being throwing small cards here. The thing is, it is on the studies hero expedition is on mountain. Ooh, we got Sakurabaru being pushed back to expedition. Still 4 mana left for the study, so it's still be able to play any card it wants. We got the Chiron coming in just to do another boost. Try to solidify the hero expedition, say, hey, you cannot have this, and nor you can stop me. But they're going to stop them unless the last card in their hand is able to advance them into. Yep, last card in hand is able to stop them from letting them advance in the hero expedition here. They decided to throw Mighty Jin, set it back to the hand, straight to mana. So now we got 16 mana versus 9 here. Both of them are neck to neck. I wonder if the side is going to keep the Snowman or the Sakurabaru. I can imagine keeping the Snowman, yeah, just for a cheaper cost to see what the Basira responds back to. 16 to 10. Stadi decided to say, "Hey, I have enough mana. I'm good. I don't need to do anything else." Hunger coming into play, fleeting, gigantic, drawing.
What's up, guys? I'm gonna hang out here till Geo can show up.
Okay, I got the lovely, beautiful blue coming in here in play, which is good timing because I could get some water because I thought Gio would be here to substitute for me. So, blue, go ahead, take it away from me, buddy.
We're here at the very end of the game here as we let Gus get some water. He's been able to talk a lot, and I can talk a good amount as well. It's been a good game. Overall, we had the early lead by the Basira player, but the Atsadi was able to get online and now is able to get a fleeting hunger on the board. The initial hunger that we saw played was a big one for them in order to clear the board a little bit from the Basira and prevent them from taking the game as a whole. However, we are in some high mana turns. We're having the Atsadi player take advantage of the larger amount of mana they have. We see everything on the board for the Basira player, and a mana eruption is going to come out here for the Atsadi player and hit the Basira where it hurts a little bit and taking out that Mighty Jin. It does allow them to draw a card, so I'd be curious to see if one mana is enough, and it doesn't look like it is based
Yeah,
off of some chats. And that gigantic hunger will be enough for the Atsadi to get a double advance here in game two. And I believe it is 1-for-1 at the moment with Basir taking game one.
it definitely is. And we love to see this in the top 8 here where we get to one and then just try to see who wins at the last round here. That's what I like to see in these top cuts, blue, where players are doing their best and they're like, okay, I win one, you win one. Let's really decide who's better, me or you.
Yeah,
Mainly me.
and should be plenty of time here for game three. We are at looks like 48 to 49 minutes on the counter. We'll switch over to the caster screen really quick as we wait for them to pull up on game three. And Gus has the water available.
Yes, I do. I mean, I had the hunger available. Now I have the water available, as you know.
And it'll be just in time for Geo to jump in. So I'm gonna jump out real quick and go back in the director chair and let Geo get in here for game three of this round 8 quarterfinal matchup, and you can go ahead and take it away until they can get in here.
It sounds good. Thank you, Blue, for stepping in here. Appreciate you helping us out here as our ghost has left. Now I am left by myself, nervous and scared. Please, guys, I'm scared. I'm just joking. But that game was beautiful. I cannot wait to see how the third game goes. If you guys rooting for Stadi, let me know. If you're rooting for Brasira, let me know.
Oh, there you are, you gorgeous human being. Thank you for holding the line, man. Appreciate you guys.
Now we got the muscular man Gio here flexing
I'm a
on the.
Braavos player. We have to act like this. We're up front. We take it. Ask its Rinku. We take it.
It is 100% true. As I was playing Cojo yesterday and won my tumult, I felt very strong, I felt very macho mano.
There you go. Welcome to the club.
I feel disgusted though, as a Yasmin player, that I had to do this, but as we can tell in this tournament, no Yasmin players have made it to top cut, sadly. So
why would that be? Oh, it's not because of the buff, right? Like the nerf, the debuff. Oh no. No, but you know what? They're just going to get smarter. They're going to get bigger brains. They're going to come at us even with more tactics and more stuff that we don't even see coming. Like, so I can gloat for right now. Yeah. But in all seriousness, I just jumped in real quick. Can you send me the link, Blue, to the Discord, because I am a boomer and I am late? Aren't you the best? Thank you.
The game up here, ready starting on day one. I didn't know that the side player was playing Tracer in their deck, but it looks like they decided they have Tracer in the deck. So, very interesting card to put it in there. I can only imagine they just have it in there just so they don't lose, don't get too far behind in the expedition.
All right.
And it looks like they're going to be trading lanes here. Interesting enough.
Both people have taste.
you like seeing this, huh? Don't you? You got the two.
I do very much. But the more people play Braavos, the better for me. I like losing to people that play Braavos. I like tying. I like destroying them. It's a camaraderie thing. Yeah. But in all seriousness, how did the game with just recapping, all the marbles he's still in it, right?
I have no idea. All I know is we're round 3 of this matchup. 1-for-1 here. Stadi took it last game with the hunger being played, mana eruption removal. I was drinking water. I'm not gonna lie to you. It just came to the last second. Blue was taking over for me. But the Stadi player did win the last round, and the Basira won the first round. So interesting to see what's going on here. Yeah. So it could be anyone's game here now. Both of them are both responding pretty well here on each other's actions.
As they should. Yeah. Still tying 1-for-1. Nice little advance.
Marbles is on the Venka. You are correct. But all right, between Basira and Stadi then, which one, Mr. Braavos player, which one do you prefer?
100%. Yeah. Big bicep babe. Heck yeah. Yep.
There was a Basira player in my tumult, and I did not go against them.
Oh no, not against one Basira. I have fun up against Kojos. Yeah, up against Kojos is fun. I always enjoy it. I hate Afanis for obvious reasons. But not anymore. Now my view has changed on that. Yeah.
I don't know what his Afanis is, but it sounds terrible to me.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, don't go close to that. And coming up, getting that fleeting to get that extra draw, of course, and another tiny Jin. Now, in my championship where I won in Kansas City, Missouri, which I am no longer champion of, I did the common ones. People were very surprised to see that in my deck. Not a lot of people use it. And because I lost afterwards, I understand why. Yeah.
Well, besides you losing, looks like the Basir player was able to advance to both expeditions. Now they're trying to decide to probably most likely draw with the Mighty Jin here. Interesting
would.
enough, I feel like Basira players are non-existent but existing at the same time.
Oh, we're here. There's dozens of us. Dozens, you hear? Yeah. Count us out. I see a lot more Saudi players ever since Whispers of the Maze came out, though. Like a lot more. I think that.
I mean, that is to be expected with the hunger. Swift Jin, which actually is interesting enough. I have not seen a single Swift Jin being played from the Society player. So I'm not even sure they have it in their deck or not. But they do have a lot of interesting uniques to mana ramp the two decks from the top of their deck. I say two decks, two cards from the top of their deck.
Yeah. The mana repping is something that every time I explain how kind of the game works, they're like, "Well, you should just mana ramp more. You should just mana ramp more." I'm like, well, it's a little bit more difficult over here. Yeah. So precious, but you're giving up some rare space in order to mana ramp or something up. That's how I see it.
True.
Yeah.
That is true. Unless you could play mana channeling, the common one, or regular
Yep.
tiny gen,
But
or regular
I mean,
mighty gen.
yeah, right. But those are still like they're not ideal, right? Because you want to at least get the one per cost. But the one I need, so if you pay one, you get three total, like the 1/1/1. That's what I'm getting at, right? You at least want that. Not a lot of cards that mana ramp have that. Pay the cost. And yeah, you said about this Mad Hatter. It does put two.
Yeah,
That's a
it's
great
just
card for this.
the Basira. This is what happened last round, where the Basira was slowly going ahead of the Astadi player, but the Astadi eventually caught up with playing the hunger, this removal, like those, the Haven Bouncer. So I'm expecting to see that the Astadi catches up in this day, because otherwise the Basir player is going to take both expeditions and win this round.
Which I'm not mad of. Look at that gorgeous clue. Greatest card that Basira could ask for, in my opinion.
Yeah, but sadly, the expedition got pushed back by the Sakurabaru. So even if they lose the lane, they decided, like, I'm gonna lose this lane, that's fine, but I'm not gonna try to lose the game here.
And he goes first next turn. You put in the clue. Whatever goes to reserve is getting stunned, so he's going to have to depend on the 5 cards that he has in hand.
That is
At least
100%
that's
true.
what I would do, right? Right. If I'm wrong, please somebody smite me.
I would also, as a non-Basir player, would also just play the clue to
Just taking
banish,
away
or not
resources.
banish, exhaust the two cards from
Yeah.
reserve.
Anything that you're going to play has to, he's going to have to throw away, basically. Because the reserve's
Yeah,
going to be full if he
that
wants to
unique
keep
is
up.
definitely very helpful. Has been very helpful for the study player. They played it every single round in this top cut so far. So
He might
I'm
not play it
curious.
anymore, according to the Basira
Yeah.
player. Yeah.
The series
Yeah.
is say, I
Like,
don't need
yep.
the Mad Hatter to just chill for a
Get all
bit.
crazy. Yeah, he can just stay there. Why not? And in comes the leche. All right.
Now the milk is coming in, and we all know when the milk comes in, someone gets a little bit hungry. Someone gets a little bit feisty.
Oh, you think that'll happen? Think it'll throw it?
Yeah, he's
Of
gonna have
course he
to. The
did.
hunger
Of
comes
course he
in,
did.
wiping out 5 cards here, getting the extra 5 boosts.
Brava.
9-0 on both sides. The only way I can see this Basira player respond to this is a rare mana eruption, but I'm not sure they run that in their deck or not.
Nope. That's a double advance, and they're tied. And now it's on Atsadi's favor. Like, yeah, you can take the match, take everything. I don't mind.
Essentially what
Everything's gonna go
happened. This
away.
is what happened last round, where the hunger comes in, wiped out everything from this Basira player.
Just a fun card to play. I'm glad I foiled those. Yeah.
Well, I had one of hunger in my Cojo deck yesterday, and I played it a lot, and a lot of people were like, I was not expecting the hunger to come in at all in this tournament.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's the first thing I expected when playing up against any Braavos players nowadays. But okay, yeah, dang. Yeah. I expect that coming out.
It was a store I never been to before. It took me like an hour and a half to get there.
Oh shoot!
But there
that's
was like 12 there was 12 people. There was 12 of us. I was like, holy crap, there's all
I'm
of
not
us.
here.
But we got the
Okay.
Velmon with the
Yep.
gigantic snowman as well. I think the starting player is like, I want to end this game. I need to end this game now. What do you think is going to happen, Gio, here as the Braavos professional here?
I don't think he's got the stones for it. Sorry, but this is looking dire. Like,
I
even
know
if he
you
has
weren't
two
here
removals on
before,
one
but
side,
they
even if
have an
he has two
interesting.
removals,
Yeah, even with removals, it would be kind of dicey here. But they throw in their unique council, which I still think it's very interesting card to have because the council will negate any cards that would scout go to reserve.
oh, he just there we go. He's gonna see if he can. No, I
Yeah,
don't see this going anywhere. It's just playing it out.
I think
You
they
know
could
what?
do it. They got one more card in hand.
Cool.
Oh,
Send it back to the hand.
and then back
Yes,
to the hand.
and it's tied. Yeah,
Yeah, it's tied.
1-1, and we go to
Which
the
is
Thunderdome.
the thing is, you gotta remember when
we are entering overtime.
it is overtime. But you also got to remember, Gio, when it comes to cards that have gigantic, it is count twice. So that Veilmon is not going to be 4-all. It's going to be 8-all, which is not very favorable when it comes to
That's
this
awesome.
moment in time.
That is awesome. Poor Basira, how are you going to pull this one off? Huh?
If I was a Basir, I'll be hoping to top deck the
the biggest arm versus the one that has the less arms. How will this plan out? All right. No, that's done. That's game. More mana, more resources, and a gigantic. No, it's game.
I
see.
don't. I will not count out the Basira player just yet, Gio. I personally think that they have the cojones.
Game over, man.
They
It's
got
game over.
I believe they could potentially win this game easily, unless they have another hunger in their hand and then just board wipe everything they have on the field. And never mind.
That's what's gonna happen. No. Uh-oh.
Interesting milk being played here. I'm curious why they didn't play that the first time, but
yeah, that is probably sketched out about something.
probably worry if the heavy Seven Guards can get a sabotage or not.
Yep. More than likely. Here comes the buff. Okay.
Well, it would be OP in this situation, but sadly they did not pull it. Oh my goodness. Another Velma with gigantic on it. Gaining 10 all extra stats on there.
Bravo. Good job.
GG to the Stadi there. So it looks like the Basira's player has been taken down, sadly. For you, at least, Gio. I'm so sorry that
can't win them all. We can't win them all, and you can choose a better person to lose against. Yeah, a better hero to lose against. So.
But you know what? We are not in top 8. We're not even part of the tournament, so we can't say really much. But I would say congratulations to the 2 players. Or any players that made it to the top cut, because that is extraordinary versus 1,200 people. So don't beat yourself up if you do lose in top cut. Just know that you are exceptional to make it this far.
Very much so. Very much so. Kudos to you. I did 25th in the world at Dallas. I mean, that counts for something, right?
Giorgio, if you want to pat yourself back, we're gonna go swap to another table here. As one of our viewers requested, all the marbles now being played on stream here. Not in a very good situation. Will be able to stop the Tasia advancing here.
Yeah, that looks bad.
Marbles already lost 1 round so far, so they need to win it right here. Otherwise, it will be game over.
You're the one that got us there, man. It's all on you, basically.
A Mage Dancer unique coming in.
Ooh.
And they were able to use the other mage. So we got 2 Mage Dancers unique here. One that does bouncing. The other one when you roll a die, you could anchor a card that's 3 hands or less. 3 hand cost or less here.
I don't think that's gonna help. He's got 2 left, unless he's putting someone to sleep on that
This
side.
is, I believe, this is the last Tasia player in the tournament, and I think this one does the multi-anchoring. They were able to put off you go from the top back to their hand here, so most likely to push
there we
off
go.
the shroom. Sadly, they won't be able to advance.
Wait,
Oh
they
wait!
got the.
Oh
Oh
no!
no!
Oh no! Oh! Oh! That was a
That
big.
was awful.
That was a
Oh
big
my
gamble.
god, all the
Oh
marbles
no!
that sucked. But kudos to you, man. I mean, shit, it happens.
Listen, marbles.
It literally happens to the best.
It does happen to the best of us, and unfortunate timing that we had to see that on stream.
Yes.
It is
that was epic. Mwah, mwah.
House
Chef's
does
kisses.
not
That
always.
was beautiful.
That is true. House does not always win.
Nope.
The Mecca dream is dead. Like I said before, don't beat yourself up. You made it to the top cut. You are exceptional, right, Gio?
Yep. Way better than us. Yep.
And since Marble was the only U.S. member that made it to the top, I salute you, sir.
Exactly. Now
we'll probably switch it back to the casting stream as we try and decide here if there's any more tables being played here as our lovely ghost in the background decides for us what we're going to be seeing next. Otherwise, we might be making it to.
Oh yeah, we literally have somebody in a van, right? Yeah, we can be like, hey, can you guys?
Yeah. So
I'm just kidding.
we're going to just blab it up here. I believe top 8 has been done, and we are now in top 4. Where top 4 is.
Over the comments, and yes, I used to be an Ordis player, but we all, we all have tough times in life where we fall into dark times. I mean, judge me now. Judge me who I am now. That's what we're getting at.
Yeah. As we judge Gio for their betrayal for Ordis, I'm going to announce the top 4 here. And we got E. Lopez versus Tempted. And I don't know how to pronounce this person's name, but I'm going to say Gio Comozo. Gio versus Jolie from the Basira player, or the Stadi player that we saw from the last game. So as we try to get top 4 set up here, because we are actually ahead of schedule. Yes. We didn't know we are going to be this far ahead. We were supposed to actually stream 10 minutes. We were supposed to be on screen 10 minutes ago, but then we're planning on casting top 4 here from our lovely ghost.
I need attention. I don't get it anywhere but here. So I need all the screen time I can get. You got me. Wait, I'm supposed to have a clipboard for this. Oh, dang it. It doesn't sound right. Sorry.
So we're going to do just top 4 here until we are told to swap, most likely for top 2. So top 4, not top 2. Top 4 is going to be Tasia versus, I think, Astadi or Basira. I kind of forgot who was a Tasia player for a second. No, it's Tasia versus Astadi. I have no idea what E. Lopez or Tempted are playing because I don't have the list on me. Who do you think is going to win out of the 4 players? I know you've seen some of these players before, Gio. So do you have any inkling of who you think is going to make it to top cut at the finals here?
Not at the moment. No, they all seem to be going through them pretty good. Especially with the last game, like what can you expect? Like dang, I didn't see all the marbles losing that way. Like dang, it's Basira too. Like,
and Lopez is the Tasia player. You're absolutely right. So it is Tasia versus Trist and Astadi versus Basira. Thank you, Elia, for paying attention. My short-term memory is not good.
It's another mirror. And Astadi versus Basira again. Yeah, and Tasia Trist. Thank you, Elia.
Tables are being set up, guys. So be please be patient with us as the tables are being set up, and we will tell you what we'll be watching eventually. Otherwise, please subscribe, like, hit notification, share the world, A.W.O.L, altered to see what's going to go
Lisa,
happen
thank you.
here. I do agree with Brett Sick though. The Trist player did dodge a bullet going against a Basira player because the occult would destroy them. So hopefully, no patient Iraya call is going to throw a temper tantrum. So it's more like a game over for the chat here. He's about to baby rage.
Oh, great. Man.
Gio, what do you?
All right.
Gio, are you surprised with the top four here going on?
Yeah, very surprised. No Ysmir player whatsoever. Yeah.
That is definitely a surprise as a Ysmir faction lover. I am very
It
saddened
shows
to
us
this
that
day.
it shows us that the good taste is going around the game. There's no longer any of those people that hold you hostage because they really want to play the game as much as they can because they only play it once a week. They really want to keep you there and they want to make it have that deck repeat on a cycle. Yeah, that thing's going away. Better times, Gus. Better times.
I would say I'm very surprised. I'm more surprised with Tasia coming up here, but there's been definitely a Muna resurgence this week. I'm not sure because they're from this nerf. I'm not sure it's just because there's always been Muna players and there's decided to show up. And we're decided to watch the Easy Lopez versus Tempted. So that'd be Tasia versus Trist. The tables are being picked at the moment. Who you rooting for here, Gio? How many got somebody in your pocket here?
Oh, I want Tasia to win, but let's be logical. Muna's not going to win this. No. It's gonna have to be like an A.W.O.L miracle if Tasia comes out like even in the final. Yeah.
I don't think you understand the power of this Tasia player. This Tasia player does the multi-anchoring, unique stuff, corgi boosting. I saw one of the stream that had 40 stats on one side.
You're a believer. That's what you're saying. You're a believer.
All right, we are going to be taking a little small break for a top cut. In the meantime, we will be talking the deck list shortly, seeing what we got here. We're taking like a good 15-minute break, so you guys need to use the bathroom. Go for it. You need to do anything. I'm gonna take a little small break because I just want to. So Gio,
yeah, go.
Well,
yeah,
Gio will entertain you with
his
his beautiful muscles.
Thank you for that.
So I'll be back 5 minutes.
Enjoy and relieve yourself, sir. Now, in all seriousness, coming to the changes, I think we've seen it. It hit very hard. The whole Afanis is no longer given the whole shotgun with the slugs in them. Now he's got the bird shots. He's got a couple buck shots, but he's not as lethal. It does, I believe, in my opinion, bring us to a fair point in the road because people that suffer of a mild condition of smooth brain syndrome can keep up for a bit, and we can actually enjoy the game a little bit more. So yeah, thanks for that. Trist doesn't need a nerf. Trist can use a nerf. Yeah. But how would that nerf be? That's what I'm getting at. How would that nerf go? What would you want to do to Trist? Like put her up to 8 counters? Put her like what? RBI? What is RBI? What is RBI? What is? You should change the round on the left in your overlay. I'll try. I have no idea what that means, but I will try to figure out what that means. Thank you. And remember, guys, hit like and all that. Baseball. Oh, runs batted in. No, I don't know about baseball. I should because I am half Mexican, and a lot of Mexicans apparently they really like it over there. Yeah, but no, I never got into that. I'm more into hugging people. Yeah, nerf Trist to noon effect. That way, Axiom is back to being Yeah. But do you really want unemployed people around? I mean, we already got one with A.W.O.L, right? I mean, come on. Yeah. This is not in need of a nerf. Not every good deck needs to get it. Exactly, right? I think Trist is fine. I think the nerf of just the Bastion is fine, and she's still fair. Like every time I've lost to a Trist player, I don't feel that it's unfair at all. Even with like broken uniques, I don't feel it's unfair. No. I thought you were a player for the firefighter. Oh no. Thank you. Oh, soccer. That's even less because I'm short and my stubbiness. I'm short and wide. I'm not that good at soccer either. Like I'm not built for it. I've tried it, but no. Yeah, give a Corb a tap change and let the Trist. Thank you. All right.
All
Where's
right,
that
I
info
am
at?
back, and I heard the deck lists are being shown up on screen here. Trist is going in with a beautiful list that I will see in a second. Boom. There we go. So the Trist player, which I believe it is Tempted, if I'm correct.
I'm blind. Where are you seeing this? I see it.
Okay, there you go, Gio. Interesting uniques coming in, Machine in the Ice, Haven Bouncer, Merlin. Actually, I wonder what that Merlin does. I don't have the actual deck list pulled. Let me see if I can actually pull that one up. I can read the uniques to you guys.
3 Ghibli. Ooh, nice. And with the 3 rare Frankensteins, nice. 3 hook.
I remember
not?
seeing the deck list.
Nice. Draw tied to playing. Card from hand to reserve
There we
first.
go.
That's
So
true.
the Machine on the
Did you have
Ice
armor
unique.
jammer? Yeah, an armor jammer. Yeah.
Yeah, no armor jammer, but the Machine Eyes does resupply from anywhere and does send me reserve from hand. So it'd be a good, easy play to boost up those counters. Very nice, unique for sure. The Haven Bouncer can sabotage from anywhere. And then from reserve, you may put a card from your hand in reserve. You do, you can activate from anywhere abilities of target permanent you control. And the last unique of Merlin here, Scout for 3. And from hand, if you have 2 or more cards in reserve, you may send any reserve number of target characters with a total of 4 or less mountain.
That's a solid.
So we got like a avalanche type of weird thing going on with the Merlin. So it's pretty cool play. We are at top 4. We are not
here, right? Top 4.
We are at top 4. So we're just looking through the deck list at the moment as the players taking a little small break. They will be playing in about 10 minutes. So if there are some commands here, I had no idea what the list of commands are, but if you do okay, there we go. If you look at the bracket, they'll tell you who is up. So we got a Tasia player, a Lopez versus a Trist player, Tempton. And then we got Jolie. And I wish I had the thing on me. There we go. Then we got Gia versus Jolie, Astadi versus Basira. So we're gonna pull up the Muna list in a second here, which should be. And let me get the deck. Yeah, let me get the deck list here, so I should read the uniques to everybody here.
So,
Lopez.
What are they playing with? Of course, Aloe Vera. Yes, Sap. Oh, the card that I hate the most, Beauty Sleep. They got 1 in there, but they got 3 Requiem.
So Gio, let me explain to you the Tasia player, so you can understand why this person made it all the way to top 4. So you got a Keelon. So you got a Keelon Elemental.
I might hate myself.
Keelon Elemental from reserve, you may put a card from your hand in reserve, which is not important. What's more important is when the character you control gains 1 or more boosts. If you control 2 or more boosted characters, up to 1 target character with hand cost 3 or less, other than me, gains anchor. Then so you follow that up with Capella here, unique here. When I go to reserve from expedition, you may play me for free and gain a sleep, which is basic Capella. But when the character you control gains 1 more boost, up to 1 target character hand cost 3 or less, other than me, gains anchor. And the last unique is another Capella. Does the same sleepy thingy, comes back to reserve, expedition, whatever. But when another character joins your expedition, if you control 2 or more plants other than me, up to a target character, up to 2 target characters gain 1 boost each. So the combination uniques here,
Yeah,
Open,
that's a solid combo.
Corgi,
Yeah.
this is the multi-anchoring thing that's been blasting off all over this
Ah,
tournament today and yesterday too. So
I
having these sets of uniques here is a
working for him.
terrifying thing for anyone to go against.
Yeah, he's got a solid way to even take it. I can see this working for him at the finals even. But you're right, up against Masira.
He's going
No,
against
no,
Trist.
that's for Trist. Yeah, no, they're going up against Trist, right? Yeah. Oh, that's going to be a fun one. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So we're gonna pull up the top cut pie chart here in a second here, so you can see the stats to see how the hero breakdown is, what is going on in the top 32. This is before the gold rank swapped out. So we got overwhelming Astadi. Oh, actually, no. Triss, overwhelming. Astadi, Kojo, Fen, Waru, Navenka, Tasia. We got a good representation of everything but Yasmir.
Wow.
What do you think about this graph, Geo?
Wow.
What does it scream to you?
Yeah, there's been a shift. There's been a very good shift in taste, apparently.
What do
Yeah.
you mean by taste, man? What is? I'm hearing a lot
Well,
of what is going on here?
people need to have bad taste for people to have good taste. Am I not right? So there's been a shift of it in where are our non-existent, right? No Yizmir. Dang, that's a big. And look, Navenka only at the 3.1, but still up there. Still made it somehow.
Yeah,
Dang.
it's interesting to see that the gold rank would be up in more percentage because this is before the Astadi gold rank swapped. So this pie chart was made before that, but that'll be like a slight percentage up for gold rank and a slight percentage down for Astadi. But most likely the Astadi and Cojo will be a little more even in terms of being played here. Waru was only one Waru that made it. I'm not sure what deck they were playing. I'm very afraid it's a hostage situation. And,
Why not? Why not?
but
Gorlang gets away with it.
well, Gorang and Waru are two different styles, buddy. All right,
Yeah, yeah, but if you
I mean,
exactly, so if hostage can work with Waru, why not? I'd get away with it. Throw it. Ooh, full
so
hero
sadly
breakdown
the
for the
Waru
event.
or I guess gladly the Waru is no longer in top 32. I'm not sure they were playing hostage deck situation or not. Not really sure. But here's a pie chart of everything that's happened in this tournament. Gio, what do you think about this chart, dude? What
Look
is
at
this telling
that.
you?
Look at that red. Look how good that looks, man. It
I feel
looks
like you're
just
only focusing on the red. Are you colorblind? Is that what you're trying to tell me?
a tad. Yes, yes, yes. I'm color. I look at everything equally disgusting except one thing: the red. Look at
Red.
those great players going through. Yeah, yeah.
Well, I
I
will
mean, it's
say at least one of every hero has been played, which is something I could barely ask for people to do. At least have one
look,
tournament that
two
every hero has
Waru
been played.
players, and there was more Arjun players. Wow, the world is changing. Yeah.
Yeah, and in those out of those, technically the conversion rate is 50% because one of them only made it to top cut, and the other one didn't. uh, so, but that doesn't
True
mean you
that.
should play Waru. Do not if this Waru is playing a hostage
He's playing
situation, do
good.
not do that.
Yeah, no, no, no. So some class. Come on, buddy. Yeah. Yeah. This is by country. All right. This is top cut by country. What they're going to show us right now. Fun stuff. I have no idea how to read this.
Poof. I tell you, it looks like a Pac-Man a little bit.
And
Overwhelmingly,
oh yes,
yeah.
yep.
But this is all top
Le
cut
France.
here. Not not the entire tournament. So, so you expect like
Yep. You French
mainly
players,
French
you
players.
guys
Yeah,
are good. Yeah,
I always say the
good
French
stuff to
players are
roll
like
on.
bosses. When I go against them, like, oh, geez, dude, I'm gonna get someone who's gonna beat my butt most likely.
You know who else is French? Elio. Yeah, Elio's French. Shared that with us in his video.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
So we got two French, one Italian, and one Espanol. Those are the ones that we got. Those are the four that we have left. Yep.
So good diversity here. Good European diversity. Sadly, our American player, all the marbles playing the Venka, did not make it, and it's a shame that we had to see their die roll one on stream. Some
What are
say
you
it was the
talking about, Steve?
A.W.O.L.
That was awesome. That was awesome. We were able to ferment that in history, man. It was awesome. Yeah, it sucked.
If I was all
No,
the
it's fine.
marbles,
It
I
was
don't think I
awesome.
want that on history.
It could have been a better way just to end that like section. Like, okay, let's go see what he's doing. Oh no, Nani.
It is
Worked out for everybody.
it definitely was an interesting thing to come into. I just can't help but believe that we did see the one wall die on the Navenko right at the end there, where they did not need that. That was probably the worst timing ever.
And I bet he's one of those players that says, I don't need this landmark where I can re-roll. Nobody needs those. Those are could have worked there, huh, buddy? Yeah, but like you said, it happens to the best of them.
Well,
Yep.
when you play Navenka, you should expect to at least get some die roll on. So it's nothing to feel bad about. Like I said before, you made it a top cut, you made it top 8 with Navenka.
No,
Out
no,
of how many
no
Navenka
shame out of
players?
that.
I
With
didn't
Navenka,
not yeah.
I don't think I can win at my local game store with Navenka. There's only four of us, and I push them to play. Yeah, I don't think I could win it now. So
It's okay, Gio. I mean, sometimes I also mistake Lyra colors with red a little bit on the cards.
oh yeah, yeah.
So up here we
And
got
I put Lyra cards. I put Lyra cards to my Braavos deck, just willy nilly.
so we on stream. We got some ads here. So ignore the ads. You don't need to sell any products or anything like that. But we're
Yeah,
gonna
we
just
don't
show
need
the
you
top
don't
4
know.
here. I mean, you can't spell DiGiorno ElGio. So wait, can you?
Hey, there you go. Thanks for that, Gus. Yeah, you
Yeah,
can't
yeah.
spell Gustavo without Gus. Yeah, there you go. Thanks.
I don't know what that means, but I appreciate it. I
I'm
think.
trying just to do something nice for you, man. Thanks.
But as you guys try to catch up here, we're almost about to start the top 4 here. As Lopez versus Tempted, Tasia versus Trist versus Gia versus Jolie, which should be Basira versus Astadi, or is it Astadi versus Basira? I believe it's Basira versus Astadi. Gia is on Basira and Jolie. And Jolie Gorge is on Astadi.
Isn't it Rogue George? Just Joel
It's
Rogue?
I'm
Oh
pretty
no, because
sure.
it's French.
Yeah, so I'm
Yeah.
pretty sure
Oh,
well, I'm not sure they're actually French. I think Tempted is the French player. I think he is. So we're about to start any moment here. I'm sure they're getting the table set up, getting the players coming back from their little small break, trying to get their munchies and everything. Especially the European time is practically dinner time, I believe, for most of those players. Probably getting good pizza, trying to make sure that they are going to play to their best abilities. Get their friends, the coaches, whatever support system they have for the next game, they're definitely going to need it because this is going to be make it or break it to the finals here.
Exactly. So I hope you guys are liking, subscribing, and sharing. So if your favorite player is still up there, yeah, let people know that they're going places, they're doing things. Yeah.
I do, Gio. I'm not sure you heard, but there was a Basira player that had 3 uniques in their deck, but one of the uniques was sold during the transition of winning the
No.
Swiss to top cut, but they were able to replace it with a common haven bouncer. And I think that Basira player that the one person talking about in chat is in It is currently in top 4. It should be the Gia player.
Oh, Gia, then I feel for you and good luck.
So we're gonna get straight into the game here, and it should be loading any second. I have no idea what it is. What are you thinking, Gio? Who do you think is gonna take it to the finals here?
I want Basira to win, but if not, I'm almost certain it's going to be Trist because I don't see that Tasia pulling it through. It's got some cute uniques and he knows how to play it, but no, you're not convincing me.
Oh, so I've been told anyone who wins this one will both gain a qualification spot to the Worlds. So this pretty much is high stakes to Paris. Unless one of them lives in Paris, then I have no idea what they're gonna do. Maybe take them to the office tour or something. uh what do you think? If someone lives in Paris and they win a world qualifier, what do you do? Do you give them a ticket to around the world? Did my internet blip? Oh, okay. I think I think I think Geo blipped. Sometimes my internet does blip sometimes. Thank you for telling me that I did not blip. Why my partner Geo is blipping on internet here. We're here on the gameplay. I think. Are we on gameplay blue? We got Tempted versus E. Lopez. While my partner Geo here is still trying to catch up here as his internet or voice is blipped. We got two evenly matched things being played on the companion, Kilon Elemental and Oliveira. We got French versus Spain here. I know Tempted is a well-known player, and E. Lopez is also a well-known player here. So I am very excited to see both of these guys play here.
I'm back.
I believe my partner Gio here might be back. I hear his voice.
Hopefully I am. You got me?
I hear you.
Oh, great.
He's back, but apparently no sound.
Oh, yeah, it's
Oh,
just
okay.
a video.
It might be they might need to just the stream might just catch up a little bit. That's all.
There we go. Sorry about that. And what
Tempted,
game
it
are
is
we
it
in?
is
We got-
another Yazmir refugee. Decided to abandon the Yazmir clan and decided to play Trist. That is
And it's going
understandable.
great. It's going great for them, right? Look, they're in
They
the
are
top
ahead
four.
in expedition on right now, but it still could be anyone's game, Gio. It could be anyone's game.
It's starting off strong, and you're right. But they have that Haven Bastion down there. They already have the Helon cylinder. Awesome time.
Hello, Panda. Andy.
Oh, there he is, the one and only.
Looks like the game gonna be started up a little bit slow here as the Trist trying to trying to get their snowball ready, but looks like their landmark was pushed off side with Requiem.
Immediately, I would have done the same.
Do you think this Trist player, you think Tempted has anything to respond to as Lopez, like multi-anchoring shenanigans?
Ooh, that's a good probably for late game. What is it, Blizzard and Avalanche?
Do they have
I
Blizzard
do believe probably.
in their deck?
Oh, I don't remember. Yeah, they gave the list out. I don't remember if they do. I don't think so.
I will tell
I'd
you
be
in a
definitely
second.
skeptical about that.
I can bring it up in a second to see what removals both players have here. Trist
Ooh,
have zero removal, only hooked, which is not something you want to hear from me with the multi-anchoring shenanigans. But they do have a unique Merlin though that does have an amulet type of effect, so to potentially help push things away. But it more likely won't be enough. I mean,
Oh,
it
and here
really
comes those
depends how they
uniques
play it.
already. Yeah, already jumping into them. You target gain a boost. All right. Wanting to interrupt, I'm guessing the advance on. Okay. Oh, wow. Okay, there we go.
I do see mana
Let's
reaping
see.
in the reserve here, and it does makes me upset because I remember the last tumult where I got slapped by mana reaping.
It is a
And
fairly
it did
unfriendly
make me
card.
very upset that I got hit by Dallas. Are you kidding me? One removal that Muna plays on me and ends that.
Yes, and you get it. Oh no,
Jeez.
kitty! Leave that alone.
As Gio's trying to combat his animals in his room. Looks like Tempted is trying to combat the multi-anchory shenanigans that potentially going to happen here in any second now.
Any second, it's gonna start.
And I wonder what Tempted game plan here is. Maybe they're gonna hope and pray that the other uniques, and Corgi are in the bottom of the deck and not on top of the deck. I am personally not sure how to combat this with Tempted's deck. I think I'll just sit there in the corner and just cry.
Yeah,
If
it's
Tasia
something.
gets 3 and start up, then Trist is cooked. They are running 3 Luna Bastion, so it is potential to get those trees up, and it would definitely make them really cooked. And we got a unique in reserve here. They have a bouncer that can sabotage from anywhere.
You may put a card from your hand in reserve. If you do, you activate the abilities of target permanent you control. Okay. Oh, she could get some more boosters in. And we're anchoring that, of course.
Sorry, guys, don't mind me. I'm just trying. I got a lot of tabs open. I need to cut them down a little bit before
There we
my
go.
OCD
Using there. What are we getting?
goes
Mana reaping
crazy.
or the anchored effect? I'm getting rid of the anchored effect. Yep. Person can't use the mana reaping right now.
God, everything sorted out on my side.
Putting a card from hand in reserve so she can activate that permanent. I'm guessing that's what's going to happen.
I
So it
mean,
doesn't give
it'd be a pretty good idea to try to boost the bouncer to stop them from advancing on the
Yep. Oh, there we
expedition.
go. That was cool.
It looks like Tempted here most likely going to get a double pass or double move on the
Double advance.
expeditions here. Yeah, double advance. Thank you. I was thinking about the word. I was like, I
Happens
couldn't
to the
say
best
it.
of us. And they get to, yeah, look at that. Both sides.
I am most likely Tempted I'm assuming this might not be the correct assumption or not, but I'm assuming Tempted strategy is to end it sooner than later. The longer the game goes, the worse it gets for him with the multi-anchoring, setting up stuff on board. I just heard a lot of things in my ear hole just now.
Sorry about that. That was my bad. I don't know what my phone did. Oh, right. And they got the Snap Sniffer still in reserve. Gonna end up with 2 in hand. Gonna be the same. No. So keeping that there. Liking what they got in resources and knowing that they're gonna get the resupply, and now they got the next Copelia. Yeah. I go to reserve from the expedition zone. You may play me free, the same thing as always. But when a character you control gains 1 or more boosts, up to one target character with hand cost 3 or less, other than me, gains anchored. Yep.
That is another powerful, unique one of the puzzles for this Tasia player Lopez to make this deck broken with the multi-anchoring. They just probably need a few more cards left to set up everything here. Most likely, this Trist player tempted will try to end it here if they can. Otherwise, the multi-anchoring is going to be set up here, and it's going to be devastating for them to do anything.
Yeah, without a multi-removal, it's going to be very difficult. So, like you said, they're pedaling to the metal basically as quick as possible. But they're not exploring alone. Dang it, they got some pretty heavy cards in front of them. And only two cards.
That is true, but it's like they have not played any hooked yet. I mean, Trist still has their hero ability to activate. You got a Keylon cylinder. There is also potential for the Tasia player to play Mana Reaping. Not to be mistaken with Mana Eruption that someone did my tournament, I think, yesterday.
That's a fun card. Let's have fun. But yeah, let's see what the Trist is planning out. Attempted is definitely what would you do? I think I would just play this stuff, but that's on. I'll just go for that, and then I try to do that.
Thank you for the donation, Gilberto Lenzi. I think I said that right. That's good Italian, right? One for the Moon of Supremacy. Listen, I'm from Jersey, all right. Listen, I'm partially Italian, right?
I only have the Italian name. Apparently, my mom just really liked the restaurant where that one dude went that my dad hated.
Oh. Well, there's your backstory lore for Geo right there.
There you go. And there's that Merlin. Yay!
There's that Merlin unique that we were talking about earlier, where it could do the avalanche stuff.
Yep. I think that was enough. Ooh. You can still play like
any support is definitely beneficial for our stream here. We appreciate even a simple like, a simple view, sharing the stream, anything to spread the word of Alter, especially this tournament. This tournament is one of the biggest tournaments in BGA history or movie, based on what Blue said. And there it is. We do see the hooked coming in, trying to decide what to do here.
Toss the Capella to the other side, right?
They probably potential moving the Capella to the other side, but the problem is it is one. Actually, no, never mind. Yeah, never mind. You're right. I'm right. You're right. You're right. I'm right. You're right.
What the fuck, guys? Come on, guys. Of course, right. I'm just kidding.
My apologies. I did. I was looking at a completely different thing. It is okay because they still had the Keylon cylinder to boost up the little brass bug just one more time.
Oh, that's gonna be annoying, but that stops after this one because two Capellas are gone. You know, those heavy uniques with those anchored effects will bye.
I would,
unless something can anchor it right now, but no.
Looks like they're gonna discard their Merlin to target one of the Argon for fleeting. Yeah, probably best to do so they don't boost up all the plants.
Good job.
I see Call says the best of three benefit anyone alter. I'll tell you right now, in my locals, we play best of three. I don't know why we do that, but we just do.
I think that's fair. Yeah. Because I won up against some people that I shouldn't have won up, and I lost up against one person. You know who you are, Glenn. Yeah, that I should have won. Yeah. And we see the unique, the Keylon Elemental.
We do see the key card of the whole shenanigans here.
Ooh.
But they did lose their Capella uniques to the discard, so it's going to be a little bit harder to set up their multi-anchoring here. Most likely.
All right, and only with 7 mana over 8. Yeah, difficult. So
Setting up, anchoring the Oliveira. How Tepta is going to respond back here. I'm interested to know.
Yep.
Tepta is only one move away from
course.
winning here.
What are you going to do with those 5 mana, Lopez? And I'm rooting for my fellow Spaniard in that aspect, but I see it difficult for Lopez to pull it off.
We'll see here. They have one removal being shown the entire pretty much the entire game here with Mana Reaping.
It's just deciding when are they going to pull the trigger. Because even if advance right now on both, that's still giving up another mana. So next turn it'll be 10, or giving that your opponent a free draw if they just not decide to ramp up.
Well,
So,
it
yeah,
wouldn't be a
you
free
don't
draw
wanna
at that
do
point.
that.
It'd be a win right there.
Oh yeah, you're right. Well, unless they tie it. Ooh. So now there's options.
There's more options. We do see that Machine Ice Unique where it does go back to reserve, but does resupply at the same time from anywhere.
That is awesome. So much like
That is
small
a very
playful
beautiful
design.
unique to have for a one
And
cost.
yep. Oh, there's the Amelia. Unless he's got something with 2, because you can't use what he has. Yep, gotta get rid of something.
Essentially, it is kind of game over for
GG. Yep.
BG there. Just a simple little push from Mountain. Wins
Gotta
Tempted.
play
Tempted
hard.
wins game 1 here. I hope Tempted doesn't live in Paris. Otherwise, getting a free trip to Paris, where the city you live in, would be kind of awkward.
And we've got
the first round.
we're waiting for it to be yep, tempted. Congratulations. Brava, brava. And I'm getting notice that somebody much more tolerable and better looking is coming in.
Sorry, what did you
I
say?
will take my leave. Thank you for having me,
All
guys.
right, bye,
Boom,
Gio.
boom, boom. See you around. Thanks for everything, guys. It was fun and a blast.
Sorry, the ghost of my head blew. What did you say? I couldn't hear you. Okay, so coming in, swapping Geo. All right, gotcha. So we got Mamoli coming in. Another lovely man coming in to help me broadcast the second part of the top cut as we're getting ready for the table, getting ready set up for round 2 of Tented versus E. Lopez. I hope you guys enjoying the stream so far. We are saying bye to Mr. Muscles here. But don't worry, he does help cast here on the A.W.O.L Monday, Wednesday. Well, mainly Wednesday he probably does, but we also do Mondays A.W.O.L, Wednesday A.W.O.L, one Monday for European time and Wednesday for more American time. You'll find more information in the A.W.O.L Discord if you go to it, unless we have a Command A Discord. Do we have that? It is a shame that we don't have a command for Discord. Oh, we do. Never mind. I am mistaken. So while we're getting set up here, I think Tempted played very well on in that matchup. Looks like they were not able to pull off their multi-anchoring as soon as they can here. Getting that Merlin in play was definitely a key. Now we're getting to the second round here. Going to be showing any second. Looks like Grims and Axum Salvador are in play, but the lovely Rakina with the boost of Tasia stopping one side, so they're both traded lanes here. Mal will be in shortly as soon as possible, so otherwise you got lovely me here until I get tired. No, I'm just joking. I'll stick here as long until Blue tells me to get off. But we got the lovely unique Kilon Elemental. As a reminder again, this does give cards anchor that are hand cost 3 or less, as long as they're 2 or more boosted characters. But that's only when a character could. Sorry, let me repeat the whole thing again. When a character you control gains 1 more boost, if you control 2 more boosted characters, target character with hand cost 3 or less, other than me, gains anchor. So this is one of the pivotal cards that Lopez plays. So you can have the multi anchoring coming in. The first person who won was Tempted on Trist. It was a close matchup, but but Lopez, my brain just farted. Sorry, I just got a message on BGA. Uh, Lopez was not able to stop them from advancing on the hero expedition with Mountain. So now we're on game 2. Looks like Tempted is trying to decide what to do here. Most likely the Axum Salvager, which is correct. And they were able to resupply a Gibble. A interesting card to be seen in this meta. Definitely has been seen a lot more due to its support ability. It's also a big static card too, so don't have to worry about off you go. Um, don't have to worry about rare. I'm thinking more ESPN brain. Sorry guys. There's so plenty of removal to remove the card, but smaller cards to remove smaller cards. You don't have to worry about with the Gibble. But most likely the Gibble is there for the support ability where you discard it, you can activate anywhere ability of a target permanent. Most likely triggering. Mal's coming in any second. If I hear his beautiful voice.
What's up?
Hello, Mal. Welcome back. Welcome. Well, not welcome. Was it welcome back? Did you stream yesterday?
I sure did.
You were there yesterday? Sorry, I couldn't watch. But
Me and Chile had a fantastic time. We got the tail end. We got to get the exciting stuff to see the people who were on the cusp, wrapping up spots.
I was there at the beginning, so I didn't. I got to see the starting engines. Are you in the table, my man?
What table are we at?
If you go to yeah, look at the link in the channel. There you go. Thank you, Blue, for helping out as always, and Call for existing, I guess. And Simon, of course, our lovely director, overall organizer of this whole thing. Could have not done anything without him, and everyone who's supporting us as well, like Tom with the stats, and everyone else who's supporting with stats, checking decks and stuff like that. Mal, I'm not sure if you saw the first round. First round. Simon, don't worry. I got your back. You are number 1. Don't you worry. Did you see round 1, Mal, or were you too busy?
I did not. What was going on with game 1? I was
So game 1, Tempted win on Trist versus Tasia here. So now we're on game 2. The Tasia player here has a multi-anchoring shenanigans, but they were not able to pull it off on game 1. So it looks like we're looking to see here they're gonna pull it off here game 2.
Got a unique Capella here. Ooh, fun things here. When I may go to reserve from Expedition, you may play me for free, and I gain a sleep. When a character you control gains 1 or more boost, up to 1 character with 3 or less other than me gains. Or Dracena, who's already anchored.
Yeah, so I think Tempted doesn't have that much removal. They only have 2 cards for removal, which is sabotaging, or they have a unique Merlin that has like an avalanche effect. Otherwise, there's no way for them to remove any card from the field here compared to the Tasia that has like Mana Reaping for Requiem, as you saw a second ago. So if this Tasia player were able to play all these multi-anchoring cards, it would be very difficult for them to do anything.
Got the unique Keylon elemental out there as well too. Give her to trigger the reserve effect. Oh, we're just getting anchored up, baby. Preparing ourselves for the next turn here.
So essentially, they need one more card to. Oh, so
Thinking
this is
about
the card. This is the card that pretty much helped solidify getting rid of these pesky uniques.
all right.
Otherwise, these cards would have been boosted up crazy with Corgi play and anchoring shenanigans. And losing those two pivotal cards for Lopez hurts him a lot.
Yeah, I was gonna say because we spent the resources to get those anchored there, not only to count towards during the day, but also to have them anchored. We'd have 3 anchored units heading into the next day. I mean, now we've only got 2. Tasia, this deck is built very well to sure they had answers, but kind of be able to come right back. Not as strong as a setup, but still, again, that's going to be 3 less mana, 6 less mana since they're both anchored that you have to spend now than the next day.
I do agree in the chat that this Merlin is putting in work. This Merlin is crazy. Listen, you got to think about it. You got 39 cards, right? And you got to get this one unique out of 39 cards to stop this uh shenanigan multi-anchoring things going on to be able to pull it off right now. This key pivotal moment was definitely 39cards.com. If you definitely go on that website, you want to look at any competitive decks or any other decks you want to see there.
All right. Merlin's coming back out again here. Does provide stats this time, though.
Yeah, the Tasia player did gain a lot of advantage early on, moving up ahead, but losing those uniques definitely hurts them a lot. So I'm not sure what their game plan is now.
Right, you're still able to get a lane out of Tasia here, so definitely at least doing that. The last thing you want to have is kind of losing your resources because Tasia has no cards in hand. That you're starting to get too old on days. A serious uphill climb just to try to close the game out. So find the 3 yards and a cloud of dust here for any of my American football fans here. Just trying to get it little by little to try to close this game out here. Who won game 1, by the way?
It was tempted. Tempted won game 1.
Okay.
He had that Merlin to help get rid of some of the uniques like, as we saw in this game as well.
Okay, so Tasia has to win this to force a game 3.
Yes. And it's very unfortunate for Tasia because both their cards are in their weakest stats in the current expedition. And
We've got a unique machine in ice. Is it the machine in ice? Looks like it is. It's the machine in the ice. Excuse me. And when played from hand, send me to reserve. When played, fly. That is a trace unique as if I had ever seen it. See it get popped here. See the resupply. Resupply is producing a Keylon elemental. We've got an aloe vera response from Tasia here as we are now out of mana for the day.
yeah.
Trace with 4 mana, getting to kind of just pick what they want to do here.
Yeah, Tete doesn't have anything, doesn't have any Keylon cylinders or any havens on board here to boost up the cards. So it's gonna be very hard for them to overcome that 13 water, but it potentially could overcome the 9 force to stop them from advancing. Oh, never mind. I always forget they could stop them from advancing with the Amelia Earhart.
Yep. Tied it up and won ourselves a lane here. Tempted is trying not to have to play another game if they do not have to. Being able to close that gap, shutting down in advance, now separating just 2 zones between the hero and the companion. As our Tasia player is still sitting at 1. Got solid options though in the reserve here. We're getting rid of Spindle.
Yeah, it's actually gonna be interesting to see if I mean, the Tempted does have hooked. That's the only other thing they could do to target these characters to win on one more lane, push them outside. But that tree was definitely came in a little bit too late for them.
Yeah,
And they're
Tempted.
running 3 of them too, so which is unfortunate. They couldn't get a single one in their hand.
Yeah, until day 6 here. As we know, Hooked has absolutely been an MVP for every deck that it ran this weekend here, not just for Axiom, but for Lyra as well. We're going to start off with the rare Spindle Harvester. Get in and anchored over here on this companion side. Got the Haven getting put in by Trist into third here. Definitely will help out with stat battle that's going on here. Page is in a bit of a bind. Gotcha.
All right, apparently our screen froze a little bit, little technical difficulties. I had to use a bathroom. Mal, you're gonna have to do radio talk here and describe everything that's going on here.
Gotcha, no worries. So we've got it's Tasia, as Easy Lopez or Easy Lopez. Got 6 mana left as it's their turn as we're figuring out what's going on here. 3 cards in the reserve. The Aloe Vera, Dracaena, or 2 rare Aloe Veras and a Dracaena. The only issue is with only 6 mana, all of these cost 3 from reserve. So without a keeping what's going on here, we only got 2 more plays unless we got the one other card in hand. Okay, and we are back. Looks like it here. Now, if Tasia's got something going on, I will refresh the table on my end. Got going. Still in think mode. Figuring out our plays here. I said Tasia has a lot of options to make, but not a ton of mana. As we decided to go ahead and play one of the Aloe Veras from reserve, leaving us 2 mana. I wonder what is in hand, or we just there's the bug out bag there. Traced. As Trace says, no longer has any cards in hand, just what we've got in the reserve and the Haven Bastion. Looks like Tasia's going to be able to wrap up the companion side of things. Yeah, the series definitely just go ahead to play the Sneezer, getting all this anchored up action going on here without the Merlin to save. Tempted here. Looks like Tasia is definitely going to take the companion side here, putting themselves on a either or win on the lane, which is definitely where you want to be at this point. I don't know if Trace is going to just go ahead and take that hero side to kind of put them within 1 and hope that they can stall the next turn. Have to see here because again, I'm running very low on resources where both players at this point to where they are just top decking. As we know, for any TCG, it just comes to the point where you're just depending on what you're drawing off the top. It can either lead for some epic plays or some epic disappointment. We are all here for it.
Why did it just come back to? Why is everything anchored on the right side?
Well, buddy, we had 2 mana left, and the last card in Tasia's hand was a Sneezer Shroom. So we're gonna go ahead and wrap up that companion side. And now, yep, that's what I figured. Tempted probably should do. Go ahead and win a lane. Considering how Tasia's now has closed the gap, put themselves in an either or as we head into day 7. Yeah, we'll be heading into day 7. Absolutely anchored up on the companion side expedition here. Do have the bug out bag though. May or may not help out depending on what Trace draws, as both players are now in top deck territory.
That is true. The Tasia player is only 1 move away, while the Trist is 2 away. It is definitely going to be interesting how Tempted is going to overcome this.
We'll see. Tempted resource in here. Got the 9 mana. We've got the +1 over Tasia here. However, once again, though, Tasia already has 6/5/7 in lane, and we seen a mana reaping in the
Yeah, you definitely don't want to be showing you have removal in your hand here. Or I guess in your reserve. That's something to be very wary of for Tempted, and probably considering can I actually win this or not. There is a hook potential, which is good to play.
Ooh, are we fishing here? We got the Gibble out of the frozen delivery here. Don't know if that's something looking for. Such costly.
Yeah, whether the question is to activate the support ability to trigger the Balgal bag, or is it to trigger another resupply? That'll be the real question for him to do here.
That is true here, and unfortunately, gonna have to. Well, I have a bit of information here because it is Tasia's turn. Um, I'm sure we're probably gonna see one of these Oliveras out. Avalanche here. Let me see. We don't have any more cards in hand, do we? Okay, no. I was gonna say, yeah, an Avalanche here would just absolutely wreck. Trying just to win a single side game here, but clearly all open information on Trey's side here. One mysterious card in hand for Tasia. I just nope. I'm not gonna put the Caster's Curse out there. I'm just gonna commentate on things as is and go from
I mean,
there.
there's a lot of things they could do here. They could play the mana reaping to get rid of the bug out bag, and and then just so they don't spam all these tokens on the right side here. They could just, I'm not sure what else they have in their hand here. They could have a Requiem in their hand, maybe push something out. I'm sure they're considering possibilities here,
I was
and
gonna
it
say,
looks
yeah,
like
because the other scary thing that we have to think about here is if we do get rid of um, said bug out bag, we're also remember we're putting that into their mana, which would mean that he have 11 if he decides to resource whatever card that was in hand, would have 11 mana to work with. And we know Trace with 11 mana could have the potential to do a whole lot, or just be able to play those cards at 10. Make sure this Anansi has plenty of boost to come from, as we already see the hook going to go ahead and be in the play. Yeeting the Alakar over to the Hero Expedition.
yeah, will Hulk drawing another card that'd be beneficial. It is unfortunate for Tempted here that these aloe veras are very strong in water, and he definitely needs water to surpass these two aloe veras. Well, I guess yeah, three. Oh my god, there's actually three aloe veras that are in play at the moment,
Yeah,
or technically two in play, one in reserve.
with 5 mana, so we know at least one could play. And again, the last time they had a card in hand, it was the Sneezer. Could be anything else that's in here as well too.
It looks like we got a sleepy Cole in chat again. That's typical. This man just wants to go to bed every time he gets up.
What happens when you're the director of fun, right? Got a
Oh,
frozen
that's true.
delivery out here from Trist, producing an Amelia Ironheart. I don't know if you want to see that. Spindle Harvester. Perfect one drop.
Perfect one drop right here. Interesting to see what's going to happen here. Does he have the stat for a Nazi to overcome one side?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, I'm surprised we didn't.
Well, there's still an opportunity to use Haven. You got two more cards to play, and the potential activation of maybe a bug out bag
Frankenstein.
or Frankenstein or the Gibble.
Oh yeah, because you can use the reserve effect as well from there. Just I'm trying
I'm,
to
I'm
find the line.
tempted here is probably just doing right now the math to see if I can overcome both of them and win, or I could just block and just pray the next round I don't die.
Yes, I don't know if if he
Hands
could
are
have just
empty.
burnt the
Absolutely.
Gibble to get the resupply out for Haven. That gave another boost to Anansi. I don't know if that's going to be a mistake or not here. Because Anansi could have been sitting at an 8 plus maybe something else we'd had in reserve to play. Then maybe could have played the Frankenstein to do another trigger and would have gotten to um, could have maybe used the Haven Bastion in order to get to uh, what Anansi needed.
Yeah, there's most likely going to be double stall here. Yeah, then play the Amelia Heart on the right expedition here, the companion expedition. Oh wait, the bug out bag.
Yep, doing the
Oh yeah,
Frankenstein
okay. Actually, you could
without that.
advance. I can forgot that Frankenstein could do that.
Now we've got Amelia to actually not make it a double stall and actually to trigger
Interesting that they decided to win the hero expedition instead of companion expedition.
Yeah, Tempted said he missed lethal, and I think that's potentially what he's talking about. Saying being able to resupply, maybe giving Anansi that extra 1 boost, would have given that +1 and would have advanced both lanes. Depending on how else everything else potentially shook out, but again, I think that's what he might have been talking about. We have to go back and read
Yeah.
it, 'cause
Nah,
there's
I think you're right. I think missing not adding the boost on the right side. If I'm doing the math in my head correctly, I think that definitely think misleading because the Haven boost would have given them 1 boost. It would have been 12. Then it would have
yeah, because still could have played Frank and then triggered the bug out bag.
yeah. But
Another
right
thing here. There's a Q out cylinder. Where's
yeah.
those been?
It's interesting to see what's going to happen here. We got Corgi the Menace to boost up every single time a character gains anchor.
That Corgi the Menace.
Corgi is the
Our name
menace.
is Cuddly Corgi.
No,
Don't
it
name
looks cuddly.
that.
But
Equinox
with this deck, it's a menace.
we're getting anchored up. No, it looks like Ryan Tasia, like I said, trying to close out the game. I thought we were maybe just going for being okay to be in the Thunderdome, getting anchored up, but like we may just actually just try to go ahead and put Trace on
Oh,
habits.
this the Haven Bouncer does have from anywhere you can sabotage and coming in a little bit too late here.
Does have the reserve effect though to activate the when played abilities of target permanents.
That is true.
Probably triggering the bug out bag here. Or are we triggering a resupply from there?
I will assume a bug out bag again.
Grims, another clutch card.
It's gotta force the arena here, honestly, at this point.
Ooh, a well-timed Ogun dropping in.
They still have 1 more card in their hand, but I think that they are able to win the companion expedition based on what they have and go to arena.
Oh, yeah, because I think Spindle Harvesters is the only other one dropping. I think we've seen the 3rd copy before. Let me check the discard here. No, that 3rd copy, if they are assuming they are running the 3rd Harvester, I hadn't had a chance to check the X yet, but if they are, another Spindle Harvester.
I think Tempted is trying to do math again to see if they could double advance here or not. We're trying. I think let's see if we could actually all do the math here. Everyone in chat is just trying to do math. You got a Kelon cylinder boosted up here.
Let's we just put something to sleep here on Tasia's side.
Oh, dude, stop
Oh
talking.
my
I think they had no choice but to actually take the remember we said cast a curse a second ago?
Listen, it was. I was thinking of all the 1-cost cards that Muna has access to, and I was just like, sleep.
Oh no, dude, no.
That's exactly. The card was drawn long before I said anything, so no, I did not put that out there. Could potentially be the sweet chin.
Yeah.
In here.
I was looking at the map a minute here, and they would have definitely won the game without the beauty sleep. But now beauty sleep is played is going to definitely be back to potential arena breaker here.
I think they're probably just sacrificing. I know. The only thing that sucks is heading to the arena. If they got to blow up the permanent, it's probably going to be the Haven, I would assume, in order to get that brass bug token. If we're going to try to really force the tiebreaker here, like that's
oh my YouTube chat just broke. Uh-oh.
All right.
There we go.
Still got
Okay,
it.
there we go. Yeah, popping off the Keylon cylinder, probably playing another Grams here.
All right.
It's unfortunate that the beauty sleep came in, so now we're gonna go straight to
Yep. So we're just heading to the Thunderdome here. Lost the cylinder for heading that in there. All right. We'll still have a Haven to be ready. As we are going into a tiebreaker, game 2 here, Tasia still trying to keep their hopes alive, making it into the grand finals here. Boy, I'm so glad that top
I
top
mean,
bets is untimed, right? Or is it extended time?
it's time to believe, but the winner of this gets to be of the qualifiers, so they get a free trip to Paris here. So we get 2 qualifiers for this tournament. So
Okay, so
whoever
table.
wins top 4
Okay,
has a guaranteed spot for the world qualifiers here.
heading into day 9. Yeah, having an entire top table and say you from playing any other card games, it's such a relief. Just like saying, okay, ooh, I made it. Now, no matter what happens, I'm still going, and usually that produces some of the best games.
Yeah, but thing is, you got to think about it. The trophy, though, you want to win that trophy. That nice little
Ooh,
glass trophy. Ooh, the hooked.
I think we
Let's draw
played
in the
hook
card.
just to draw, though. Yeah,
Yeah,
like I said, it's a Thunderdome, so it doesn't matter. Oh,
gotta be wary of the beauty sleep still in the reserve here.
we've also got the floral tint that could allow resupply again, considering how we don't have very many resources in hand for Tasia. That floral tint could.
We are also on day 9, and they had to replenish their deck from this card.
Oh, and Tasia's down to 12. Trist got 21 cards in deck. Both players down to 1 card in hand. Trace has now produced another Haven, so we can double up somebody coming out of there. This is the time you love to see.
Yeah, all these 1-drops being played from Tempted, just waiting for the beauty sleep to come in and ruin his day. But there is 2 removals on the board here. We got Requiem and Beauty Sleep here. Beauty Sleep being the Haven bouncer. How is Tempest gonna respond back here?
Digging.
Oh, I don't think he wants to see two hooks here. And then an Alcon again, boosting up everything. We might be going in for game 3 here.
I think it's just waiting on the formality at this point, as we're heading into potential game 3 here. Unless we get some insane resupply.
It is
in here.
unless they have something crazy in their hand here. And we also know there's not many removals there. Oh, even with the Keylon Elemental, still not enough stats to overcome the 14, 11, 11. So we're going for game 3, guys. Hold on to your seatbelt because this game is already crazy. We're going to game 3. I'm not sure what the other top 4 contenders are doing, but let me tell you right now, this has been an insane game of Tasia versus Trist here. This is what you can expect from high level players playing like high level games here.
This is what every players. Let me tell you something about playing in Top Cuts. You don't want to see a game 3 as a player, but I will certainly tell you as a spectator, you love seeing game 3. This is what you crave for. Get to watch.
That is true, and as us viewers here, especially us, because we're also viewing and casting, seeing game 3 in the top 4 cut for anyone to get a spot on the world qualifier, it is intense.
Oh,
I can imagine that these guys have their coaches rubbing their backs, like, "Hey, man, take it easy. You
right.
got this."
So I will tell you in Vegas, we're going to have to refresh the link, or they're going to have to make a new table.
There'll be a new link. It's already been posted. So game 3 is starting up in the second here. Right now, the game is just loading in on my side.
Yep, same.
But I'll tell you right now, after seeing that performance, Mal, what do you think? Who do you think is gonna get this game here? Is it gonna be Tempted? Gonna be Lopez?
I cannot say. I cannot say just because it seemed like the game was wrapped up for Tasia, and Trist absolutely climb their way back into a position to win the game as we see them popping off with a Keylon Elemental off rip here, slapping the cooldown delivery straight into reserve. Not cooldown delivery, frozen delivery that comes in with the cooldown, slapping the hook right away, day one.
Let me tell you right now, though, getting that Spindle Moon Bastion tree up and ready on like day one is going to be so key for Lopez. I don't have to worry about that Merlin unless Tempted is willing to pay that extra cost here. But that'll be a very hefty cost for sure. So I don't know how Tempted is going to respond back now since Merlin's kind of useless. Kind of.
Chat, since we got the heat on from a game 3 from these competitors, it's hot here. I got a fan on for us. Got a fan on for me and for you guys too. Trying to keep you guys cool while we're watching this epic game 3 that's going down here. Evidently, Simon said something here. Both top cuts are game 3s. Let's go.
Yeah, so we get to both top 4. The top 4 of both games are in game 3. Keylon guys, we're finally at best of 1, which I agree. This is now the best of 3 never happened. This is actually best of 1 now.
That's how you have to look at it, though. When series are tied up, I know it's super cliche because we've said it in sports and things like that, but it is legitimately 0-0, winner takes all, and that's just the way you kind of look at it. Yeah, you had misplays, and Tempted in chat was saying that they had maybe missed lethal. I spoke about it too as well, but you got to shake that off to see what you can have going for you here, because now you've got a chance to go ahead and punch your ticket to grand finals.
Absolutely. And thank you, ElGio, for becoming a supporter. We appreciate anyone who just simply just watches, honestly. But if you go above and beyond that, we deeply appreciate it.
All right. Yes, you did hear us correctly. Yes, the top table is qualifying for Worlds. They are just at this point playing for bragging rights to declare themselves as winner of the first online BGA Worlds qualifier.
So we got one of the Capella uniques, the one that does anchor stuff, shenanigans here. I'm very worried about Tempted with this game match, with this tree up here. So people are rooting for the Spaniard. I'm gonna be unbiased here. I'm just like to see a good game.
That is how we should be here as neutral casters. Unfortunately, maybe fortunately, we see Hooked come into play again here, which is essentially just a draw card at this point, with that Spindle just sitting menacingly in the landmark zone there for Tasia, perhaps proving it was worth losing, quote unquote, losing the tempo for day one.
Yeah, well, don't worry though, because we do have Grams on board. Well, in the reserve. Definitely they're gonna be played here for they're gonna be played here definitely for the first day here to get rid of that little pesky tree.
I will say. But Gus, look at the reserve on Tasia's side here. Only you had enough mana to play both of these. Sitting at a double aloe vera again. We've seen this in the late game that was just absolutely hunkering down. At one point, we seen like maybe 3 or 4 units that were anchored into one side. Unfortunately, don't have quite the mana to be able to kind of set that up again, but still looking good nevertheless. As we see the Grims, go ahead and pop in the Spindle. Get that on out of here. Leaves potential for other plays to touch things here.
Ooh, and they decided you get rid of my landmark, I'm getting rid of your landmark. Okay, buddy?
Eye for an eye. Both blind leading the blind at this point.
That miss boost last game is gonna haunt them. Freeloader. That's probably true. He'll be sleeping like 20 years from now, and then like be 3 o'clock in the morning, get up, was like, oh,
Freeloader.
Freeloader
Said that missed boost last game is going to haunt him. Yeah, especially if it doesn't pull this series out. Definitely going to go back and review film. Maybe I even have to review film again. Just having that short term memory, like okay, I missed that, but now it's time to focus on from there.
We do see the Merlin coming in once again, pushing things away. Curious that they didn't. Oh, never mind, because the Tasia boosted up that Oliveira, correct?
Yep.
Okay, never mind then. They couldn't avalanche both the Unique and the Oliveira. They decided to just push off the Oliveira out of the way so they don't get
Trace
to
going to go ahead
resupply.
and get their free draw. Going to set up another Keylon cylinder here in the reserve. I'm curious to see if they're going to keep.
I mean, Tempter is doing pretty good at the moment, just behind one in the Hero Expedition.
Gus again here. No, it's nobody really has. I mean, there's a quote unquote board lead, but I don't think anybody's really taking command of this game yet. Trace always, anytime Trace sees stuff in reserve that says, "Hey, get more cards in the reserve," you're always wary of. Tasia here, like that Oliveira just menacingly sitting there in the reserve, ready to have 4 drop to have it anchored.
Yeah, so this is we still have a long couple days left for us before we do decide who's taking control of the board here. I am very worried that the Tasia player doesn't have the resources they need, but the Merlin is definitely gone, so they don't want to stress about removal for probably for a good amount of the game here for a little bit.
Ooh, we got the bug out bag sitting there in reserve here. The floral tent has produced a Cutley Corgi for Tasia. It's a perfect 2-play out of reserve if they do that.
The menace Corgi itself.
But I'm assuming Tasia's thinking that Trace is not going to pass up on claiming that companion side. So that floral tent will be able to kind of stay in there, hopefully for the next day, is what they are assuming, to keep that anchored on. No, it's if they leave my expedition.
Yeah. Simon did say the other match is very, very close. If you didn't know, Mal, it is Basira versus Astadi. And it is a match that I believe the French people are covering. I mean, I could be wrong. I'm not sure who's covering who at this point.
Frankenstein is what you'd like to see. I will transport back us into time when Altered first had their starter deck tournaments. The very first time Altered had started their tournaments, that was they were a part of. There was 2 factions that kind of stood above the rest, and that was Braavos and Ordis. There's no surprise to me that some of the Braavos heroes are here in the finals. I am sad to see that no Orders made it to top 4 though.
Let me tell you right about it, Audi. I know I can't be biased too much, unbiased too much, but I'm gonna tell you right now, I'm glad no orders are in my vicinity at the moment.
So,
I had to deal with enough orders things yesterday in my tumult. I don't need to deal more of it in my screen.
Gotcha. So Trace there winning the hero side there as we are keeping this game fairly tight here. The Oliveira gets to hang out in the hero side as well. Trace hand is looking very healthy. You have 2 Keylon cylinders or 2 Keylon counters on that Keylon cylinder here as we are resourcing for turn. Both players deciding to be at 8 men. Oh, well, at least Ordis players are allowed to rejoice. That means that there should be no touches to any characters or cards.
And we just got an announcement that the Basira player that only has 2 uniques running because one got sold apparently during the middle of like the tournament. As one their game. So now they are qualified. A free trip to Paris. Congratulations. I believe it was Gia, an Italian player. If someone could correct me in the chat. I was told by the overseer God's ears myself that Gia did win a spot on the world qualifier. Congratulations to him. We'll see him in the finals, depending who will be facing against either Lopez or Tempted. I guess we'll find out as we continue to watch here.
Now we know we have Basira in the final, so which means that either one of these two characters will be into play here. Trace, if they do have to go up against the Basira, they've got the once per turn boost, but I think they'll definitely have to be Basira have to be very judicious by how they handle their boost out or manipulating where their boost goes. Kind of make sure they stay up on that math. Tasia, however, if they wind up going up against Basira, I think that's not a too bad of a matchup for them as well. It's just depending on if the Basira is running that Braavos.
It is.
Braavos removal.
It's running the Orca dog, the quote.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's something to be very real of for Tempted. I'm sure Tempted had plenty of practice with this deck against like those type of situations. I'm sure they know how to play around it or against it.
All right, we're spending some time here with Trace. Drew the card, figuring out what we're going to put in reserve. Got a very uphill battle. Trying to potentially want to maybe stall out this hero zone since they are both on the mountain range. However, a Keylon Elemental for 2, making it 5. And with Tasia with only 1 card in hand, I mean, it's doable with 6 mana left to be able to just deny the lane on the other side here and then be able to take the companion expedition fairly easy here.
Coming in with the boost at Nasi, trying to most likely gain a win on the hero expedition. I'm not sure what the last card that the Tasia player has. I am assuming it is a Requiem, which I just did not guess at all. I just looked at the name before it was played.
Oh, I was gonna say. Tossing the action.
I'm not a wizard, all right. I'm just Gus. That's about it.
All right, then we talked about the Keylon Elemental there. There we are denying there.
Not just a 9, but don't forget the Keylon Cylinder does come in, giving the boost, just giving that little bit one stat advantage ahead. And that's all it takes.
Winning the lane. Now Trace is on a zig or a zag, whichever one they would decide to do. Hot dog instead of pizza slice, however you want to call it. They're just in a position to be able to just win a lane.
Yeah, and the Muna player, Lopez, is not looking good. And they call it GG in the chat. That is not a good sign. We most likely got tempted in a spot in the world qualifiers.
Oh, he's just
they just ended the path. They just gave up on it. Whatever Lopez had, they decided not to play it. And that is GG for Tempted. And Tempted has made it to the top world qualifier spot and will be making it to the finals.
Trace versus Basira.
And we got
finals.
Trist versus Basira. Who would have thought this was it? It was an amazing match between these two players. I am shocked to see that this Tasia player made to the top. Like I was telling Gia before, don't feel bad if you lose in the top. You made it the top 32. That makes you a very exceptional player. The fact you made it the top 4 makes you an exceptional player.
Right. That's what a game.
What a
series.
That is insane.
Now Trace doesn't have to not Tempted doesn't have to think about that missed boost being able to wrap up in game 2 there. Oh man.
And everyone's saying ban Trist now.
Hey, they touched and again, I spoke about this in the cast last night. I would say when erratas happen, erratas are usually just taking overtuned cards and bringing them down some. That means that they're just completely trash or utter or not able to be played. You just got to figure out different lines, and that's the beauty about having different cards and sets. Okay, kind of the power level, this kind of cheese strat, because I still believe in Equinox. I think Equinox is still a very good hero. You're just gonna have to figure out how to deck build now. Now you can't trip the 1 cost spells, just to figure out what else you need to do. Buff mana. That aside, it's saying buff Muna in chat. I could maybe agree. I don't think they have been in a advantageous any of them, because I think the only Rens that we've seen successful has been festival Rens. And then I really want to believe in Arjun. I don't know what it's going to take to make that character. Elon, didn't you? Where are you putting some time in, Elon? If you're still in chat, weren't you putting in some time in trying to make Arjun work for a while there.
Oh, besides that, I think we're trying to get ready for the top finals here. I'm not sure what's going to be happening here, but I'll tell you right now, I'm excited to see these two players play. I'm not sure I'll be able to watch them because I think we're gonna swap back to the OGs here, Blue and Call.
If I could make a petition, I don't mind staying at all. Just putting that out there, production.
I
Scary
definitely
Terry said that. Hey, let's get it.
Blue, do you
Scary
want to swap with me? Because I do have to get going in a bit. All right, guys. Well, yeah. So I will see you guys next time in the A.W.O.L casting. I love you guys all. I'll be dropping now. Blue will be covering for the rest of it. Gus the Buzz TCG on Twitch and YouTube. Just find me there. Okay. Anyways, bye guys.
See you, Gus. Watch the replay, buddy. Scary Carry, he said Muna and Lyra needs a little love in the next set. I actually think Lyra is in a pretty decent spot. Anything in the next set just needs a lot more cards against I guess maybe the trigger Oraka. Oraka is the only Lyra hero that doesn't see play often. So maybe a little bit of love there to kind of see all three here. Or maybe I forget every faction's getting a new hero next set. Maybe a new hero will be the one to bring them to glory. Who knows? Who knows? But I think Lyra's not too bad at all. We're waiting for Blue to come on back in here. Scary needs to be number one. Scary Gary, here's the deal. Get them number one, you take what you got and go ahead and make them become number one. Nobody can say nothing to you. If you take it, take them there. Be the one to take Lyra to the mountaintop. Pandy, I'm excited for finals too, buddy. I cannot wait. Cannot absolutely wait for that to hop in here.
Hello, everyone.
What's up, Blue? Are we giving the players a bit of a short break before we
I think Tempeted is celebrating a little bit because he is actually at the area where they're streaming the French stream at the moment. So it may be a second before they are ready. Let me see here. Did Cole message me yet to see if they are available?
So wholesome.
There, yeah. No, I guess there is a pretty big celebration on in there. Thank you for the welcome back. Glad to be here. Obviously, both of these players that we mentioned did get their qualifying swap, but I believe they're still going to be able to play each other for the finals to decide who takes the whole thing. It will be the Basira versus the Trist. Let's see.
I would love to see chat. Did you guys keep a bingo card? Or I know there was a poll. Did anybody have Basira versus Trace? One, this matchup in their card or in their poll, and two, either one of these heroes actually making the finals.
I always bet on Trace. I mean, not Trace, on Basira. JK. On Basira. I was a big fan of Basira. Either way, let me pull something up here.
I am. I can't wait to make it to Tumult Blue. I actually find out that there is a store that runs Tumults. It's about like only about an hour drive from me. I said I don't have a locals. A.W.O.L, thankfully, is the only way that I actually get to play the game.
Nice.
I just happen to. I always hit up the store locator every now and again just because of FOMO, and then find out there's a store that's about an hour or so away from me that does Tumult. So can't wait to finally get that in-person altered action.
Nice. Well, glad you were able to find one. I still need to figure out when the heck mine are, to be honest, and then we can figure out how that goes. Let's see. There. All right. I think we're still waiting on the potential next game. I'll take a look here. Yeah, Simon gave them about 10 minutes to get ready here shortly. Cole did respond. Let's see what he
Morgan,
said
you
here.
asked me how do I get my cards? I have to purchase them online. Either I buy through some LGS that sell boxes online, and then for my singles, I just go through the marketplace, and then I do my print on demand. That's how I get the rest of my cards. Until hopefully I have an LGS. My LGS that I create is currently like 2 miles away from me. They are willing to allow me to put on like a demo night for Altered. Just kind of see how things go there. However, I do live in a rural area. Like there are two cities that are combined next to each other. We maybe have 8,000 people. So it's kind of like they can't afford to carry a ton of games. They just don't have a lot of shelf space for being such a small region. So, but me, I have like three of every starter deck from when I first started because of the Kickstarter and then buying the stuff from Gen Cons a couple go. So I have enough that I can set up multiple tables and hopefully get people interested in it enough to maybe it can become one of the TCGs that my LGS carry.
Okay, so it does look like Cole is actually ready here.
Okay.
So we'll swap you out here, and I believe we'll be getting starting here momentarily with the game. Appreciate you jumping on. Glad you were able to get into the semifinals and cast the people that did qualify. Any last words before we head out?
Yeah, no, I'm just glad that I hopped it in. I will be in chat watching this as well because I'm
Awesome.
excited to see how this goes down. Again, my socials have just been scrolling through here. But definitely make sure you subscribe to the A.W.O.L channel if you haven't, so you can come back and rewatch this, and also be able to tune in on us weekly. Which now I will be a part of the European cast. That my schedule has now changed, and I will look forward to playing with whoever will be playing in the Americas one here in a couple weeks.
Sweet. Thank you. And we'll see you here shortly.
Yeah. Hi, guys.
We're going to swap over here to the bane of everyone's existence, including mine, Cole Robbie, and get them in here before we start up the finals. I believe they should be joining any second now. But in the meantime, you have been watching the EU BGA Online World Championship qualifier here for Altered, brought to you by none other than the Altered Weekly Online League, also known as A.W.O.L. Equinox has been helping us out with this. BGA, thank you for having this on your platform. Over 1,000 players. I think we got to around 1,200 or so signed up, and a few drops at the beginning, but still the largest event that we've ever seen in Altered as well as on BGA. So great to have anyone that is still sticking around in the chat. Couldn't do it without you. Could do it without Cole though, but unfortunately he is here anyway. So Cole, how you doing?
I am good. You could do it without me, but for some reason you choose not to. So
Simon
appreciate.
makes me.
Oh, okay. Well,
Yeah.
I appreciate Simon, and to all of the haters, you can go pick a rock and play Arjun or something. I don't
Yeah. It's not just a boulder, it's a rock.
know.
For any of you SpongeBob fans out there. Either way, I believe we are waiting for the game to start here momentarily. Simon has given Tempeted 3 more minutes, 2 more minutes at this point to get ready, allowing them to celebrate a little bit their qualification. Everyone in the chat, what's your been your favorite thing about this tournament thus far? Cole, do you have a favorite?
Well, I am now a top clipper on Caleb's Twitch stream
Mm,
because I clipped a hunger versus hunger moment
yeah.
and it became popular. So that was a very good moment. I just think overall the hero breakdown and the diversity and the matches that we've been able to witness is really the overall benefit. Uh, all things considered, also, I know there were some people upset with like how the chess timers work, and there was a little bit of lag on day one. All things considered, with this being the biggest event ever on BGA, it has gone so well, and I could not be happier about how everything was resolved, how it was ran, organized, all of that. So it's also been great. I'm pretty sure we hit 200 viewers at one moment.
Yep.
So thanks everyone out there for watching, and yeah, it's been great.
Indeed. Big fan of the whole setup in general. Want to thank Simon for talking to everyone while we're on stream and enjoying the limelight, and Simon gets to deal with argumentative folks. Not that any of you viewers are, but maybe you were. Either way, um, for us, just excited that we were able to help run this event this weekend. We do have 2 more BGA events coming, so if you did not make it this time around and you want to give a shot at the other ones, there are 2 more: North American time zone and an Asia-based time zone. We don't really need sleep anyway for all you EU folks, so why don't you just join both of those as well? I know you want to. Let's try to beat the record that we set here for North America or Asia and just get bigger and bigger tournaments so that way it's more of a stress for Simon to have to deal with.
True. So make your area bigger than Europe and see if you can finally defeat Europe. This last match should be really interesting. Both players are technically already qualified, but they are going to fight their hearts out for the true number 1 spot. And this matchup specifically should be very interesting. We have a Atsadi against Trist, right? Is that correct?
No, this is the Basira that ended up making
Basira.
it.
Oh, I thought the Hatsadi pulled it out, but that was game 2. I think I
Yeah.
managed to catch, and then I went and made a smoothie. So
Yeah, the game is live, so I'm gonna switch on over to it. We're all there. And we will make this the finals. This is no longer the semifinals for everyone. This is the BGA World Championship Qualifier Finals for EU. We have the Basira player piloted by Giacomo Zu and the Traced player piloted by Tempete Delenej. I think I did my best to pronounce both of those. Too bad if not. Cole, we're getting started here on game 1. Obviously, this one is just for the championship and the bragging rights, as both of these players have now qualified for the World Championship. Who do you believe is going to take this one?
if I am 100% not looking into player skill and am just going off of what I have seen, I think Basira has it. Basira seemingly has built a deck to counter Traced specifically, or anyone else that is wanting to use their reserve, their advantage. So based off of that, I think my money is on Basira. Hello, everyone in chat. Hello, Zaruru. We can get some ones in the chat if you think Basira is gonna win. Twos in the chat if Trace is gonna win. Let's inflate that engagement so YouTube shoots us to the stars. But that's my take.
Yeah, let's see the support for Italy versus France as well at this point to see who's going to be able to take this one. Italy is with the Basira at the moment, and we do have a French player still available on the Traced who is going to take it all at this point. French conversion rate for the top cut, not super high, but we do have a 50-50, or not top cut, but for the finals rather. But we do have a 50-50 here for Italian players because I believe we had 2. I don't remember. Maybe it was 4. I think it was 4 actually, but still pretty good. We do get a 1-for-1 at the moment, a good old fashioned Chiron and Tiny Gen play from the Basira player has to feel pretty good. But Trace did get a Amelia Earhart and a Kelon Elemental into the reserve to start booting things up for those scrap counters.
Yeah, the dog somewhere in your complex or house or whatever is very excited about this day 1. I see a lot of ones in the chat, which if people listened correctly means they are calling for Basira to win this one. I think a lot of people have seen the things that we have seen, and Sierra just has the perfect kit to answer Tempet here.
Indeed, we are waiting for this to proceed at the moment. We are into day 2. I'm losing out on chat, but we can still see the game, I believe, at the moment. And we will wait for Giacomo to get things started. For the Pasir player here on day 2, they have a good amount of options in reserve at the moment with the Chiron and the Tiny Jin. I'll just be curious to see where they go with it. There aren't any individual terrains to play on at the moment with the advances that we've seen thus far, but it looks like we'll just go straight ahead with a Haven Sarengar, trying to get a little bit of setup for some card draw in the later days.
Yeah, I believe Simon is saying 3 because he tries to be super neutral. But we like to have fun here. We like to pit people against each other, all in the sake of competition. We're almost heading into NFL season here. The true American spirit to pick who will win and stick to your guns the whole time.
Indeed. Uh, I don't know. It's hard to say no to Basira because I've been a big fan of Basira lately with the Whispers release and kind of went away from Cojo a little bit for Basira. So happy to see a player that even without a third unique is able to do so well. But Tepetit's been around for a while and been doing a lot, so really happy that they were able to get a qualifier spot, and I'm excited to take a look at the French stream to see them celebrate. I saw in chat that it was pretty great. I've just been watching this one and messing with some keys and whatnot, so we'll have to look at that one. But in the meantime, we are almost here at the end of this day. We do have a sap sniffer on the board for the trace player, trying to get it ready for reserve. Still has 1 mana though, so can definitely still play that Amelia Earhart if they so choose to try to make things a little bit different. But I don't really see the need to unless they just want to get the advance on the companion side, but it looks like they're just going to throw it over there on that side to block things for the Basir player.
Yeah, maybe taking a look at what the expeditions are, making decisions based on that. Hockey is also fine. Dallas Stars, champions that they are. Go team. Uh, we in this game though, it's we can root for Basira because both players are already qualified, so it's not like we are rooting against someone to not get to go to France.
Yep.
And one of these players is already in France,
Yeah.
so
Yeah. I
let's
mean,
let's go Basira. Let's go Italy.
yeah, little bit more support for Italia, right? You get them going. Shout out to all the Italian players that did quite well for this tournament. I believe I looked over earlier and they had 4 in the top cut, which is quite good. So excited to eventually see the uh, World Championship qualifier over in Italy as well. Should be a good one. I'm sure we'll get some folks traveling to Italy, but getting to see a local Italy-based event will be fun. I think the last one we've had in person was the Essen event, so getting to see some the other EU Essen to Italy will be cool. And then obviously we just had our recent North American one here in Dallas.
Yep. Just finished recording the Altered Corner episode, going over Dallas last night, actually. So hopefully that'll be out in a couple days, and then we'll recap this event and some others
Nice.
after next on Friday. My brain is working, and that's a massive Sarengar that is going to get hooked into an area where it's not quite as massive. I've seen chat cheering on, applauding, hooked. Should we, in the spirit of, and just rehooks it back,
Yeah,
in the
once again, the double draw.
spirit, yeah, of everyone calling for nerfs and bans, let's just ban hooked.
Yeah, easy. But yeah, no, I worked on a video yesterday for Gen Con actually that I need to shoot over to Loki to be specific to make sure he's not going to get in trouble based off of what's in it. So remind me after this. I gotta send that to him so that way I can verify.
Got it.
But
Got it.
either way, we're dead even here on the tumult. A little bit more resources for the Basira player after playing that physical training on the Haven Sarengar and having the Haven Sarengar giving them a boost. That physical training been a big card for the Basira, especially without having things like permanents as the Keylon Cylinder or the Haven Braavos Bastion. They've really been able to utilize that in combination with cards like the Braavos Blade Dancer to help them get some victories.
Yeah, one thing to note about how Tempet has been playing is seemingly there's nothing going into this turn for a Clute to lock down. I'm not sure how much of that was, very specifically a tactic by Tempet or just how it laid out. But the hooked again. The double Chiron here is pretty cool. The Even with the hooks, avoiding the occlude, the story of this game is definitely a bunch of boosts wherever they go. And now Basira can go ahead and split the love a little bit and draw their own card.
Yeah, the name of the game is draw as much as you can. Tempet does have the ability to hit that fifth scrap counter here by playing the hooked once more, trying to confirm an advance over on the hero side, get the counter, get the draw, and then activate the trace ability if you want, but really no need with the two cards that aren't fleeting unless they're planning on getting rid of one of them. And so, yeah, they won't activate the trace ability to have both the Sap Sniffer and the Axiom Salvager available. But with the ability of a Clute coming here on a first turn Basira, either of them could be exhausted at any point.
Yeah, this is still a very good position for Tempet to be in with Basira is going to go first. The cards that are in reserve would be good to play from reserve for different reasons, depending on the order. But if you wait out the a clue, it manages to exhaust both of these. You still have traced ability to use afterwards. It seems like Tempet is playing this very smartly, and it is equal on the expeditions. So yeah, there's the occult, a clue. It's going to lock down both of these cards, but I'm very interested to see what Tempet was saving.
Yeah, there's always a little bit of a question mark as we can't see the cards in hand for the setup here, but we will get to see the traceability activated immediately. So, despite having some cards getting hit with the exhaust, being able to throw that Amelia Earhart to reserve as an immediate one cost play still feels pretty good, especially after getting hit with the double exhaust. But we do have another one cost play from the Basira this time around to throw out the Tiny Gen, and it can be hit by that Chiron in reserve to potentially start ramping up even that much more. I was kind of watching the other semifinal game off to the side as I was helping out with the stream here, and it seemed like in that third game, the Basira was almost able to keep up with the Itzadi as far as ramp, and it made that game at least possible to win in that scenario in game 3, whereas in game 2, I felt like they were behind like 6 or 7 mana. So when you can definitely hit those tiny gens, maybe even a mighty gen or 2 to help yourself ramp, feels quite good on the Bravos end of things.
Yeah. To Basira's credit now, having the two cards exhausted on Trace's side, a lot of the time maybe you would see the Chiron come back out and put another boost on a Clute to exhaust another thing. But now the way that they sequenced it, playing that Chiron to just give a boost to Tiny Jin so that it immediately goes into mana is a good option. And notably, it also is a good option in blocking where Tempet is on that hero side.
Indeed, that bug out bag has been a somewhat clutch card here for Timpet, being able to activate the anywhere ability on a few different occasions. Speaking of cards that are been used a lot for specific heroes, we get to see the physical training pop out again, responded to by Timpet with a Haven Bravos Bastion. Not as good as the one in the Bravo side of things, as everyone is aware, but at least able to get some boosts out here to get enough to go over on that hero side, make it a 1-for-1, and we're still dead even on the tumult at this point to decide who's going to take this game one.
Yeah, that is a very interesting decision they made to play the training instead of the Chiron out. To me, that kind of says maybe they didn't enjoy all that they had in hand because, as you saw there, they overloaded their reserve a little bit. A clue is definitely not one they want to get rid of. They probably could have weighed the options between Chiron and the physical training, but I mean, for only 1 mana more, getting to do 3 boosts and draw a card, that's more value than a 1/1/1 that gives just 1 boost. So, hoping they were able to draw what they were looking for.
We'll see if they in fact are able to do that. Both of these players have obviously drawn a few different amount of cards they are looking forward to have made it this far and get the qualification spot, as well as competing here for the overall championship for the event here for the EU BGA online qualifier, World Championship qualifier rather, ran by A.W.O.L, and we're just kind of waiting here on mana at this moment. An
Yeah.
Occlute definitely could be a play that we might see here. We're going to see an immediate setup for the Sap Sniffer, so won't get hit with the double Occlute play, and will be able to augment itself due to the Haven boost immediately. Nice little setup there. Definitely could get the Salvager if the Basira player so chooses, but they may want to save it for the following day where they feel like the Trace could have 2 spots to hit, but not going to even bother. Going to throw it out there once, get the 1 boost, hit the Salvager, not give the Trace any more resources, and save that Basira boost for something else later in the day.
Yeah, Giacomo is making you and Simon both look like fools, calling all of your calls incorrect right as you make them. And I actually really like this unique, one of 2 that are in this deck. Very easy. If you roll a die, you gain boosts no matter what. And then if you have 2 boosts, draw a card at dusk. Super good in Basira because even if you roll a 1 to 3, you can just go ahead and slap the Basira boost on it, or have other ways like the Chiron. Very just nice, simple trickster unique. That's nothing insane.
Yeah, I believe Simon also has a similar trickster unique, but I believe it draws on arrow instead of dusk. Simon, you'll have to correct me if I'm wrong there, but those are definitely some good uniques you see in a lot of top Braavos decks where you can just get some additional draw. Speaking of additional draw, we do get the physical training coming out here onto the Occlute. Not going to be exhausting anything else. Purely just wants to get as many boosts out there as possible. We will see the trace ability activated as we saw the Basira go have a boost on the Trickster. We'll have to see what goes into the reserve for the Traced at the moment. It will be kind of important as if they can't play it, or depending on what they play at this moment, they're using a lot of resources to keep up on this day, and they may run into the possibility of another Occlute exhaust happening. The fact that we saw the reserve Occlute coming out for the Basira makes me think that they're pretty confident that they could possibly play another one on the following day, or maybe some type of sabotage. We do know that they have a Haven bouncer to replace their unique spy that no longer exists in their collection. So I'm thinking there is a little bit of amount that if the trace doesn't get a double advance or at least a 1-for-1, they're going to be hurting for the following day.
Yep, and they have seemingly passed. So we're going to have the 1-for-1. I think this moment, now that it's gone this far, a clue is gone. We're either going to see a hunger into that milk so that it is also gigantic, but it's going to come down to how long Basira can wait it out and what specifically is in hand for the Traced here. I think the fact that this game is so neck and neck right now is literally just going to come down to what cards are in hand. Both players doing amazingly well playing around each other's deck style.
Yeah, and indeed, we do get to see that Hunger come out immediately, not going to even give the Trace the option to use either of those salvagers to resupply and maybe run into something that they can utilize to help them draw or the like. So Hunger does come out, it will be gigantic due to it being fleeting at this point. We do know that the Trace has no removal to deal with this Hunger. They do have a Merlin unique, I believe, that has an avalanche ability, but obviously not going to be able to hit something quite as big as the Hunger. So they may at this point just decide to set up for following days, but guess what? They're both adjacent, so you really have no choice here. So big hunger play waiting on that. I feel like they have had that in their hand for a long time, saving it just for this situation.
Yeah. Good thing that yeah, okay. I was gonna say good thing Trace still has his ability because the first resupply from the frozen delivery was not super amazing in this moment. Putting another one down and then pulling this machine in the ice is actually oh my. All right, Trace, let's see if you can find something that can help you out of this moment. It does not seem like it.
Yeah, game one goes to the Basira player of Giacomozu, who will be one game away here from taking the championship for this EU BGA Online World Championship qualifier. Both players have already qualified, but nonetheless, gotta give the bragging rights to their respective countries, maybe. Italy trying to take this over France, France trying to show that they are the dominant region of the Altered TCG here on this online qualifier. We'll have to see how that one turns out. In the meantime, we'll get another link. Cole, did that go how you thought it would there? Just another hunger to win a game?
I mean, I definitely called for the Basira to win from the start, so it's not too surprising. I think really the big story here is just how well Tempet did play. Uh, Everyone, give him my regards, but in a positive way, not like a mafia way. I feel like he played that very well, about as well as you possibly could, with when he played certain things, what he allowed to stay in reserve. Just, yeah, the hunger and a clue in this matchup specifically is far too strong. Sometimes you have a bad matchup.
Indeed, Braavos, if not Italy, showing their dominance thus far. We had a Bravo setup over in Dallas recently at the most recent World Championship qualifier, and we may be looking at a Bravos champion here for this online qualifier of the very first biggest event in Altered, trying to show that maybe the Lille Trace was a fluke, and it's all about Bravos these days in this meta. Both players have maned though, so we're going to switch on over here to game two of the BGA World Championship qualifier for Europe. I am Blue, Blue Oak TV, hashtag ad. Go subscribe to both me and A.W.O.L on YouTube. Cole is here as well, but okay. We are getting into the game with an immediate unique play of the machine in the ice.
Yep. I need to start on my blue swag and say also please subscribe to me on YouTube and listen to Altered Corner because I'm unemployed at the end of this month. And it's very fun to make that joke, but I should probably stop because it's already getting old. But yes, it's fun, it's funny, but it sucks at the same time. And just like last matchup, we're seeing a 1-for-1 to start off. What do you think Trace needs to do to take this to a game 3?
Yeah, we all laugh from keep from crying, Cool, so we get it. For the Trace themselves, honestly, they just need to hit the tempo, hit those 5 counters as soon as possible, and get ahead and do what Trace does as far as getting ahead until at the very end, they're able to pull it out and hope that the Basira player isn't able to do the same thing they did in game one because they were dead even. Both players were adjacent, but it felt like the Basira had it in hand going into that final day because they were able to build so many resources up, whereas the Trace had to use so much just to keep up on that prior day, kind of making it a point where the hunger was just going to destroy any hope that the Trace had in the meantime. So Trace needs to hit what they need to as far as hitting the counters, needs to get ahead of the Basira so that way they're not going one for one the entire time and have to deal with a hunger or some other late play that benefits the Basira and Braavos hero. And just hope that they can lock out this game two so that way they can send us to a game three here in the finals.
Yeah, I would think that this is the perfect turn right in this very moment for the Traced to get a double move if possible. I think the major downside we're going to have is only one mana. The Kellen cylinder doesn't have counters yet, but another one that'll work to give another one for one. But can go ahead and then tap these two, and these are a very sneaky little landmark here. I think this is a much better start for the Traced, at least having both of these out, and we hope that they will not let it to continue to go one for one, because if we do, I think, like you said, it'll end up like last game.
Definitely could be the scenario, but we are in fact one for one at the moment. The Trace does get a lot of setup there with the Keylon cylinders and having two counters apiece on them, so is able to utilize that as an option. The beauty of these rare Keylon cylinders, if you're not used to it and you are in fact a Bravos player that is used to just playing Bravos, I knew this, but you forget when you play a lot of Bravos, is that you can just put those boosts on any target character. It doesn't have to be the next character, so you can save those for the very end of your turn. You don't have to plan too far ahead, and you'll just have two boosts waiting for you the entire time. At this point, four boosts with the two counters apiece for the Trace player that you can just save for a rainy day.
So I know we've looked at this list before. I believe literally the only permanent in this deck is one milk, right?
For the Basira?
Basira, yeah.
Yeah, they just have the one milk.
And we just saw the grams resupplied. Um, yeah, I think this is an unfortunate timing on the grams as well, because that would be a very good sneaky play out of Tempet to get the Grims in reserve at the right moment to just gobble up that milk. But this might have been a little too early. And there is sabotage in Basira's deck as well, so it's not just a clue.
That is true. There is usually a good amount of sabotage in the Bravo decks these days. Would it be even better sabotage if the player did have a third unique that had some sabotage on it? I'm going to keep harping on that the entire time because it's a great story, especially for a player that qualified still and is in the process of being only one game away from winning the entire event with two uniques. Like I said in the chat earlier, I didn't even know that we were doing a surprise NUC event for this type of thing. But we have seen them use some uniques, I guess, in the process. That Trickster was super helpful in game one. We'll have to see if we see any others here moving forward on game two. At the moment, though, Trace is doing a good job of being able to win both sides, and they're doing what they needed, as we mentioned at the very beginning of this game, to give themselves a lead, one counter away from being online, and not too many resources for the Basira to get them far ahead. They do have a lot more in hand, but Trace is one scrap counter away from getting that engine going.
Yeah, this is now getting a lot more interesting. Trace did exactly what we said they needed to do. And for those that are super interested in the whole unique story, I'm sure Blue will be very prepared to give Giacomo some shit for that, because we have heard that we will have an interview with them after this match. So look forward to that. Stick around, but for here we need to see if we go to a game 3 or not.
Indeed, we have to wait to see. We're going to a game 3. At this point, the players are playing for the point of glory. We do get to see one of the Eclutes out here for the Basira player hitting that frozen delivery, trying to stop the Trace player from using a little bit of an after you setup and getting more resources, but they still have the hooked available to them to get a little bit of card draw. We may just see that hooked come out once again to help them draw one more time, especially if the Basira throws out another character here to compete with the Brass Bug on the companion side. Would be a good setup. It may just be even better for the Basira player not to, but they're just going to throw out that Trickster that we mentioned before will get the boost that they need. We will get the exhaust happening on the hooked at this point if they throw the boost onto the Occlute, and that would be a good play here. So that way the Basira is utilizing the ability to full effect while still getting the card draw from the Trickster that got 2 boosts off its own ability.
Just a humble little trickster. There has also been some debate back and forth about, you know, what you have to be competitive, what it takes to win in Altered. And I think either way, if I mean these both of these players already have qualified. So I would say from what I have seen, neither of these players have extremely high tier uniques. I would say that Easy Lopez does and made it very far, but was not able to make it to this very final match here. And as we have noted, not only is this trickster a very basic unique, there's only 2 in the deck now since Giacomo decided to sell one last night. But I'm just saying, just practice. Don't let your memes become dreams or dreams become memes. You can do it. And the Traced here in game 2 is 2 advances ahead. I believe it was Renku who called it the the Kaibara counter. Is very funny. So the Kaibara counter for Traced, I think, is 1, and for Basira is 3.
Yeah, good way to think about it, especially since sometimes it gets boring saying you need 2 more spots to advance, 2 more advances, and you wanna see what the Kaibara counter is if anyone's unfamiliar. I assume everyone is at this point, but since we don't get to see a lot of Kaibaras, Kaibara gets tough for the space between their hero and companion zone, and which is why it would be a Kaibara counter. But, in the meantime, we are going into the 7 mana turn here. A big thing that I've noticed as far as the Basira player and Giacomo not being ahead at the moment is the fact that we haven't seen them be able to ramp as we did in game 1 and as we saw them do well in previous games for this event to give themselves a little bit more of advantage as far as mana curve and being able to play more cards, especially after being able to draw a bunch with the physical trainings, the Haven Seringars and the like, as well as that Haven Trickster.
Yeah, very good read there. I think those Grims are also just chilling, staying there for Tempet as long as he can keep them there. Just begging Giacomo to have to spend an actual sabotage on them, or they'll always threaten that milk. Yeah, as for uniques, another thing I would say is sometimes it seems like maybe players expect that you have to spend a ton of actual money to get good uniques and thus be highly competitive. I would say the thing that is actually spent a lot more on uniques is time. A lot of these players probably didn't get lucky and pull these specific ones. They probably searched them in various different ways. And even if that's not true about these ones here, I know for a fact that a lot of highly competitive players spend a lot of time looking and considering different uniques. But even then, it's only 3 cards out of 39. So
Indeed, although there are a lot of good uniques, and although you can build around uniques, it isn't always the case as far as it being an automatic win condition for your deck. Sometimes you can just use those as supplementary cards and you're able to win nonetheless, as we have seen from the Basira player here of Giacomo to be able to do so well. They currently are behind here on game two, as we did see Trace get a 2-0 at one point during this game to give themselves that advantage that we had mentioned they definitely needed, and now they are just one advance away from taking this game. Notably, Giacomo on the Basira does need three more in order to do that. So they'll need to both stop the Trace player and Timpet and also get at least one advance here on this next day to put themselves in a spot to try to 2-0 and take game two, as well as the championship here for this World Championship qualifier.
I just realized, do the online players here get the trophy, or are they technically fighting for the first place trophy? I
Um,
honestly am not sure.
Yeah, I imagine they probably would, because we're talking about the, faction rewards
Mhm.
for the highest Ysmir player that didn't make top cut. So I imagine it's still the same rewards as it is for every other qualifier. They may just need to give it to them at the World Championship instead of shipping it. I guess they could ship it as well, since the World Championship is in a month or two. But I would imagine it would be. I don't know why not. Maybe not. It feels like it should be though.
Yeah, so I guess that is really what is on the line here, seeing as both players have already qualified to go to Worlds in Paris. This is for the trophy. And if you haven't seen the trophy, actually incredible. I was very surprised with how nice it was. You know, Altered is still in the first year of even being released, having a worlds, having very nice trophies, and all of these other things is a very big testament to Equinox and all of those on it that worked super hard. We have, mentioned everyone on our side, everyone on the stream side, all the players, but also a huge shout out to Cedric, who put a lot of time and effort into tournament guidelines and help with us behind the scenes on putting this together. And is a new father now, soon. I don't know. So give him congrats. I'm not sure if we've heard if a baby has been born yet, but congrats.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure, but yeah, Simon is confirming that first and second should each get a trophy. So good for them there.
But first
Um,
is the better trophy, right?
yeah, it must be at least. Why not? Yeah, it's not Cedric. It's not Cedric the Entertainer, but Cedric nonetheless. We do get the double advance for the Trace player of Tim Pet, so it will be a 1-to-1 here at this point for both of these players, going to a game three to decide who will be the champion here for this World Championship qualifier event. Both players have already qualified, but nonetheless, we are still going to watch this game three and see who is going to be the overall champion between Timpet and Giacomo Zoo. They are already booting up their game, I believe. We'll have to see if it is the one that we'll move forward with. I know we've had to switch a few games depending on who is first or second player for that decision. But we'll find out here shortly to see who is going to take the whole event home. Basira or Traced, Italy or France. I don't know. I'm leaning towards Basira at this moment, but it could go either way.
Yep. I will leave you to all of your clamoring fans in the chat. I need some water before we get into the final here, because after the final, we're also jumping into an interview with Gio Como. I'm gonna say it multiple more times so he cannot back out. But Blue, tell the people what they want to hear. Tell them your daily hair routine, beard routine, everything.
Yeah, use a lot of beard oil if you can, if you're interested in maintaining a beard. It doesn't get a lot of natural oil, so being able to maintain that and get a nice healthy beard and grow and make it look nice and shiny is super helpful. But in the meantime, we are going to switch over to the gameplay screen here as both of these players are deciding on mana at the moment. I was able to get some water there that I had next to me in the meantime. Yeah, more blue ads. If I could, I would, but Simon is kind of selfish, and he says I can't just stream A.W.O.L by myself and promoting myself the entire time. But what can you do? Either way, do appreciate the time I do get. We are fully maned, and we're going to start off with a nice one cost play here from Timpet, who is now the first player, as the Basira is going second, and we'll get a response with a beautiful little Haven Serengar. We're gonna wait for Timpet to follow this one up. Still has 2 mana, so we definitely could see something, and sure enough, we do get the rare hooked. A pivotal card here for Timpet that we've seen several times throughout this finals, as well as the entire event. And sure enough, we're gonna get another one cost, this time with the Blade Dancer, who is able to outstat that Salvager and give the Basira player of Timpet a 2-0 lead here in this game 3 of the BGA World Championship qualifiers for EU. Wow. What a start. The same way that Timpet was able to get that 2-0 pretty early on in the game 2. Now we have Giacomo have the advance of a 2-0 here on day 1 for the Basir player.
Oh boy, look at this. Oh no. For those that have been here all day, who remembers Blade Dancer?
Everyone remembers a good Blade Dancer. It's good to we have some dancers still alive in the altered meta now that the category and Mage Dancer died along with Afanis, at least in Ysmir. We did see all of the marbles be able to pilot some unique Mage Dancers on Navenka to get a top 8 finish, so that was cool. But in the meantime, we do get to see that Blade Dancer that has the rare ability of getting able to remove fleeting if it has less than 4 boosts still available. And you know what? I really like the people in chat being able to hashtag ad while I'm still commentating. Shout out to Gnome and getting that set up for me.
Yeah,
See you later.
one of the coolest things about Rare Blade Dancer, especially in Basira, is just how well you can sequence these different things. I mean, with just the Blade Dancer, if it's in reserve and Basira, you already have 3 different actions that kind of go in limbo, and you can decide how to order them. If you add some havens on top of that or anything else, it just adds more. It's gotta be one of my favorite like sequences in the whole game.
Yeah, I think there is a lot that you can like about Altered in different sequences and different setups. One that has been obviously pretty popular these days is the good old fashioned Arcolano milk into a hunger that was able to win a few different games these days, especially even with Giacomo here on the Basira, who just has one single Arcolano milk that they were able to convert, at least from what we've saw just recently, into a game win. So good for them along that end. But yeah, a lot of different things. One thing that gets a lot of popularity that we didn't get to see a lot here at this event, or at least I didn't, was the bug fix combo in Trace is always a popular one. Even the bug fix combo when you're playing a good amount of limited on either a draft or a sealed. I don't know how many times I've seen it Saudis a bug fix, and to the point of after a few pre-release events, I was over it, like, "Oh, it's fun for the first time or 2, but after that, like, just stop.
Yep.
You need some help, right?" But, in the meantime, we do get a 1 for 1 at the moment. Basira maintaining their lead, just 4 advances away, 3 Kaibara counters from taking this game 3 and sealing themselves as a champion rather, for this EU BGA World Championship qualifier event.
Yeah, this is looking really good for Basira. I don't know So Traced is going to come first, and there's a very nice card in reserve right there that could take out this Blade Dancer. The dumping of the Tolarian Skater is also a little unfortunate on Basira's side. Um, we keep that. There it comes, the jammer right there. We've mentioned the lack of a third unique. Have I shown you my unique corgi, Blue?
Have you posted it on the Discord at some point?
Maybe I might have. For
Okay.
the stream, it is a 2 from hand, 3 from reserve, 2/1/2. That just says when a character you control gains fleeting, you may exhaust target card in reserve.
Nice.
And it also has a support action of next card you play costs 1 less. So if Giacomo needs to pick up a third and wants something that is an Eclute for cheaper than an Eclute, basically, just let me know. Make a good deal, 300 euros, somewhere around there.
I do love looking over at the EU-based discords and uniques being sold on their own individual marketplace. I can't find anything less than $300 for some of those uniques in some cases. But we did get a day there where the Basira is able to widen their lead. Traced not able to get any cards into the reserve after that Haven Serengar did get some boosts from physical training, only able to throw out those two landmarks that we already see on the screen, being able to set themselves up with the Keylon cylinder. But the at the moment, only three scrap counters, and the Basira getting closer and closer to win this game. And three spots behind does not feel good as a trace, especially when you want to try to get that early advantage that we saw them take in game two to help them fight off this kind of difficult matchup for the Axiom hero. I'm sorry, Trace doesn't Axiom. I don't know what I was thinking.
Yeah, Traced obviously belongs to the Lost Tribe, very specifically, and is not meant to be an axiom. Don't mind all the brown colors and the fact that he's covered in mechanics and things like that. Definitely not axiom. Rossum is definitely not an automaton of some sort. Yeah, so Lost Tribe confirmed. You know what this is? We're in game 3. Tempet is already qualified. I think Tempet just wants to go out and party with Caleb and everyone else that's in the studio. Letting this Basira just go by quickly. They're all gonna celebrate, drink some sake as the French do, from my experience, and call it a day.
Yeah, I think both of these players are just happy to be here at this point, getting one of those qualification spots for the World Championship. I'm sure it's going to be a great event either way. Obviously, both of them still, I'm sure, would like to win here, just to say that they are the winner of the biggest altered event of all time at this point and biggest event on BGA history of all time. You could put that on your resume probably if anyone that you know knows what BGA is, but I I gotta imagine it feels good either way for both players, and especially for some folks that may not have felt like they can make it this far. I feel like both of these players are really good, and always thought that this was a possibility. But anytime you deal with such a big event, there's always some randomness to it. As we do see a hooked come out again for the Trace player, get some card draw, and try to give themselves a one for one here on this day.
Yep. Well said. Speaking of excitement of going to Worlds and the event most likely being a blast, are there any announcements you're prepared to make, or are we a little too far out from that still?
Um, like, am I gonna sell myself to go to Paris or something? Is that what you're asking?
I mean, I didn't know you were gonna sell yourself to do it, but I
Okay.
mean, drop the Feet Finder link. We'll make it happen.
Yeah, I mean, we could make it happen. Not officially booked yet, but the plan is still in place to hopefully make it out. So I hope to see all of you EU folks and hopefully some NA folks or people from around the world at the event. I think it's going to be a fun one, just celebrating not only the championship but the first year of Altered. There looks like there's a lot of different things going on based off the article released. So I'm excited. I'm excited to meet some folks that I've only been able to talk to online are trying to adjust our schedules to do interviews because I'm 9 hours behind a lot of you, especially over in Central Europe, and being able to be on the same time zone and hang out a little bit, talk, and enjoy some alter.
Sell the beard.
Yeah, sell the beard. I don't know if I can do that.
Are you what's the word? Are you barred from ever shaving the beard off?
Yeah, my partner is definitely scared to see me without it. Has not seen me. We've been together for close to 6 years, and I've had it since before then. Dating myself a little bit, so uh, they're definitely scared. I feel like I have to do it at some point just to surprise her, but other than that, I probably won't. It comes back pretty quick either way. It's the beauty of the genetics that I have. So either way, I guess I could sell it, but who would I sell it to? Is there like a
Oh,
is there
I'm
like a luck?
sure
Yeah,
there's a blue groupie out there that would love to buy your beard in a Ziploc bag.
I was gonna say, is there like a locks for love for beards? But in the meantime, we do have a game going on here. Fire Rabbit coming out, being able to boost up that Occlute that did hit the Keylon cylinder in reserve, trying to give Giacomo on the Basira another 1-for-1 potentially. Although the hero side is completely vacant at the moment, and we do still have to see what the trace ability is going to come up with.
Yeah, looking at what we have here, I think there's
Well,
potential for us to go one more day, but we'll see if Basira. I mean, moments like this are honestly one of the more interesting to me. It's whether we're going to see just another 1-for-1 or Trace staving off an advancement, or, if for some reason, depending on what's in hand, with just 2 mana, somehow Sierra has a way to double advance and win right here.
yeah, definitely an option, and I do see Simon saying he'll be there too, so is this officially confirmed, Simon? You kept on being ambiguous about it before, but now officially Simon in France confirmed?
Confirmation, you heard it here first. Exclusive A.W.O.L announcement. Simon, the A.W.O.L director and owner,
Operations director.
yeah, operations manager, director, CEO, will be in France for Worlds. I had something more important, maybe less important to say, and memeing on that, I forgot. But have we seen the deck lists for the finalists?
We got
Yes.
Yeah, we got to show the Trace deck list before the semifinals. We didn't show the Basira deck list on the stream. We do have it that we could show, and we may just show it while we're doing the interview, so that way you all can take a look at it. But they will be up on 39cards.com after the event as well for everyone. We'll just do a quick little command for everyone, and they'll pop up on 39cards.com. I want to thank Tom for that and getting everything set up as far as that's concerned. The command should work. I don't know why it didn't pop up, but either way, 39cards.com. Go ahead and check it out. We are one advance away here from Giacomo on the Basira player. Not to shine that down at all. We could be having a champion here shortly for this event. Could it be the Italian, or will Timpet be able to claw their way back because Trace does not have claws, but maybe Timpet does, in order to win this game 3 and take the whole thing? It will be hard after that Occlute play that just happened.
Yeah, this is going to be a good amount of stats. There are a lot of cards in hand for Traced here, though. And maybe I actually don't remember or know. I don't think there's any training cards to activate the Armor Jammer here. I gotta assume if you have it, I mean, maybe just Grems is your plan with, no, because it's not the rare. Yeah, I'm wondering if there's something here that Traced is gonna pull off to get rid of that Blade Dancer or do something else. Oh, hey, there's one of those two uniques. and it is going to get rid of that Blade Dancer, so it's right there.
Sure enough, we do see some sabotage, right?
Yep, sabotage. Yeah, we've shown the deck lists a couple times throughout the stream, so they are in the VOD. But as said, they will all be on 39 cards after the event as well.
The Haven Bouncer is a 3/3, 2/2/3, and stats sabotage from anywhere. And from reserve, you may put a card from your reserve. If you do, you may activate the anywhere abilities of target permanent. So there is an activation thing that you were talking about before. Didn't really need it to sabotage this time around, but could technically double sabotage here with this Haven Bouncer and that common armor jammer available to Timpet on the Trace. But in the meantime, we do have some stats on the board, and another Clute gets thrown out from the Basira player, not even allowing that little sap sniffer to come out. Needs to make up a lot of stats here on the hero side. I don't know if Timpet can do it or if because they do not have removal for the Clute. I guess they do have the Merlin, but I don't remember. It should be able to hit the 4 stat a Clute if they wanted, but I'm not sure if they have it in hand.
Yeah, I barely saw the Merlin. I knew it was 2 from reserve, but was it 3 or 4 from hand? I don't remember.
Yeah, I don't know if I think the scout is maybe a 3 or 4, I'm not sure
Hmm.
entirely. We will see the sacrifice of a permanent to get another brass bug out using the Grims. The fact that they're playing all this makes me think that they feel fine to at least block here. They do still have 1 mana left, so they may be able to even get a double advance. They don't, but, at the very least, they stave off defeat, and we're going into another day to see who's gonna take this game 3 for the championship of the BGA World Championship Qualifier Finals EU version this time around. Be sure to hang out, subscribe to the A.W.O.L channel. We're going to be doing a few more of these BGA online events to check out, and let's keep on making them bigger and bigger. We had around 1,200 this time. Let's get to 1,300, 1,400, 2,000. Who knows?
Yeah. Where are you all at? Why did you not compete this weekend? Are you going to the next event? Let's make NA the biggest one because why not? We can defeat you. But this game here did just get super interesting. Ooh. All right. I think we have a game now. It looked like it was a GG for Basira, but now I don't know. This is interesting. There's that activation of the armored jammer, which got rid of the second occlute. I can't remember if there are 3 in this deck. I should have
There
the deck
is.
list up, but that's not fun. I like to guess and estimate and be wrong. So
There definitely is 3 occlutes. We've seen 2 thus far. The only downside for the Trace player at this moment in Tempet is the fact that they've used the Trace ability and they only have 1 card in reserve. So everything else will be based off of hand cards. The good news is that there are only 2 cards left here for the Basira player, unless we see another physical training pop up to help them draw a little bit and give them a little bit more to play with as far as that 8 mana. The fact that we did not see the boost be applied to that Blade Dancer with the Basir ability makes me think there's some type of boost triggering still yet to happen, but we'll have to see, I mean, fairly shortly because we're going to see 1 card from hand being played by the Basira, and it could still be a hunger with the 8 mana that we have left.
yep. Let's see. This is the moment. We get a drum roll. If everyone that's watching right now starts to do a drum roll, maybe Blue and I will hear it where we are. So let's see. Oh, there it is.
Sure enough, we do see a hunger. There will be a lot of mana available to the Trace player to try to deal with the hunger, but you have to keep in mind no removal for the Trace other than the Avalanche, and the Avalanche unique is not going to be able to hit such a big character as that hunger. 3 cards left. What can they do with it? They're going to need to be able to put up a lot of stats, and they're going to start with the Haven Braavos Bastion and hit one of their own uniques. But I don't know if that's going to be entirely enough. We'll have to see what we got.
There is a world where this could come very close.
Kivon Elemental's not the stat they needed in Forest.
Yeah, they do need the forest. They are calling for GG though. There was a world. It could have staved off a little bit, but oh no. And the frozen delivery into frozen delivery for the second time that I have witnessed. We have your new world champion Giacomo on the Basira win. We're just gonna call everyone world champion the day that they get it, because why not? They deserve their time in the world, son.
Yeah,
So
everyone gets their flowers, right?
yep.
And good job to everyone that participated in this event. Was great to have such a large event and have so many people get in there. Shout out especially to all the Swiss players that kept on playing even though you didn't make the top cut. That's what makes things great. Shout out to all the top cut players that made it so far, even if you didn't get the top qualifier spot. Couldn't do it without you. Please stick around. We are going to talk for a little bit, but we will eventually get Giacomo on stream here, I believe, to do a little bit of a quick interview for everyone. This will be the champion of the event. I believe Tempet is going to hang out on the French stream to talk a little bit with them because he is in studio, as far as I am aware, as well as a few other players that were around. But in the meantime, Cole, any thoughts that you have as far as that final event, the overall event as a whole, and are you going to tell everyone that you're officially dropping Muna now since they didn't win?
No, I am never going to give up Muna. I do have one thing to say, which is why do we not have a studio where we're all hanging out? Like, what do we have to do to make that happen? What did Caleb do to make that happen?
I have
Are
no clue.
do you over in France? Do you guys just have so many amenities that it's just like, oh, you need a studio, here you go? I'm not at all jealous about that. It definitely is fine seeing them get to celebrate in person and have players in another room. I don't care. It's whatever. We're here. We have cool graphics on our stream. The event was super awesome. It went really well in my eyes. Congrats to all the players and anyone involved in organizing and casting. Yeah, we are going to have a conversation here soon. I called Basira winning this at the start, so as much as you guys like to say I have some wild takes, I am probably batting 90% right now, so can't touch me.
Okay, cool. Whatever you say. Yeah, I'm just talking with Giacomo at the moment to get them set up for this um, whole thing here. Just need to get them over link. Yeah, wants to look pretty for the camera for everyone. Was initially just going to do voice, but we're gonna get him on camera. Just needed to put on a nice shirt for everybody. Was currently getting that set up, but sending over the link, we'll be able to ask Giacomo a few different questions. If you have any questions in chat that you'd like to ask, feel free to throw them in chat, and we'll see what we can do to ask them along the way here. And just getting them the password, and then we'll be able to switch over.
Thank you, everyone who's watched. Also, if you're watching this on the VOD after the fact, thank you as well. We love the VOD frogs as much as the live chads. Very cool to see the A.W.O.L tournaments and YouTube grow. Appreciate all of you. If you have a question for Blue's Beard, I will also field those for you. Other than that, what did you guys think in chat as we have probably 10 seconds here to discuss?
Yeah. Feel free to let us know what we got going on. Once again, I want to thank everyone that has joined us thus far. Looks like he did just join, so we're going to transition over to the screen with our champion for the
Hi guys.
EU BGA online qualifier. Congratulations. How does it feel?
Thank you. Well, I feel exhausted right now, but also very excited. It's been two very, very nice days. So I had a lot of fun for sure, and I had a lot of support of my friends. So really, really enjoyed this tournament.
Definitely. So, got a few questions for you. We'll probably get some more as we go on here, but can you tell us what kind of preparation you did going into this event? And were you always planning on using Basira as your hero, or were there other options?
Actually, I did this. I made this deck for Basira over time, so testing her expansion, since Basira is one of my favorite heroes. And I've played some tournament, which you also commented. I think which it was the Altered Team League with Italian teams, and I had the chance to play Basira, and also the other heroes that I play a lot are Sigismar, Cojo, mainly, let's say. And so the point is that I really love Basira, but it was unplayable a few weeks ago, in my opinion. And then suddenly things changed, and Afanas got nerfed, and that opened the door to fantastic, fantastic meta. There are a lot of possibilities right now, as you saw in the tournament today. Really, a lot of heroes made the top, and all the matches were just playable. So that was the chance for me to play my favorite hero, and I thought it could be very strong, and it worked.
Yeah, and most importantly, as far as the variety of heroes, is that Afanis wasn't in there, right? No Ysmir at
Yes.
all a top cut overall. Cole, did you have a question?
Yeah, so there's been a narrative following you throughout the tournament. You've kind of become the people's champion. What made you decide to only run 2 uniques in the top cut? What's the explanation there? I do have a corgi unique as well. If you need, we can discuss
Yeah, no,
if you
it's
want to purchase that.
I know. The story is a bit stupid because I started the tournament with my 3 uniques, and I can assure you they are good uniques that I spent my time looking for. And then I forgot to remove one of them from the market. So the day that I made the top 32, that unique was selling in the market. It was sitting there. It had been sitting there for months. Nobody ever wanted to buy it. And then the list went public, and either someone thought, Basira made the top, this unique is great, or maybe someone wanted to sabotage me to have an easier life, possible matches. I don't know. So yesterday night, I was trying to play a game to test against my team friends. I wanted to test against the Sierra that I was going to meet in the tournament, and the deck didn't appear. So I was shocked. I was like, "Well, what's going on?" And the unique had disappeared. So that was tragic. I had a really bad night. I was a bit depressed, and fortunately, Simon and the people that organized the tournament let me play in it with 2 uniques and one common card that was similar to the unique instead of it. So I just played with one more common. Let's say.
Yeah, I'm glad you were able to still compete, and we figured out a way that a lot of people agree was a very good judge call. And then, of course, it didn't just knock you out, and it created it literally like people in the chat like it's a story now. So
Yeah.
I'm glad no longer have to be sad about it. You won with 2 uniques, and I think
Yes.
you specifically confirmed something I said earlier. You didn't say I spent a lot of money on these uniques. You said I spent a lot of time putting these together. And that's exactly what I've been trying to reiterate to players is it's not always about how much money competitive
Yeah.
players are throwing at the unique. It's the time spent finding the ones that work for your deck.
Yeah,
I
definitely.
think that's very true. And also, you know, in the French qualifier, you know, where Anansi, the three Anansi uniques won the game, and then suddenly they spiked in the market. So it's, I mean, Alter has a small amount of people playing in the end, and they are all influenced by this tournament. So you can always trust your gameplay and say, well, if that works for me and it's only, I don't know, 100 instead of 300, it's probably going to work for you. It's the price is totally subjective, and maybe my experience today, maybe I was a bit lucky, maybe I played well, but maybe it showed that also uniques are not determining 100% who wins, because I actually had two, so better than that, you know.
Yeah, definitely. I think it shows that a lot for a lot of people. And you could say that you're a little bit lucky for it for sure if you want to. But I mean, you still had to play some really good players throughout this in best of threes. These weren't just best of ones that you got a one off and you were able to take the game. So definitely some consistency still there for it. One of the questions I do have in relation to consistency in your deck list that you talked about, what went into the decision to go with no permanents for your Basira deck? Typically, we see at least Keylon cylinders or Haven Braavos Bastions, but you prioritize rares like physical training or Ozma instead. Can you give us a little bit more insight on that?
Yes. The main reason is that my favorite landmark would be Haven, and probably Haven in combo with Mess is the best. But it's not as strong as it is in Cojo, because you don't get the free token with Buddha. In this case, since I am running two hunger in my deck, I didn't really want to resupply. Basically, I'm playing hunger. I'm playing the rabbit. I'm playing probably other things that I don't want to resupply. For example, they play dancer as well. So I don't want to resupply, so I discard that option. And then there is the Kellon cylinder. The Kellon cylinder for me is playable. It's fine. I just don't like it because usually you want to have permanence at the beginning of the game in order for them to get value. But if you do that, if you play them early, you are wasting a card, because when you play a card, it goes to reserve, and when you play a landmark, it doesn't. So you are losing resources using a rare slot, and at the end of all this, there are also the gremlins, which are very strong in the meta, and they just destroy your card like that for free. So my idea was to play without permanence. I tested both options. I also had a list without hunger and more aggressive with Haven, but I knew that today I was going to find a lot of different heroes, and when they set up, I really need to have that card. Hunger really won me at least like 20-25% of the games, I think. As you saw also in the final, both games I won with Hunger. So Trist doesn't have removal, you know. Gurang, Sierra, they set up. So Hunger is really great in a lot of matchups.
Are you can you hear Blue?
No, I can't.
I'm here. Did you have any more
Okay.
questions, Cole?
So one of the last questions I will have is, I thought going into the matchup against Trace, you had a leg up just with how your deck was built. Some people in chat were thinking that you specifically might have built to come out against Trace. Was that in mind, or was it overall just I want to make a good overall Basira list?
I think there was not too much focus on Traced, but as I said, the fact that I didn't put permanence was because of that. So that's already a start. And then I run triple Aklut. You don't see triple Aklut a lot. For me, it's the reason I play Basir. I mean, it's the card that feels like a unique sometimes, because As you know, in Izmir they play Brazenkas that top 2. And with Basira, you can do that with a rare card, and I think it's so strong, especially into Trist and Sigismar, Cojo, and Basira, which are all decks that I was that I thought I was going to meet a lot today. So the answers to Trist were the absence of permanents and yeah.
Makes sense.
But in general, my deck is a bit greedy, I think, because you play the physical training, you play big blade dancers. So as I said, if there was Afanas around, I'd be like 0-10, yes, you know. But with Trace, Trace plays for the combo. He plays to get the engine going, but they don't have answers to this greedy gameplay. You know? So that's why it worked. And Sigismar, I only actually met one, and it was a good match. Actually, it was a match with my friend. So we had a friend match, but yeah, I came out on top because we started great on the match. But I think overall with Sigismar, I could suffer a bit, probably.
Got it. And you talked about a little bit there in your response as far as what you're preparing for different heroes and everything, but did you still think you could win after this whole sold unique scandal? And what were you worried about the most going into the top cut other than just running 2 uniques?
I thought, I lost the unique that I needed the least because I have 2 uniques that draw, and that the one I lost was like an extra win condition. If you have many cards in hand at the end of the game, you play it, and basically you make a double expedition if the opponent doesn't have removal because it spam boosts around. And so I knew that the unique was not essential, but also I knew that statistically speaking, it would make a difference over a lot of games. So yesterday night, I was very sad about it, and I felt a bit like I couldn't do it. But today, also, again, here there was the help of my team. So Spaghetti, thank you so much. They made me believe that I could do it and that the unique was not essential because I went at 0 and everything. So I was hyped, and yes, I was even more hyped at one point because I thought maybe I can win a tournament like this with 2 uniques, and that would be pretty nice. So yeah, at the end it was not that bad.
Yeah, definitely. You had a few close games though, for sure, right? Making it through there, getting to some game 3s throughout the entire setup. Very interesting to watch overall, but you were still able to make it out. Quick question before we get to your shout outs though, last one that I have. How much did you actually use the Haven bouncer that you had to swap in?
Good question. I think I think once.
Once?
Yes,
Okay.
once.
It worked once then at
So
least.
if it were a mana orb, maybe I wouldn't have won. I don't know. But I feel that it was not that bad of a choice. So I hope that people don't feel like I broke too many rules. I mean, at the end I played with 3 units. But yeah, I did play the bouncer once.
Okay. Yeah, that works. Cole, unless you have any other questions, we just want to say congrats on taking the championship for this very first EU BGA online qualifier. Taking it home for Italia a little bit, right? For the community over there. Do you have any shout outs before we wrap things up here on the interview?
Yeah, just my team Spaghetti. As I said, I feel like I need to thank them, and then the whole Telegram, Discord community, and you guys. It was a pleasure to play these 2 days of a tournament, and so I found that people were really nice overall, except for someone that bought my spy, but that's going to remain unknown.
Yeah.
So.
If we ever see that spy again, people
Yes,
will
it's
know.
the most famous unique now.
Just as a little note, I think it is very hilarious that the Italian players named their biggest community the Spaghetti because if people don't know the Italian community or Altered as much, when I'm like, oh yeah, the Italian players, the spaghetti players, it seems very sus, but that is what you guys
Yes.
named yourself. So
Mhm,
I
spaghetti.
appreciate making us look awkward when we have to explain that to people.
Thanks.
But
Thanks
yeah,
for
that'll wrap things up. If you don't have anything else, we'll then close things out and switch back to the other screen. Want to say congrats one more time and enjoy your evening at this point, and have a good trip over to France.
Yeah, and thank you guys for having me. Have a good
Definitely.
night.
Have a good one.
Yep. Thanks for playing. Have a good night.
Ciao.
I should have said ciao.
Ciao, Bella.
Thank you everyone that has stuck around for that interview. This has been the EU BGA online qualifier brought to you by A.W.O.L. Want to thank again everyone in the chat. Want to thank Simon for help running everything. Want to thank Cedric for messaging Simon a bunch while this entire thing was going on. Want to thank all of our commentary team that was able to jump on. I know we ran ahead of time for this event for today, so we got to miss a few people that were scheduled to be on, but if you want to check them out at any point, be sure to watch the A.W.O.L weekly events. We'll also have 2 more of these events as far as online qualifiers for both NA and Asia. Anyone can compete though, so let's try to get those numbers up. We should have a link for the NA qualifier getting ready shortly that will have Equinox decide when to post how they want to do that. But in the meantime, I have been Blue, Blue Oak TV on YouTube. Be sure to subscribe to me as well as the A.W.O.L Discord. And this has been Cole. Say hi.
Hello.
Cole can also promote himself because he needs money.
Yep. Yeah, thanks everyone for playing. Basically everything that Blue said. I'll just reiterate, I am very happy with how the event went. Of course, we are always improving, taking notes on things. So I'm sure before the next one, Blue and I will be working on some little tweaks here and there to make the overlays and information even better from things we learned about on this weekend. And yeah, I'll be around doing things and stuff. So if you ever want to talk Altered, if you ever want to test, throw out a turn-based game or whatever, I am more than happy to do so. So if you have not already, be sure to like and subscribe, and drink some water and eat your veggies.
Indeed, veggies can be important, especially when you consume them and give spindle harvesters a gun. That's it, everyone. Hope you enjoyed this online qualifier. 2 more to go. Hope to see you for those, and we'll catch you all later. See you in play on the next day.